You are watching the broadcast of the El Paso County Commissioners Court meetings. Commissioners Court meetings are held every Monday at 9:30 a.m. on the third floor of the El Paso County Courthouse, located at 500 East San Antonio in downtown El Paso. These meetings are open to the public. The meeting will start momentarily.
We're up, Jessica. Go ahead.
Good morning. Today is Monday, May 18, 2020. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Joining us today, we have American Sign Language interpreters Dario Garcia and Selena Salum. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by an invocation from Pam Peroni.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, Commissioners, Judge, and all who are listening today. Almighty God, we are blessed to wake up to and rise up, to wake up and rise up, and to thank you for another new day in which to live and serve the people of El Paso County. As we pause, Lord, would you wrap your loving arms around each one of these leaders and all within the sound of my voice. Let them experience and know your presence. Replace their wisdom with your wisdom, their strength with your strength. We lean on you, Lord, to lead us through these days of recovery from COVID-19. Your word tells us to lean not on our own understanding, but in all our ways acknowledge you, and you will direct our paths. So we declare we are leaning on you right now, trusting you to direct the path of our leaders as they grapple with the business before this Commissioner's Court. We pray you will comfort those who mourn, give them beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, and the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness, that they may be called trees of righteousness, the planting of the Lord, that you may be glorified. Strengthen the community of El Paso, Lord, and make each of us strong in you and in the power of your might, especially our caregivers and first responders. Let your healing power flow throughout the county, touching and healing all who are ill. Let us be filled with hope for a blessed future in which to live and work and play in El Paso County. In the name of your most precious Son, Jesus, I pray. Amen. And so be it.
Thank you, Mrs. Ferroni. Always a pleasure to have you. And on my behalf and commissioners, we welcome you to Commissioners Court, and thank you. Just want to make a few comments, but I'll make the rest of my comments when we get to the item on the COVID-19 recovery plan. But for now, I know it's been pretty long for some people, and I've gotten people getting a little frustrated and trying to figure out what's happening. And so we wish everybody in our community, on our behalf of the Commissioners Court, that a little bit more patience. A lot of things happening. We're trying to figure a better way. We have more testing than we've had before. We were hitting about 1,000 to over 1,100 tests that were given or provided both Thursday and Friday. We're over the 1,000 mark. So we just need to find out a little bit more, and the opportunity to analyze the data and find out to what level we have our situation here with the virus here in El Paso. So once again, we thank you for your patience. We're going to have the governor will talk today at 1 o'clock, and we'll be able to take a break at Commissioners Court so that all the commissioners, myself, and the staff are able to hear the governor's address on expanding the economy. We're going to try our best to do what we can within our orders to continue to be safe, to do the right thing for our community. And so we're hoping the best happens today in the address, and hoping that we do get a little bit of an opportunity to do things a little different. I think we're really on a different time frame, and I hope that's going to be respected today. So once again, thank you, especially to our county employees that are working really hard, still working from their homes, and some of them are out in the field. We want you to be safe. We're trying the best that we can from the knowledge of each one of the commissioners and their precinct to do the best for our community. So we thank you for that, and just stay tuned later for more information from each one of the commissioners and myself to give you feedback on what's taking place and what are some of the things we'd like to do moving forward. So once again, wish all of you a great week and a very blessed life. Thank you.
You're muted, Jessica. You're muted.
Item number 4 is the consent agenda composed of items 4A through 4N. Are there any items that members of the court would like to pull for individual discussion?
Judge, Commissioners, you
Commissioner
can pull E as in Edward.
Jessica, I'd like to have a little bit more information on item F. It just have been some time back, so I just want to get a little bit more information from Andrea or Valerie on what's taking place, sort of bring us up to speed. Nothing elaborate, just sort of a quick update as to what's happening in that particular item, on item F.
Any other items?
Move to approve the remainder. Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. At this time, Judge, we'd like to go ahead and move into executive session to discuss item 28C. Okay. Commissioners Court will
Thank you,
recess
Jessica.
into executive session to discuss items 28A and 28C pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
You are watching the broadcast of the El Paso County Commissioners Court
Okay,
meetings.
this is Miguel. Just a reminder.
Commissioners Court meetings are held every
for
Monday.
those persons that were going into executive, you can go ahead and end this video call. You will get an invitation to join the other one. All the persons who are here for the Commissioners Court meetings, you will see this video call go on hold while we are in executive session. Thank you.
They're going straight to executive? Is that what I just? Damn it!
Sure.
Oh.
You're unmuted, but let it.
Miguel, are we to wait for?
Yes, I'm just switching everybody over, the attorneys, into this like another private meeting. So all of you are fine. The commissioners are fine. We're off the broadcast.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Hello, everybody.
Thank you.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
You're back up.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular session. Item number 30, discuss and take appropriate action on the pending litigation regarding the mail-in ballots, County Attorney's File number 006720AA.
No action on this item.
We'll go ahead and go back to the regular order of the agenda. Item 5A, resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution accepting the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration's challenge to reduce service members, veterans, and family suicide in El Paso County, Texas.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I appreciate y'all allowing me to read this resolution. We are asking to have this resolution voted on and signed because a number of months ago I was at a conference and I found out about this this challenge that's which is a federal agency that deals with substance abuse and mental health issues, and this initiative that is geared towards reducing suicide among veterans, service members, and their families. And so, my staff contacted SAMHSA shortly after my return to learn a little bit more about the opportunity. And I think during the pandemic, SAMHSA initiated contact with my office to communicate about the program. So the challenge portion is taking on the challenges of community to reduce suicide among veteran service members and their families. The initiative has, I feel, potential to have broad reach locally because it allows us to work both with veterans and active duty military. The chance to work on programming that may touch active duty as well as veterans is, I think, something good for the county to do. And I think it's even better because if selected by SAMHSA, El Paso would have no costs incurred to participate other than in-kind costs associated with meeting space and some office supplies, possibly to conduct the strategic planning sessions that would occur if they choose us. And basically, SAMHSA conducts a policy academy to help launch the challenge, and they cover those costs. And afterward, there would be a strategic planning session in El Paso. Altogether, it's an 18-month process to plan, collaborate, and execute a plan to reduce the number of suicides among service members and veterans as well as their families. And we would develop our strategy, and it would become a local plank of responses at the federal level. The VA's national strategy for preventing veteran suicide, the CDC's preventing suicide package, and the state response, which is, as you all may know, that Texas is also one of the states that has accepted this challenge. Typically, it's called the mayor's challenge at the local level, but county governments, we have discovered, can also accept the challenge. So, of course, we want to work with the city very closely and our network of collaborators, but I feel it's really important for us to lead on this. And so, regardless of whether we're selected, I feel like we should join the state portion of the challenge, which is operated out of HHSC. And of course, I think this is particularly timely because of the heightened importance of mental health during the pandemic, and also because May is Mental Health Awareness Month, which we'll hear about in the next resolution. So, this initiative really costs nothing but time. And in my opinion, suicide is, one suicide is too many. And we have the opportunity to take care of a critical population. And, this is, even more near and dear to my heart because I had a very close friend who committed suicide, who's a member of the military and committed suicide a couple of years ago, almost exactly to the date. And so it's even more, this is kind of even more close to my heart, being able to do something like this and hopefully preventing some of our veterans and military members in the future from suffering the same fate as my friend did. So I will go ahead and read the resolution. So whereas the County of El Paso believes that suicide is something we can and should strive to minimize and reduce as much as possible among our people, regardless of their background, profession, and or any other factor. And whereas one critical component of the County of El Paso's population comprises active duty service members, reservists, veterans, and family members of those respective constituencies, known as the Service Member Veteran and Families SMVF community. And whereas the Pentagon's most recent suicide report showed that suicide rates among service members across the Department of Defense had increased to a 5-year high, and according to the Office of Medical Examiner, there were 19 active duty service member suicides and 43 veteran suicides in the County of El Paso between 2016 and 2019. And whereas the SMVF community in El Paso has a larger population than the overwhelmingly majority of Texas' 254 counties have people with more than 38,500 active duty members stationed at Fort Bliss and at least 48,500 veterans here, creating a population large enough to be Texas's 47th largest county, even before factoring in their spouses, partners, and children. And whereas the diverse SMVF population works throughout the County of El Paso, within the limits of municipalities and within the unincorporated areas, constituting key portions of urban and rural populations here. And whereas the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, SAMHSA, has created state level and local government challenges to reduce the number of SMVF suicides, providing expertise and guidance to allow states and communities to develop strategic plans to lower SMVF suicide rates. And whereas by participating in the Governor's Challenge and by leading a local challenge, the County of El Paso wishes to reduce suicide among the SMVF community here because one is too many. Now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that we do hereby accept the challenge to reduce SMVF suicides in El Paso County, Texas, and openly declare our desire to work with SAMHSA, the Texas Health and Human Services Commission, and other relevant stakeholders in crafting a strategic plan capable of lowering the number of SMVF suicides in our community. Signed this 18th day of May 2020, the Honorable County Commissioners Court.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Judge, if I could make a comment in regard to the resolution.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Commissioner Robinson.
This is very, very important and very critical to me, to all of us in the community, in the nation. I have been involved with suicide firsthand. As a first sergeant, it was one of the units at Fort Bliss. I had the unfortunate opportunity, I guess you may call it, whereby one of my soldiers, a sergeant, as a matter of fact, committed suicide. And one thing is that recognizing those individuals who have those tendencies or have mental issues is important for the chain of command in the military, particularly like at Fort Bliss. But as far as the family members, oftentimes what happens is that the signs and symptoms are there, but no one speaks up. The soldiers don't speak up for various reasons. The family members don't. So sometimes we need to know or being able to recognize individuals that have issues of that nature, whether it be in the military or not. It's a problem, and everything we can do to help with that situation, we need to put forward our best foot forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Commissioner Stout, is there anybody on a call?
I'm not sure, Miguel, do we have anybody signed up in public comment to speak on this?
Yes, I have some people who dialed in. I don't know if they're here for this one.
I know we have some folks for the next resolution from NAMI and EHN. I'm not sure though if we have somebody that may have dialed in to talk about this.
Yes. Good morning, Judge. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Right. Yes, sir.
Yes. Good morning.
Carl.
This is Carl Dwyer from the El Paso County Veterans Assistance Office. And as we discussed last week, Judge and Commissioner, first of all, on behalf of the veterans here in El Paso County and the service members and families, we want to thank you all for taking on this resolution and this challenge. As you stated in your message, one suicide is way too much. This time last week, we were in front of you with the results from the Veteran Needs Assessments. And the Veteran Needs Assessment identified quite a few gaps that we have, strengths and gaps we have in our community. The number 3 overall gap was mental health services and assistance, and the number 5 was located in veteran-centric social groups. So again, I would like to thank you for putting actions behind words and adopting this resolution. I look forward to working with our assistance office, our Veterans Advisory Board, our Community Veterans Engagement Board, the city, and also the chamber, as we discussed last week, to get after these things to improve the quality of life, to make El Paso County veteran ready. And I think we also have, on behalf of the Veterans Advisory Board, Mr. Ben Miranda is on the line also. He'd like to make a quick comment.
Sure. Go ahead, Mr. Miranda.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you for this great opportunity. As always, we're very grateful to live in such a tremendous community where our military service members, their family members, our veterans and their families are supported. So it goes without saying, and to echo Mr. Dwyer's words, we appreciate what you, County Judge Samaniego, and what our county commissioners are doing to always have veterans and their families at the forefront of any initiative that we do in our community. So we make a commitment from the Community Veterans Engagement Board and all across all our communities, that we make a commitment that we want to tackle this suicide pandemic that we have. One veteran is too much, one caregiver is too much, one family member is too much. So we make a commitment as well to make sure that we do whatever is within our power and authority to continue to champion efforts with suicide prevention initiatives. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben. Appreciate it. Commissioner Stout.
Okay, I think that may be all, and I appreciate you all calling in or being available to speak on this. I appreciate your words of support, and I appreciate all of the members of the Commissioners Court for supporting this. I think it's going to be just another important addition to the work that we're doing when it comes to veterans in our community. So.
Yeah, Commissioner, just real quick, I want to thank you, Commissioner Stout, for bringing this resolution and bringing me together with Carl and Ben and identifying, we very quickly, we just finished the assessment, and this one, I mean, it's just so powerful because it just hits so many dimensions of the gaps that we have, the mental health side of it, the awareness. So when you make individuals aware of suicide prevention, but you're also addressing people who have difficult times with depression and are wondering, what they can do. And so it's an opportunity to reach out to them as well. Your passion of having a friend, that really helps. It's always that passion that drives us to do some incredible things. And I know by the discussions we've had before, what it meant to you. And we've always said, one is way too many. And we should be able to address that. And just the assessment itself, one of the other dimensions is that we had sort of a 50-50 kind of, or 40-something, 48, 52 kind of our veterans and their family feeling that El Paso would be one of the best communities. And I've taken that to heart, that it shouldn't be like that. I think we should be recognized, and these are the efforts and the things that we do to get people to feel good about living in our community, in a veteran-ready community. So it's a great challenge for all of us, and we're going to get behind it as a Commissioner's Court. But I think it'll bring on a lot of different activities that'll address some of the gaps we have in the assessment. So once again, Commissioner Stout, thank you. Carl, thank you for helping us through this process.
Thank you, Judge.
Item 5B, approve and adopt a resolution declaring May 2020 as Mental Health Awareness Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Okay, Judge and Commissioners, thank you again. I have the honor of reading this next resolution as well into the record. I know that we have folks from, we should have folks from EHN and NAMI on the line to speak after we read the resolution. So, whereas the County of El Paso recognizes that robust mental health is the foundation of a happy and healthy life, and access to mental health services serves as a vital part of health and well-being. And whereas within the past year, the County of El Paso has faced unprecedented challenges to the overall mental health of our community. First, by confronting the attack that took place August 3rd, 2019, and now as the world around us coming to terms with the effects of social distancing, sheltering in place, and the isolation-driven tactics we need to contain the spread of COVID-19. And whereas Emergence Health Network, the El Paso chapter of the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and countless other service providers and support organizations dedicate themselves to bettering the world for all persons affected by mental illness, working to develop a system of care and a unified advocacy voice that position El Paso at the forefront of behavioral health treatment and innovation. And whereas in the midst of this pandemic, mental health services are as important as ever, and service providers in our community are hard at work aiding our brothers and sisters in El Paso. And whereas we envision a world where all persons affected by mental illness experience positivity, support, and inclusion by eliminating stigma and negative biases, and a world that highlights the resilience and strength necessary to confront, live with, and overcome mental illness. And whereas all individuals in the county of El Paso deserve to have the knowledge and skills to understand mental illness, to cope, and to seek timely and appropriate mental health treatment that produces positive public health outcomes and reducing substance use disorder, domestic violence, suicide, incarceration, homelessness, ultimately improving quality of life for all who call El Paso home. And whereas through strategic partnerships we seek to implement policies and execute programming that eliminates gaps in services, improves community outreach, and provides side-by-side care that meets El Pasoans right where they are. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that we do hereby recognize May 2020 as Mental Health Awareness Month in El Paso County, Texas, and recognize the hard work and dedication of Emergence Health Network, NAMI El Paso, and all mental health care providers and support organizations within our local community. Signed this 18th day of May 2020.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
For those persons speaking, you can unmute yourself and address the court.
Hi, good morning. This is Christy Darty, CEO with Emergence Health Network.
Go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for having me today. As you know, the community's been through tremendous challenges this year, and I'm proud to say that with the support of the county and the Board of Trustees, EHN has met these challenges and has been there to provide life-saving supports. National Mental Health Month is about honoring mental health professionals and for the work they do, and about recognizing the importance of providing education and access. And in this, I believe El Paso has come such a long way. Through partnerships with law enforcement, healthcare, government, and education leaders, I believe the behavioral health system in El Paso has done such an amazing job. Through enhanced jail services, CIT, and important programs, more and more El Pasoans are receiving the services and having access to the services that they need. I know that the challenging times still lie ahead, and I look forward to working with our partners at the county to find appropriate solutions to protect and grow clinical programming. And I really thank you for taking the time today to recognize National Mental Health Month. And I appreciate all of you for your continued support and being available to EHN and to all of us in this unprecedented time. I appreciate each one of you, and on behalf of the EHN and the Board of Trustees, thank you.
Judge,
good morning, Judge. Sorry. I'm sorry, Commissioner,
Melissa?
go ahead. Judge, Commissioners, Melissa Carrillo with Human Resources, but this morning I chime in on this item as your president for the local NAMI affiliate for the year 2020. And to echo Christy's comments, absolutely, we thank you so much for your recognition of Mental Health Awareness Month during this month and always. We constantly talk about the stigmas that are associated with mental health, and I'm proud to serve on a chapter alongside 10 other board members who really advocate for stopping the stigma associated with mental illness. They say 1 in 5 adults suffer from a mental health condition. I would go out there and say that every single one of us has either experienced it personally or through a friend or a family in some way, shape, or form, whether it be temporary or long-term. And so I really encourage our public to be very aware of what mental health looks like. And I'm really proud to serve on your local NAMI chapter so that we continue to put out programs to those in the community and really help provide support for those who really don't know that it exists. And our efforts really are to reach out to them, provide them that support, and really give them hope for the future.
Thank you, Melissa. Commissioner Leon, would you like to comment?
Yes, I just wanted to compliment Christy. There was an incident that I can't go into much detail, but she was very instrumental in helping somebody that lives actually out of state in California. It involves some high-level people in California, and like I told Ms. Daughtery, that we know what we haven't prevented. It's hard to gauge what we do prevent, and I think in this case, she was very, very instrumental in possibly saving a life. So my gratitude to her and all her staff for the help she provided me in seeking help for somebody else.
Thank you, Commissioner Leon. And Christy, like always, thank you for your words and all the support we get in our community. I'll let Commissioner Stout make comments, and then I'll add mine after that. Go ahead, Commissioner Stout.
No, just yes, thank you very much to Christy Doherty and Melissa Carrillo for being here today. You know, you're right, Christy. Mental Health Awareness Month is about the providers as well, and so I want to thank you and your team for all that you have done for El Paso, especially in the last year with all of the issues that we have been dealing with that have really impacted us so greatly, and of course NAMI. I think you all provide a very important service, especially when it comes to family members and peer support. And so, it's great that we have these organizations here providing this care and making sure that we're doing what we can to deal with mental illness and become better. So thank you all for being present, and thank you again to you and your teams, your employees, for everything that you do.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, I just want to, of course, mental health, especially, and Christy alluded to that, how difficult it is during these times. We are coming out of August 3rd, and I've been talking to a lot of different people and trying to get our community to understand that, we never really completed our bereavement process as would be normal had we not had such a pandemic. But yet, so Christy and her team and all the other mental health here in our community are having to deal with a lot of subtle situations and people not feeling good about what's going on and not understanding it. And there's sort of such an overlap between going through a bereavement the way our community did and then going into a pandemic. And it's one of the things that I also discussed with the governor that he should take into consideration of what's happening in this community, and the uniqueness of what's happening in this community is very surreal. I mean, all the moving parts and everything that's taking place. We got our anniversary coming up very shortly here, August the 3rd. We're almost up to that date, and most communities would have been focused almost 90% on that situation and not distracted, but such an incredible pandemic. So this community, obviously, the awareness, and I've heard some incredible NAMI commercials, just very, very well done, helping our community to understand that they need to reach out. They're not feeling well, or they're not feeling comfortable about something. We have a lot of agencies, Emergence, obviously, leading as our authority, our mental health authority, for people to reach out. And people not feeling that they have to, hide their feelings and hide what's going on inside of them. There's so many people that are willing to listen. And so this mental health resolution is so powerful and so important in this time. And I think it'll prepare us as we move forward, hopefully moving away from the pandemic and then shifting a little bit of our energy into a community that still needs to address what happened August the 3rd of last year. So, Commissioner, once again, thank you for your incredible support on mental health, and whether it's veterans or in general, you're somewhere in the middle of something at one of these initiatives. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Judge, and thanks for all that you've done as well. You've been a great leader when it comes to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Item 5C, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing May 25th, 2020 as Memorial Day in El Paso County, Texas, and honor the fallen heroes serving in the military who died in service to our nation.
Commissioner Robinson.
Yes, Judge, thank you for the opportunity to read this and present this resolution. Following World War I, Memorial Day is held to honor all those who died while serving in the U.S. military. And whereas on Memorial Day, the U.S. pauses to honor the fallen heroes who died in service of our nation. And whereas with solemn hearts, infinite gratitude, we mourn those women and men and those unknown. And whereas we honor those who do believe so deeply in our country that they were willing to sacrifice their lives to protect its promise of freedom for all. And now therefore be proclaimed and resolved by the El Paso County Judge and the Commissioner's Court that May 25th, 2020 be known as Memorial Day. Signed this 18th day of May 2020.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Commissioner Leon, you are muted. You might have stepped away.
Commissioner Leon is absent. Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
I'm
Commissioner
sorry,
Robinson?
I'm back. I had this on mute.
Okay, Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Dwyer, were you going to address this?
Go ahead, Commissioner Robinson.
Yes, I wanted to say that Memorial Day is a very important day to our nation, but more so for all those who served in the military. We honor the dead by serving the living. Memorial Day initially goes back to, say, 1971, when it was actually proclaimed as a national holiday. Normally, except for the fact that we have this epidemic going around in our country today, we normally will have ceremonies at Fort Bliss Cemetery on Memorial Day, as well as within the veterans organization throughout the county. But it does not take away from the fact that our soldiers, men and women, served our nation and continue to serve with honor and distinction. And we should always recognize our soldiers as well as family members on this great Memorial Day. So even though we not have ceremony of the formal ceremonies, we still can have recognize Memorial Day on May 25th.
Well, we thank you, Commissioner Robinson. I know your support of military and veterans is without a doubt, just amazing what you've accomplished and yourself. As a family, my brother was killed in Vietnam as a helicopter pilot, a captain. And I can tell you that these ceremonies are so important for the family. Just to bring the family together, be able to be at the ceremony and be recognized as part of the family of, he was the first fatality here in El Paso, and sometimes it goes unnoticed until there's a ceremony or there's something that recognizes the fallen. And so as a family member, of someone who lost someone very dear to us, Chito Samaniego, or Captain Chito Samaniego, I thank you for presenting this resolution, and I can tell you it goes extremely well and very well received by the families when we hear that people still care for those that died in war. So thank you very much, Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you.
This is Miguel Mendez. This is just a reminder for those persons joining us via phone, if you can dial *6 if you need to unmute yourself to address the court. Thank you.
Miguel, do you have individuals?
Not for this one, I don't believe, Judge.
On this item?
No, Judge.
Okay. Go ahead, Jessica.
Item 5, yes, sir, thank you. Item 5D, with a correction from the County Judge's Office, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing Javier Bañales for 15 and a half years of service to Project Amistad in El Paso County, Texas.
Do we have Mr. Bañales or Andre on the line by any chance?
I believe we have Andrea.
Yes, hi, can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Yes, okay. I just wanted to make sure, because I wanted to make sure that Javier Bañales got recognized properly. And, we have so many outstanding individuals in our community, but I really believe Javier has really shown that he stands out. What he's done with Project Amistad and the transition to help Andrea be successful. He's just a very special person in our community, and always really glad that we're able to recognize individuals of this caliber. So I have the honor of reading this into the record. Of course, after 15 and a half years working in management and leadership roles for nonprofit organizations in New York City, San Antonio, San Francisco, and finally El Paso, Javier Bañales will retire from Project Amistad on May 31st, 2020. And whereas one time in his career, Mr. Bañales was a member of the county family as the Chief Juvenile Probation Officer for the County of El Paso. Whereas Mr. Bañales has served the El Paso community for nearly 16 years as the Chief Executive Officer of Project Amistad, a nonprofit organization whose focus is assisting veterans, the elderly, people with disabilities, and people at risk with transportation to medical services, money management, and family counseling, to name only a few. And whereas during his tenure at Project Amistad, the agency grew from a small operation with a handful of employees to one of the largest nonprofit organizations with an impeccable reputation within El Paso and the surrounding counties, working to help make the lives of those they assist productive and rewarding. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court do hereby recognize and congratulate, and above all thank, Mr. Bañales for his commitment to service and wish him a joyful and peaceful retirement. El Paso is forever grateful to him for his years of service to our community. Signed this 18th day of May, 2020.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Andrea, you can go ahead.
Andrea?
Yes, hello. Is Mr. Banyalas able to respond?
Yes, absolutely. Is he available?
Yeah,
Yes.
he's here. Thank you.
Yes.
Oh,
Thank you, Your
so
Honor.
much.
Thank you,
Mr.
members
Banyalas,
of
if you could
Commissioners
go ahead
Court.
and,
I don't know if you want to turn on your webcam. We can't see you unless you just want to use voice.
Yeah, hold on. Can you see us?
No, we can't.
Okay, hold on, please. How about now?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you again, Your Honor and members of Commissioners Court. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to receive this recognition from the County of El Paso. As was mentioned in the resolution, one of my first experiences in management, supervision, administration was with the County of El Paso, heading the Juvenile Probation Department. And there I had a lot of opportunities to grow and to develop, largely because of the support from the County of El Paso. And so not only the involvement with them, with the county, but later on with the National Nonprofit Organization, and now for 15 years here with Amistad, it is really an honor to receive this recognition. You know, Project Amistad has now 44 years providing services, and the services that it provides is to your constituents, the citizens and residents of El Paso County, whether it is Medicaid beneficiaries, whether it is veterans or persons under guardianship services that are referred to us from El Paso County. We have a very symbiotic relationship with the County of El Paso. And so receiving this recognition is especially meaningful because, again, my experience with the county as a young 30-year-old administrator, and now stepping down, but still continuing that relationship with the County of El Paso is important and one that I will treasure for many, many years. Thank you again, Your Honor, and members of the court. I do appreciate this recognition. Thank you.
thank you, Javier. Very well deserved. Andrea, would you like to comment as well?
Yes, hello. This is Andrea Ramirez. I'm currently the Associate Chief Executive Officer here at Amistad. We have about 2 weeks before Mr. Banyalas steps down, so he will retire officially June 1st. And so I'm very excited that I've been able to be under his leadership for the past 10 years. And so it is a bittersweet to see him go, but I'm very honored that I am who I am because of him and all the mentorship that he did provide. And so I here stand before all of you with confidence that I will continue to do a great job in serving the constituents of the County of El Paso. Thank you.
Well, Andrea, thank you for those words. I knew you are a stellar person in our community as well, and thank you for giving that recognition to Javier. It's hard to call him Mr. Banyalas because he's Javier to all of us. So it's not disrespect, but I think it's in you know, just in caring about you, Javier, and your future and what's, you know, so much that you did for our community. I don't know, Miguel, do we have anyone else on this particular item?
Not that I know, Judge, no, sir.
Okay, well, commissioners, any comments from commissioners? Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Banyalas and Andrea. Thank you very much for being here. I know I can't wait for the opportunity to be in some event where I'm able to read this resolution with a lot of your members and people from the community. I think it's well worth waiting for an opportunity to do that in the future. So once again, the best to you, Mr. Banyalas, and Andrea, thank you for being on the call as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Item 5E, approve and adopt a resolution that establishes the Hidden Heroes Program in El Paso County, Texas.
Well, I have the honor to do this as well, and anything veterans is always great for us to be able to do that. So, whereas a series of wars and conflicts in which our nation has been engaged over time since World War II has resulted in 5.5 million military and veteran caregivers who are parents, spouses, siblings, friends, caring for those wounded, ill, or injured who have served our nation, as documented by the 2014 RAND study commissioned by Elizabeth Dole Foundation. And whereas the daily task of these military veterans and caregivers can include bathing, feeding, dressing, and caring for the grievous injuries of wounded warriors, administering medications, providing emotional support, caring for the family and the home, and working outside the home to earn essential income. And whereas the nation provides multifaceted support to our wounded, ill, injured veterans and service members through public-private philanthropic resources, but their caregivers receive little support or acknowledgement. And whereas most military and veteran caregivers consider the challenging work they do as simply carrying out their civic and patriotic duty without realizing they are, in fact, caregivers and do not identify themselves as such. Whereas an alarming number of military and veteran caregivers, according to research, are suffering numerous rehabilitating mental, physical, emotional effects as a result of their caregiving duties. Whereas the County of El Paso desires to recognize and support those who are serving in these vital roles in our community. Now, therefore, be resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that the County of El Paso become a Hidden Heroes County in support of military and veteran caregivers. The County of El Paso to seek the identity military and veteran caregivers residing in our community. The County of El Paso work to ensure that our government, organizations, employers, and nonprofits are aware of unique challenges of military, veteran caregivers, are encouraged to create supportive environments and opportunity for assistance. The County of El Paso plan an annual observance, ideally in May, for Military Appreciation Month and Month of the Military Caregivers, to honor and recognize the community's military and veteran caregivers in partnership with Elizabeth Dole Foundation's National Hidden Heroes campaign. The County of El Paso encourage all who care for and support veterans and service members to extend the support to their caregivers. The County of El Paso designate a point of contact for our community from the public or private sector for citizens and organizations wanting to offer support and caregivers who need that support. Signed this 18th day of May, 2020.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
A reminder to everyone
Thank you.
who's going to be speaking to unmute yourselves, please.
Good morning again, Judge and Commissioners. This is again Carl Dwyer, your Veterans Program Manager. I'll keep my remarks short, but I would like to start by saying thank you once again for putting actions behind your words. We have the honor and privilege to have quite a few speakers with us today to talk about this Hidden Heroes resolution. From the national level, we have Ms. Yasmin Alfonso, who is the Elizabeth Dole Foundation Hidden Heroes Program Director. From the state level, we've got Laura Gary and Tara Plybon, who are both the state of Texas Dole Caregiver Fellows. And from the local level, we're joined by our own point of contact, Ms. Linda Mays and Mr. Ben Miranda. So we'll start at the national level with the comments from Ms. Yasmin Alfonso.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Yasmin.
Hi. Thank you so much. Let me, as my lights turn off over here. Thank you all so much. Your Honor, the County Clerk and the County Council, thank you so much for having us here today to talk about the Hidden Heroes Cities and Counties program. It's such a pleasure and honor to be here today to speak to you both about this amazing, incredible program. As you summed it up, Carl, and through reading the resolution, This is a joint partnership between the city and the county in order to set up a grassroots effort mobilizing our caregiver communities for the service that they have done for our country by taking care of our wounded, ill, and service members. I have today the honor of introducing two of our Dole Caregiver Fellows that represent the state of Texas, Laura Gary and Tara Plybon, who will be sharing just a brief about their story and why this commitment to the county is so crucial and important to support the hidden heroes within your community. So I will turn it over to them.
Good morning. I'm Tara Plybon. I live in Taylor, Texas, which is a suburb of Austin. And I have been caring for my husband for the past 11 years. He was critically injured in Afghanistan on our 15-year wedding anniversary. And back then in 2009, there wasn't a network, there wasn't anything to help me figure out what to do with all his different injuries, how to navigate, what to do with our son when he was starting his 8th year of school in the 8th grade. So I'm so excited that a city like El Paso, where you guys have at least 48,000 veterans, are now going to be connected to our hidden hero cities, which will enable caregiver families like mine and Laura's to get the resources they critically need and help families and get support for everybody involved. Thank you so much.
Thank you. What an honor to have you on. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Laura Gary, and I am also in the Austin area. I'm in Cedar Park, and I just thank the judge and the commission for a resolution to help veteran caregivers like myself care for a pre-9/11 veteran, and he was diagnosed 4 years ago. He's fully paralyzed, and he's been, I take his knee. So there is the county is and is a tremendous myself. We're who are taking care of their loved ones just like we are. So thank you very much for this resolution.
Laura, thank you.
Okay, if we can, Miss Linda Mays, I'm sorry.
Mays. Good morning, everyone. Yes, I wish
Good morning,
Judge, commissioners.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Hello?
Go ahead, Linda.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm honored to be able to bring awareness to the challenges that veteran caregivers face, and to also be able to have them recognized as the heroes they are, because echoing everybody's comments, I mean, that is something that is, without the caregivers, the veterans would not be getting the care and emotional support, physical support, everything that they need, all the support that they need. So I'm proud that we'll be able to provide the resources or steer them in the right direction for the resources in collaboration with other veteran organizations and entities. So thank you for this opportunity. I really, I mean, veterans are, and it's something near and dear to my heart. Growing up in a Gold Star family as well, and my dad being a veteran, and my brother, I'm my dad's caregiver. So it's something very near and dear to my heart.
Linda, I want to thank you for your amazing contribution to Anything Veterans. And if you're in the middle of anything, I know what's going to happen. Some great things are going to happen. Linda, you've just been amazing, whether you helped us with the Veterans Wall of Honor, all the different dimensions. Just having you in any program means a lot to us, because I know what the end result's going to be. Your passion, your commitment, dedication, and creativity are beyond what I could recognize. I just very proud to have you involved in this particular initiative, like all the others that you're involved in. So thank you once again for one more thing that you're doing for our incredible veterans here in El Paso.
I appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And Judge, our last speaker on this resolution will be once again Mr. Ben Miranda from the Stephen A. Cohen Clinic at Endeavors.
Yeah, thank you, Ben.
Good morning
Go
again,
ahead.
Judge. Again, good morning, and county commissioners and everybody that's online. Thank you very much for the opportunity to really represent our communities, our military communities. One of the things that's amazing is that no matter what the task is or what we're facing, we know that we can count with our county commissioners and you, Judge, when it comes to supporting our military families. And then specifically here with the Hidden Heroes Foundation, we thank them for reaching out to our community. We thank them for reaching out to Endeavors. And we thank Mr. Carl Dwyer for really pushing this initiative forward as well, because without the collaboration from all levels, this wouldn't be happening. And I know that we are set and committed to be able to take care of our unsung heroes. I know that my unsung hero here at home, Gabby, she's my biggest supporter. She's at the forefront of being my caregiver as a retired military veteran of 25 years of service. So I thank all our caregivers for stepping forward and really taking the initiative and taking care of those that went to the front lines, but now we're back home. And it's because of our caregivers that we continue to be successful, that we continue to be taken care of. So I want to publicly thank all our caregivers that are focusing in care and taking care of our veterans and those that have come home with either visible or invisible wounds. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, County Commissioners. God bless you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you. It's such an honor to have the national recognition and have someone, a representative from a national level, and then, having the individual caregivers talk to us. And I'm hoping, there's a lot of people that listen to our broadcast, and I think we do have to do a little bit more. These hidden heroes need not to be hidden anymore. And hopefully this initiative will bring it to light and get them recognized and give them the honor that they deserve for everything that they do. Sometimes we forget. We know tragedies happen with wars and injuries, and we sometimes forget who takes care of these individuals, these amazing people. So we thank you for that kind of recognition. So once again, the best to all of you. Okay, commissioners, any comments? Commissioner Robinson?
Well, I continue to support the program. It's great that we have some individuals out there in the community who are non-military, but they support the military wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Well, thank you once again, and I wish all of you the best during the week. Go ahead, Jessica.
Thank you. Item number 6, public comment. At this time, we do not have anybody signed up to speak for public comment, so we will take no action for item number 6. Item number 7A, presentation. Receive a presentation regarding economic development resources available from the U.S. Economic Development Administration in response to COVID-19.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Andrea Hutchins here with the Economic Development Department. I wanted to take this opportunity to introduce you to Robert Pesce. Robert is with the Economic Development Administration, and he is our South and West Texas representative here in the region. So he has agreed to come this morning and speak to us briefly with regard to resources that are available to us via the CARES Act and via the EDA right now as in response to COVID-19. So Robert, I'm going to go ahead and hand things over to you.
Thank you, Andrea.
I'm assuming everyone can hear me. Judge Samaniego, thank you very much. Members of the court, thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you this morning. You have to excuse me, please. I'm told that the camera on my laptop doesn't work. I don't know why, just as well, I suppose, until I have a perfect face for radio. But anyway, I wanted to walk you through the resources available from the Economic Development Administration. We were specifically cited in the CARES Act and are responsible for administering funds in what is known as U.S. Region 6, which is Texas and the 4 surrounding states. But in any event, number one, let me thank Annette Gutierrez and Andrea as well for their work in helping to get everything ready for my presentation this morning. I really appreciate those ladies' help. So anyway, let me just start with a little bit about EDA. EDA, as you may or may not know, is a part of the U.S. Department of Commerce. And we were set up in 1965 as part of President Johnson's Great Society programs. And it was set up as an agency specifically to help with economic development projects for job creation and job saving. We work with units of local government and economic development nonprofits. And by helping those organizations, they establish the climate locally to support private sector job creation. And that's all that we do. We're a small agency. Our normal budget for the entire country is about $300 million. So in comparison with a lot of other federal agencies, we're actually very small. But we're very targeted. We're very focused in what we do. But in order to be able to have a greater impact, we work very closely with our councils of governments across the country. They serve as our economic development districts, and we provide them a small planning grant on an annual basis to do the economic development planning in their multi-county areas. So Annette and her organization serve as our ally in the greater El Paso region. So in any event, as I said, what we do is very focused and very focused with the impacts locally on job creation and job saving. So in any event, I've told you, what we are, and actually a very small agency. But over the last few years, we've had a growing impact, a growing role in disaster response. And if you go back just 3 short years ago to the impact of Hurricane Harvey, that really became the basis, or I should say the start of this new role, which has actually grown fairly large. So I'll draw your attention to the presentation, and I'll ask if you go to the next slide, which really starts its title, EDA Disaster Assistance. And again, as it points out there, really started with the impact of Hurricane Harvey in 2017. Congress, in its response to that disaster, specified that EDA would be a partner in the federal response to Hurricane Harvey. And in 2018, it passed a supplemental in which it specifically allocated $600 million to EDA to help with the disasters that occurred in 2017. And of course, for the Austin region, the major disaster that we faced in 2017 was the impact of Hurricane Harvey along the coast. And the Austin Regional Office, ARO, received an allocation of a little over $129 million to help the Harvey impact area. And so it was a very significant amount of money for us, because our normal allocations from our normal programs for the Austin region is about $35 million. So that was a significant increase for us. But as you can well imagine, there was a lot of work to be done in the Harvey impact area, and it's still being done today. The following year, in 2019, Congress passed another disaster supplemental. And again, EDA was allocated $600 million for flooding and tornadoes that happened in calendar years 2018 and 2019. And the Austin Regional Office received a $50 million allocation. But those were for specific target areas, specific areas that had been impacted by natural disasters. If you go to the next slide, you see this is the map of FEMA DR 4332, which is the Harvey impact area. It shows the Harvey impact area along the Texas coast. And so that $129 million was focused upon this area. So we helped, it was a total of 8 councils of governments in Texas. And as you can see, an impact area about 300 miles long. A pretty significant impact area, but at the same time, pretty concentrated if you're talking about the $129 million concentrated into these areas. So that's what we had for Harvey. The next one is FEMA 4377. So if you look at the federally declared disasters in 2018 and 2019, there were 3 disasters that covered Texas counties. And 4377, as you can see, those shaded areas, Hidalgo, Cameron, and Jim Wells County in far south Texas. Next slide shows FEMA disaster 4416. And this is a number of Texas counties throughout the central part of the state, going all the way up to the border between Oklahoma and Texas, and then going over to East Texas. So these were areas that were hit by some tornadoes and flooding disasters. Going on to the next slide, again, this is the last of the 3 disasters that were declared in 2018 and 2019. Again, 4454. And you're talking about the 3 counties in deep South Texas, Hidalgo, Cameron, and Willacy counties. So we've had specific areas of disaster that were declared by FEMA disaster declarations and signed by the president, and specific dollars that were allocated to the Austin region. And so, as I've said, if you go down to our current situation, onto the next slide, EDA CARES Act disaster assistance. This is for COVID-19 specifically. Now, the CARES Act was passed in March, and EDA was allocated $1.5 billion nationwide in response to the coronavirus pandemic. And as I said, that's nationwide. So again, it's, while it's $1.5 billion is a significant amount of money, it is relatively small in comparison to other agencies. And again, it's nationwide for us. But out of that $1.5 billion, the Austin Regional Office received an allocation of $236 million. And as I mentioned, the 1.5 billion is nationwide eligibility, and we've been given 2 years to get these funds out into the eligible areas. As I've mentioned, the entire country is eligible for that. So out of the Austin Regional Office, that 236 million we're going to be spreading out throughout the 5-state region. Now, our application process is a rolling application process, and what that means is that unlike other federal agencies who have an application process that is quarter by quarter, many will say it's by the end of March, by the end of July, etc. We're different in that our application is continuous. We'll accept applications continually, and our decisions are made by our investment review committee, which is located in the region. And the investment review committee is meeting and continues to meet once a month. And so conceivably, if you get an application into us by the 1st of the month, our investment review committee meets the last week of each month. And so if the application is complete, then we'll work with you throughout the development of that application and after it's submitted. As long as it is complete, it's conceivable that you'll get consideration by the investment review committee that month. So within 60 days, you will receive a thumbs up, thumbs down in terms of whether or not your application has been approved for funding. Now, EDA at the basis, we always talk about job creation, job retention. That's the key for us. But with the disaster application, it is economic. We're trying to support economic activity. But what I always tell the applicants that I'm working with is that we always have to have a disaster nexus. In other words, a connection to the disaster. And what that means is that, and you do this in the application form. What that means is, number one, you've got to tell us what this, in this case, economic disaster has done to your community. Number two, tell us what this project that you're proposing for us to fund is. Number three, how that is going to impact your community and help you bounce back from what is, in this case, an economic disaster. And number four, what is this going to do to your community to help you be more resilient and more resistant to the impacts of this type of a disaster in the future? So it's that disaster nexus that has to be presented. And again, in this case, it's not a physical disaster like in Harvey. It was a flooding disaster or a windstorm disaster. In this case, it's strictly economic. as organizations have suspended operations because of the COVID-19 virus. There is an economic disaster that we have all felt, and so in this case, we're going to be trying to fund those projects that are going to help communities get going again, create or retain or restart as many jobs as possible. And then we also want you to tell us how it's going to make your community more resilient in the future. So if you go on to the next slide, again, this is, it's the map of Texas and the 4 surrounding states, just to emphasize that this $236 million is going to be distributed throughout the state. Now, one final comment about the $236 million. Since EDA is such a small agency, we work with allies, and I've already mentioned the districts, the councils of governments that are all over the country, and we work with those organizations. We also work with a network of university centers, and we will also work with a network of revolving loan funds that we've set up over the years. And so out of that $236 million, we're going to be sending some of that money to the districts to further refine their economic development planning and really emphasize resilience and diversity of their economies. And number two, we're also working to add additional funding to our university centers who are doing economic development research, again, throughout the country. We have a number of university centers throughout the country. And finally, we're adding some capital to existing revolving loan funds that EDA has set up through the years. And organizations such as People Fund, Lift Fund, those organizations are organizations that are currently operating revolving loan funds, and we're going to add some additional capital to that. So out of that $236 million, a certain amount is going to go to those three different types of organizations. And as I said, that's what we do to help amplify what we do by going through our allies and our partners throughout the areas that we serve. So ultimately, though, we still have a good amount of money, much more than we normally have, to be able to accept applications from communities. And as I said, units of local government, economic development, nonprofits throughout our service area. And we're going to be accepting applications really, starting actually last week. So with that concludes my presentation and overview. I hope that was helpful. And of course, if you have any questions, I'm happy to entertain those now.
I think extremely helpful. So much information out there. So we thank you. Very, very concise, but very informative. Thank you very much for that presentation. Commissioners, any questions? Andrea, any further comments?
No, I just wanted to say how grateful I was to have Robert come and address you all this morning. I know that there's so much money coming down from the federal government right now through so many different agencies, and I'm sure it's a challenge to kind of keep our heads wrapped around all of those individual pots of money. And so it's good to know that we've got some folks in Austin who are looking out for West Texas, and so we appreciate having Robert come on and chat and share some of those resources with us.
Well, thank you, and thank you for bringing that to the table. As always, you bring in a lot of great initiatives, but you're always looking for the funding as well. So thank you for that. Appreciate it.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Thank you, Robert, for being on the call.
Yes, sir.
Jessica?
I look forward to seeing some applications come up from the county.
Thank you.
Item 7B, receive a presentation from the town of Horizon City regarding the town's Vision 2020 strategic plan goal to establish transit-oriented design, overlay zones, and tax increment reinvestment zones.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Landeros, the Planning and Development Department. The town of Horizon City approached us to facilitate placement of this informational item on the court's agenda this morning related to the recent development of the town's comprehensive plan. This is a document that reflects the values of the community stakeholders, their leadership, and most importantly, their citizens. and it has helped establish a strategic vision for the town in terms of future land development. And one of the goals that was identified by that plan revolved around the idea of transportation and mobility, a subject that the county obviously is engaged in as well as we deal with long-term growth. And part of this conversation has involved and included the expansion of regional transit, as well as likely developing a transit-oriented design community within Horizon City. And to do that, the town is looking to utilize innovative finance tools, including a tax increment reinvestment zone, or TIRZ. And the town hopes to utilize this public funding source to actually act as a catalyst to attract private sector investment throughout the area. And the presentation this morning, again, is strictly informational because the town is wanting to partner with the county or seek partnership with the county on participation within this increment reinvestment zone, and wanted to share that information with the court. And then after the presentation, the court can decide if there's an interest to pursue more information and ask staff, including Office and Budget and Fiscal Policy, to engage with the town's staff for that purpose. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to the representatives from the town. And joining us in this morning's presentation are Alderman Walter Miller from the town's council, Michelle Padilla, the town's planning director, Michael Hernandez, the executive director of the Horizon City Economic Development Corporation, and Dr. Terry Quesada, who is the consulting capital improvement program manager for the town. And so with that, I'll go and turn it over to Alderman Miller.
Good morning, Commissioners, Judge. We want to thank you for allowing us some time on this at this meeting to present some very exciting things that are happening in Horizon City. As Mr. Landeros alluded to, we have just completed a exhaustive rewrite of our master plan, in which we engage with our community to determine the direction we want to go. Horizon is a booming place right now, and we are this is an attempt to stay up with development and to try to guide the development the way our citizens have expressed that they want to do. Specifically, part of what we identified during this opportunity was a large portion of what we call fractured land or fractured ownership property in the very center of our community. It's actually would be the crossroads of our downtown, and there's 87 acres of property that is underutilized at the moment, and it would be difficult to develop. And so this TIRZ effort is in an attempt to reactivate or activate that property and make it into a producing piece of our community. So again, we thank you for the opportunity. Dr. Quesada will present the program here. I want to thank our staff for some tremendous work on this effort. And again, thank you for the opportunity to present. And we can now turn it over to Dr. Quesada.
Thank you, Alderman Miller. Appreciate it. Go ahead,
Good
Doctor.
morning, Commissioners Court. This is Terry Quesada. And if I could ask to bring the presentation up, please. Thank you. The next slide. And first, let me start off by saying that we borrowed heavily from an April 16th presentation from the Comptroller of Public Accounts, where they went through the benefits and the characteristics of TIRZs. We borrowed from that simply because it provides a great deal of background information that we really could not duplicate. It is a concise way of explaining what the TIRZs do. You'll notice that there are a number of TIRZs in the city of El Paso and in far west Texas. And the reason we know this is that any TIRZ that is created must be reported to the Comptroller of Public Accounts. The next slide, please. I think the court is familiar with TIRZs. They are also, we've done a transportation reinvestment zone that we partnered with the county on, and that was specifically for the extension of East Lake. That particular value capture method allows for only transportation improvements. A TIRZ provides for different kinds of infrastructure improvements. And the bottom line is that we create a base year, we capture a year where the property values are low. As improvements happen to the area where the TIRZ is implemented, then that increment, the difference between the base and the increase in the valuations, the revenues generated from that increase are then used to fund the projects that were initially done in that area. The next slide, please. Here you see the benefits of a TIRZ. I will not read all of them, but you will see that some of them are particularly applicable to the area in Horizon City. Building public infrastructure, promoting redevelopment of vacant or underutilized parcels, promoting appropriate mix of land uses, promoting quality family-oriented retail, restaurant, and entertainment, and enhancing tax units' tax base. The next slide, please. This is the process, and as Alderman Miller indicated, the town is at the very beginning of the process to implement a TIRZ. The first step is to prepare a preliminary financing plan, which means that we have to identify all of the infrastructure projects that the town is planning to complete within the TIRZ area, publish a hearing notice, hold a public hearing, and designate a reinvestment zone and file the report. It's important for the town to do this in 2020 so that we capture 2020 as the base year for the TIRZ, for the proposed TIRZ. The next slide, please. The following steps are to appoint a board, and any entity that participates in the TIRZ, it becomes a member of the board. The contribution to the TIF fund, which is the TIRZ fund, by other taxing entities becomes a part of the funding that the TIRZ then has access to. We begin implementing the tax increment financing and then submit annual reports to the Comptroller of Public Accounts for the life of the TIRZ. The next slide, please. The criteria to create a reinvestment zone, again, there's a number of criteria here, all of which apply to the area at Horizon City. Deteriorated structures, really we have none. Poor platting, which is a hallmark of this fractured ownership. Unsanitary or unsafe conditions, again, this is a vacant area. There is absolutely no infrastructure. Defective or unusual conditions, and we argue that because this is fractured land within the geographic center of a city, of a home rule city, those are indeed unusual conditions. Next slide, please. Okay, can we go back one slide, because that was another continued criteria to create a reinvestment zone. Thank you. Any combination of these factors are also criteria, again, located in a home rule city, impaired growth. The other two are not currently part of the issues that Horizon City is facing, but certainly the two middle bullets apply to Horizon City. Next slide, please. This is the composition of the board of directors, 5 to 15 members. Again, each participating taxing unity has a seat at the table. The lead taxing unit also appoints for 2-year staggered terms, and it includes a chair and a vice chairman. Next slide, please. This is some of the traditional uses of TIRZ. The municipality that is normally the lead agency issues tax increment bonds, creates a local government corporation, and the tax increments are pledged as security. Counties may not issue these tax increment bonds, but the cities may. Next slide, please. Public-private partnerships are also encouraged in TIRZs. Because the private sector can play a huge role in the development and the phasing of the improvements that are planned for a TIRZ. And certainly for the town of Horizon, as I indicated, we are at the very beginning stages of the TIRZ. So at this point, we're looking at all potential avenues for funding and for developing the area that is proposed. Next slide, please. The gray shaded area is the proposed TIRZ that the city is considering. You'll notice that the northern boundary is at the boundary between the vacant land and the residential development. Then coming down the east side, the right-hand side of your screen is Rodman Street. We go along Horizon Boulevard to Bro Street. The southern boundary becomes Oxbow Drive. We go back up north on Darrington Road. We've included the current city facilities that are at the corner of Horizon Boulevard and Darrington Road and capture all of the right-of-way improvement back up north to close the area up to the residential area. The 87 acres are primarily in the triangular area that's north of Horizon Boulevard, and those are the main reason that we are creating or contemplating a TIRZ. The other area south of Horizon Boulevard has been added recently to the town discussions. And the reason for that is that the town is planning to improve street and drainage along Oxbow Drive and Pauling Drive. And we believe that those improvements will then foster some additional development in that area, along with then providing additional frontage to the properties that currently only front on Horizon Boulevard. They will have other frontage now on Pauling Drive. So we believe that that also meets the criteria for the TIRZ. Next slide, please. And this is not a typo. We wanted to include this slide again simply because it seems as though this slide was specifically formatted for the town's TIRZ. As I indicated, this is something that we borrowed from the Comptroller of Public Accounts, but really everything that is listed on this slide applies to the reasons and the situation at Horizon City. Next slide, please. The improvements that the town is contemplating for the TIRZ include a new city hall and a new municipal court. Last year, about this time in June of 2019, Council, as a result of the comprehensive plan update and all of the planning that had been occurring and all of the feedback and interaction with stakeholders, took a decision to relocate City Hall and Municipal Court within those 87 acres to activate them, to start demonstrating that the town was committed to the development of that area. Mr. Landeros discussed our increased interest in partnering with the county and in enhancing the transit services that are offered to Horizon residents and residents along in the area of Horizon City. So we're looking at a transit plaza with surface parking and pedestrian amenities as a very first phase, so that we have the space for park and ride, we have a space for transit routes, whether it's transit routes that are coming directly into El Paso City, or if it's transit routes that are joining Horizon with other communities in Far East El Paso, such as Socorro. The second phase would be a parking garage, and that's once we see some of the development begin to take off within the TIRZ. We're looking at improvements in open space so that we build that sense of community and provide those opportunities for the community to come together. We're looking at stormwater and harvesting facilities, drainage facilities to include underwater storm systems and ponding areas, street construction. And again, we're looking at pedestrian amenities that foster the mixed use that we're looking at developing in the TIRZ. And finally, we're also looking at water and wastewater infrastructure to meet the demands of the first phase of the TOD. And we'll show you some concepts for the entire 87 acres. But we recognize that this is an elephant that we have to eat a bite at a time. So the town is not anticipating developing all 87 acres at once, but developing a corridor that links where our future police department facilities will be on Darrington to the current Corky Park, which is currently will be undergoing renovations starting later this summer off of Rodman, and linking those two civic areas with a commercial and public sector corridor as the first phase. Next slide, please. These are some of the preliminary concepts that the city developed in conjunction with Exigo, one of its consultants. This is for the full 87 acres. You'll notice that the yellow is single family detached, and that brings in the development from the existing single family development that's to the north of these 87 acres. The area pretty much in the middle of the screen where you see blue and some orange, different shades of orange and red, that's part of the first phase that we're looking at. Next slide, please. These are some of the concepts, again, that we're looking at developing within the TIRZ. You'll notice that this is different development from what is currently occurring in Horizon, but we realize that it has to be different in order for this initiative to work. Next slide, please. This is a slightly more refined concept. This is from the town's comprehensive and strategic plan that was just adopted by council in February of this year. Again, you'll see a different type of development that links the proposed police facility to the park. You'll see a lot denser development, and those are the deeper yellow shaded areas, the purplish areas, gray and orange. Next slide, please. You'll notice that this gives you a sense of scale. We're looking at 2- and 3-story buildings to create the densities that would also foster the transit-oriented development that the town hopes to foster. Next slides, please. So these are the next steps that the town is planning, and that's to estimate the proposed improvements. You saw the pretty ambitious program of work, determine the financial feasibility for these proposed improvements. We want to coordinate with partner jurisdictions, and of course the first step is coming to you. We've also begun conversations with the Horizon Regional Municipal Utility District, letting them know what the town's plans are, so we plan to work with them closely as well. Create the TIRZ with 2020 as a base year, which means that the town would adopt that in November or December of this calendar year to establish 2020 as a base year. Then we would proceed with establishing the TIRZ board, develop the TIRZ program of work, and pursue funding opportunities from really any agency that we can possibly approach. We believe that a project such as this would be very attractive to the Department of Transportation and potentially a build grant. We believe that there could be opportunities for state infrastructure bank loans. We believe that we could approach the EDA, from whom you've just heard a presentation, for also some planning improvements. We're working closely with the Economic Development Corporation so that we're looking at this holistically, not just as public improvements, but also improvements that will foster that private development that we certainly want to activate in this area. And so that completes our formal presentation, that, as Mr. Landeros indicated, Ms. Padilla, the planning director, Mr. Hernandez, the Economic Development Corporation Executive Director, are also online, so we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Commissioners, any questions? Jose, any additional comments or?
You're muted, Jose. You're muted, Jose.
It's the first time it's happened to me. It's a little embarrassing. I apologize. Thank you, Judge. Yeah, I really want to thank the town for sharing that information with us. County's involvements in incremental financing have been questioned by the Attorney General unilaterally. So when the county initially established transportation reinvestment zone, an AG opinion was issued that stated that counties could not unilaterally establish these. Now, whether or not the participation of the county in a municipal incremental financing tool is allowed is something that I know that the county attorney's office would have to look into and provide us some insight. But this is, the problem within Horizon City is the problem that the county experiences in other parts of the area, including areas right outside of Horizon City proper, where we have these paper plats, ghost lots that are just lying there undeveloped and don't contribute to the tax base. So the use of an incremental finance tool like this wouldn't necessarily mean foregoing revenue, because there's not a lot of revenue there right now, and in the long run it may generate positive yield for the county's tax rolls, and also guide future development in a very sustainable and responsible way. But the intent of the item was to see if the court had an appetite for doing more information, and if so, we can start to work on collecting that information, outlining those details, working with the county attorney's office, working with Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy to present more information, and then have the court make a decision about whether or not it wishes to partner with the town on this project.
Thank you. Well, we know, I'm so impressed with Horizon and just their growth and development, and I know they're always been great partners. So I appreciate this presentation. I think everyone has their eye on Horizon and some of the things that are taking place in the future. Having Alderman Miller also, his relationship with transportation and MPO is quite a value, I believe, to this situation. So we thank you for that. So I don't know, Commissioner Perez, any further comments?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Horizon, can you all hear me okay? I'm having some connectivity issues today. Horizon City has been doing a lot when it comes to economic development, and that's why I always say, if it's possible for an entity to become a municipality in other parts, like San Luis Audio recently did within the last few years, they certainly have a lot more tools in their toolbox. Just a few quick questions. What's the lifetime of the TERS?
Commissioner, I believe the timeline is about, or the life is about 25 or 30 years.
Okay. And do you know what the increment will be, or any estimates on what the increment will be?
No, sir, we don't. That's part of the next few steps that the town will be taking, and that is determining the financial feasibility. So what we're anticipating is that the town's financial advisor will conduct an analysis somewhat similar to what TTI did with Eastlake Extension to determine a high, a low, and a median value, what we can anticipate will happen. As I said, we recognize that we cannot possibly develop all 87 acres at once. So we want to develop the core and take care of that infrastructure. We don't have a good phasing of all of the projects yet, simply because, as I indicated, we're at the very beginning. But we wanted to make sure that we reached out to the county, because there is the potential for collaboration, and certainly there is that potential for the transit to work well in this area.
Okay. And has there been any indication at all yet from the Horizon MUD regarding their participation or their willingness in their part to participate?
Similar to the county, the MUD is going to have to check with their council to make sure that this is something in which they can participate. We believe, again, based on our preliminary understanding of the TIRZ, that they can. And similar to other taxing entities, they are not receiving much revenue from these vacant lots. So their initial reaction when we approached them was that, provided that they could participate, they would be open to looking at innovative funding sources.
Thank you.
Judge, this is Commissioner Stott. I have
Go ahead,
a question.
Commissioner Stott.
Thank you. So in the presentation, you said that the board would be made up of 5 to 15 members. And right now, from what I'm understanding, you would only have 3 taxing entities that would be participating. It'd be the county, Horizon City, and then the MUD. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct, assuming that all the entities agreed to, yes.
Okay, so in that case, that I mean, if each taxing entity was allowed one member on the board, who would make up the other? Who would choose or who would appoint the other members if it was going to be anywhere between 5 and 15?
The lead entity, which in this case would be Horizon City, would appoint the other members. So each participating entity is 1 member, and to reach the 5, it would be the other members from the town, appointed by the town.
Okay, so they would be appointed by the city council or by the mayor?
By the city council is my understanding, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to understand that, because I mean I've been on a TERS board in El Paso before, and the vast majority of the appointees were mayoral appointees, and I just want to make sure that if we move forward with doing this, I mean I understand that we would get 1 appointee, but you know, if we're going to be putting county incremental tax dollars into some of these proposed projects, you know, I just want to make sure that the county's voice is represented adequately. I feel like and if TERSs are used correctly, I think they can do a lot of good. But I also feel like if they're used incorrectly, you know, lots of issues can come up, and so I want to make sure that that our voice is heard as a county if we end up doing this. So.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your comments.
Commissioners, any other comments? Yes.
Yes, Judge, I apologize. I was just going to state, so this is obviously not posted for action or where we're seeking action. I think before we went down the path of really dedicating additional staff time to this, because it's going to involve a number of offices in the county, we wanted to make sure that we had some general interest from the Commissioner's Court to proceed in partnering with the town, work on collecting that additional information, and then we can bring it back to the court at a later date with that additional information. So if that's the direction and the concurrence that the court has this morning, we can proceed with that and actually start to put together a timeline to an actionable timeline that involves the various departments that have to be involved in putting together a TERS, and we'll work closely with the town.
Jose, thank you. Well, it is in my case, but I don't know the consensus at this time of Commissioner Stout.
I'm sorry, Judge?
Yeah, I was asking if there's some consensus for Jose to move forward and try to get more information. And,
yeah, that's fine with me. That's fine with me.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Perez?
Yes, sir. I think anytime a city initiates something, you know, we do partner with the city of El Paso all the time, and I think it's good that you know, Horizon is taking initiative in efforts such as these. So I'm okay with it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Leon?
No, I'm in full agreement.
Okay, great. And just want to thank Horizon City for their great participation in our rural mayors and everything that they do to accommodate those meetings and to work on some of the initiatives. So thank the mayor for me on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Court. We appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, yes, Judge. At this time, would you like to go ahead and take item number 11? We have several speakers on the line for this item.
Yes, please. Is that UMC, right?
Yes. Item
trying,
number 11.
yes, we're trying to get
Receive a
UMC
quarterly
to come
report.
ahead.
Okay. Item number
I'm sorry,
11.
go ahead.
Receive a quarterly report from R. Jacobson Throne, President and Chief Executive Officer of the El Paso County Hospital District, and take appropriate action.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning,
This is Jacob. Can you hear me?
Throne. We can.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you can hear me. Okay, good. So, good morning, commissioners and judge. This is to provide you our quarterly report. It's going to cover two quarters, actually, Q1 and Q2 of 2020. We've been very busy working with our elected officials at all levels, state and federal associations, as well as other entities to try to stay on top of the COVID-19 response. As you know, things have been changing almost on a daily basis, from the waiving of rules, new orders, federal legislation, and so forth. And so what we're going to do is provide you a very brief overview of two items that we're heavily engaged in. If we could go to the next slide. So as you know, on March 22nd, Governor Abbott issued Executive Order 9, or GA9, that required all healthcare facilities to postpone elective surgeries and procedures in an effort to minimize the use of PPE, given the fact that at the time this was initiated, the PPE supplies were low and supply chains, primarily from China, have been interrupted. And we also know that some of our supplies were being redirected to hot zones such as New York City. Then on April 17th, GA15 loosened those restrictions, but required that UMC submit a certification that we would reserve 25% of our hospital capacity and that we would not request PPE from any public source. Then on April 27th, GA19 provided additional guidance on surgeries and procedures, requiring that healthcare professionals comply with the rules by their respective licensing agencies, and for hospitals to reserve 15% of our hospital capacity. So we have done that, and of course, as you know, today Governor Abbott may also issue another executive order to discuss. At this point is unknown, but we'll be on the call as well to see how that impacts the healthcare services that we're offering our community. We also submitted a state of Texas assistance request for PPE on April 6th and for testing systems to include the Abbott rapid testers on April 10th. We also sent a letter on May 6th to the delegation of the Office of Emergency Management and Congresswoman Escobar on the need for a tester. We requested three, one for UMC use, one for El Paso Children's use for their ER, and then a third to use at the county jail to minimize the spread of anybody that might be COVID positive, to minimize the spread of that virus among others that might be healthy. Next slide. We've been tracking all federal relief packages that were passed by Congress and its potential benefit to the district. The third package of the CARES Act, the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, seems to offer the greatest opportunity for us, along with the supplemental fourth package. The third package included $100 billion for hospitals, providers in the public health and social services in being able to provide some emergency assistance. The El Paso County Hospital District received about $6 million, $4.5 million that were provided to UMC based on Medicare revenue, and $1.5 million that was provided to El Paso Children's. Additionally, UMC received $30 million from CMS in advance funding. It's almost as a prepayment on future claims. So this amount was merely to assist in cash flow, but it is not necessarily any additional funds provided for us. These funds have to be repaid in full by April 2021. Stimulus 4 added about $75 billion to that fund, as you know, leaving about $100 billion for distribution. Now, criteria for the distribution of the remaining funds has still not been established, but we continue to work with Teaching Hospitals of Texas, THA, our state delegation, and Congresswoman Escobar's office to try to at least hopefully modify the award to address issues for safety net hospitals that, one, may not have a high Medicare revenue stream, but primarily those that might have a high Medicaid revenue stream and a high uninsured medical stream, in hopes that this would then provide some much needed relief to safety net hospitals in the state of Texas. We have also submitted our costs for treating uninsured COVID-19 patients through HRSA, and have also requested an FCC grant of about a little under $900,000 to expand telehealth to be able to provide and expand the services we offer to those in our community that may not feel comfortable going to a clinic and may still need to be contacted by their physicians. We have continued doing telephonic telehealth calls, and we're now looking at also doing video telehealth calls. This grant will go a long way in being able to help us do that. Also, we've begun looking at FEMA in the Public Assistance Program. We're evaluating the cost that would be required in order to submit an application for any reimbursement for funds that, for those items that we've expended funds on that are not covered by any other program. While this is not necessarily a sure thing, and it may take years to get, we're looking at the possibility of submitting for that. We also know that Stimulus 5 is currently being developed. We've drafted a list of priorities in collaboration with the Teaching Hospitals of Texas, but until we receive any firm word from the Senate side, we're not sure exactly what funds will be available and what limitations that may be placed on them. We can go to the next slide. In terms of community planning, as you know, hospitals have been asked to increase our capacity by 15%. At UMC, we purchased negative pressure tents that can handle up to 30 patients. We've set those in front of our hospital to be able to address those that may be COVID positive in those tents with negative pressure prior to getting into the emergency room. We also, with the support of our county commissioners, purchased a micro hospital that will serve as an emergency overflow for patients that are not COVID, but that could be moved there to allow more COVID positive patients to be taken care of here at the main campus with access to ventilator machines and ICUs. We've designated a floor for all our COVID positive patients, typically trying to keep them all in the same area. It helps us in terms of the training of the staff and the use of PPE. Additionally, John Law, our Chief Strategic Officer, has been asked to head up a program as well as a meeting with all the CEOs, which he has been doing for a number of weeks, as well as their subordinates in developing a plan for capacity in the event that we reach surge. In this meeting, we've looked at every hospital surge plan, along with what to do in the event that one hospital is overwhelmed or in the event that all hospitals are overwhelmed. And we're looking at ways that we can organize our hospitals and community partners as to how we would address something like that. These partners have included not only the hospital CEOs, but the Medical Society, Border RAC, William Beaumont, and the Office of Emergency Management. We have also provided staff, both from El Paso Children's at UMC, for the drive-up testing site that Border Act is running. This has been headed by Deb Tappan of Children's Hospital, and she's coordinated volunteers from all the different hospital entities in town to be able to provide assistance for them so that we can provide additional testing capacity within the city. If we go to the next slide. As you know, both the clinics and the emergency departments have been providing walk-up patients for screening for symptoms of COVID-19. Our clinics review our patients, and if necessary, we'll refer them to the public health department. We also have drive-up locations that we provide support, as was mentioned earlier in the previous slide. If patients that are tested need more immediate or higher level of care, then those are transferred to the UMC main campus. We go to the next slide in terms of our highlights. Next slide, please. Thank you. We have been applying for the Malcolm Baldridge Award. Judge, you're familiar with this as you were a surveyor or a judge for this program. This is a national program that recognizes excellence and quality in different industries, including healthcare. We've been working with the city and with the EPISD in terms of working as a joint community type of recognition. But UMC has also been working on an individual one in the healthcare category. And in that, we submitted our next level approval application in November of 2019. And we were notified a few weeks ago that we had received the Progress Level Award from the state version of the Malcolm Baldridge organization, the Quality Texas Foundation. And this is just one of many steps that we will continue to pursue in order to receive, as a goal, our designation for as a Malcolm Baldridge hospital. What this does is, there's not so much the award as it is more the recognition that we adopt specific processes and languages that allow us to measure quality in terms of metrics that are established and recognized by many different organizations. It is a really firm discipline to assure not only the same vocabulary, but that we're able to accomplish measurable results when we implement numerous quality initiatives at our hospital. Additionally, we received on February 5th a Joint Commission recognition again as a comprehensive stroke center. We were up for renewal, and again, we are the only Joint Commission certified comprehensive stroke center in the area between Phoenix and San Antonio. Additionally, the state of Texas certified UMC as a level 1 stroke center around the same time. These certifications recognize the hospital's high standards of stroke care and commitment to ensuring stroke patients receive the most appropriate treatment according to nationally recognized research-based guidelines. On top of that, we were also recently notified that UMC was awarded by Leapfrog a grade A for exceptional hospital safety and patient care standards. This grade A ranks UMC among the safest hospitals in the nation, and according to the Leapfrog Hospital Safety Grade System, and we are the only recipient of the grade A among the safety net hospitals in the state of Texas. Additionally, back in November, the El Paso Chamber at their gala honored UMC with a 2019 Innovation Award that recognized the highest in region certifications for the maternal critical care level 4 designation, our comprehensive stroke certification and designation from Joint Commission, as well as our level 1 trauma care designation. And as you know, we've opened our emergency departments. These satellite units were opened February 4th in Northeast El Paso, February 11th in the east side, far east El Paso. These centers provide more rooms, faster care, and are able to, based on the staffing that it has, be able to serve as emergency sites closer to those areas that need that care the most in Northeast and Far East El Paso. This marks the first time in the 105 years history of UMC that we've had an emergency room away from the main campus. And these two new satellite EDs provide service for more than 200,000 residents in Northeast and East El Paso. And then we also had our Health Start 2020 at UMC. This was the largest since we started this event. We had 500 registered runners and a number of walkers, including myself. And then UMC partnered with 20 local health and fitness vendors and many others to make the event a success. El Paso Children's helped us with by sponsoring the Special Kids Dash, which was really well attended. And so we want to thank our community partners such as the El Paso Police Department, Elite Ambulance, and many families who came out to enjoy and support the event. Next slide. As you know, we have closed on the purchasing the what was the Complete Care Community Hospital. It'll be now known as the UMC Surgical Center West. It is currently working as an overflow for non-COVID positive patients to make room for COVID positive patients to our facility. It officially was able to accept patients this week. And so we'll be evaluating what patients will be transferring there as we start reaching surge capacity here at UMC. This area has, this building has 6 treatment rooms, 18 patient beds, a lab and pharmaceutical area, as well as imaging equipment, including a CT scan machine. And then next slide, we'll be covering the district volumes and financial update, and I'll be passing that over to Michael Nunez.
Good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Michael Nunez, Chief Financial Officer, University Medical Center. On this slide, talking about COVID, in terms of the impact that COVID has had on the hospital operations during the month of April, I'll be talking about the effect that it had in the month of March and in the next couple of slides. But now that we had a full month of COVID implications, you'll see at the top University Medical Center, the impact of COVID on our operations is that we had a gross patient revenue decrease of about 36% during the month of April. On the inpatient side, that was down about 33%. The outpatient revenue, that was down about 42%. So overall for UMC, we had a net patient revenue decrease of about $9.1 million to the previous months that we've had, starting from October through March. On the El Paso Children's side, you'll see that their gross patient revenue decreased even more, about 53%. On the inpatient side, they had a decrease of 41%, and the outpatient revenue decrease of about 65%. So El Paso Children's, their net patient revenue decrease was about $4.3 million. The challenge now that both organizations have, obviously with decreased revenues, you had to now manage the expenses. Mainly the largest two expenses are going to be salaries and wages, and then also secondly, medical supplies. So we're just about to release the April numbers, and based on the forecast that we initially had done in March, fortunately, April came in better than what we had forecasted just 1 month earlier. On next slide. Next one. Now here, going back to recap quarters 1 and quarters 2. Now for the district, for the 6 months ended March 31, 2020, our actual net position change was about $598,267 negative on a budget of $1,027,000 negative. So we did have a positive variance of about $429,000 for the 6 months ended March 31, 2020 compared to budget. Next slide. Now when you compare the first 6 months of our fiscal 2020 to the first 6 months of fiscal 2019, you'll see that overall as a district, we were about $1.8 million positive compared to the previous year. The previous year at this point in time, we did have a net a net decrease position change of about a negative 2.4 million. Next slide. I know this is a little busy here, but the main thing that we wanted to emphasize was looking at quarters 1 and quarters 2. There is a difference between October, November, December versus the month of January, February, and March. You'll see our total operating revenues up to the furthest right. We had about a 1% decrease in total operating revenues. Now this started to reflect the decrease in the hospital operations beginning the third week in March. So that was the biggest factor as to why operating revenues were down 1% quarter 2 versus quarter 1. When you look at the operating expenses, down almost to the bottom right, you'll see that our operating expenses went up about 4%. There were 2 items, specifically in terms of when you look at quarters 2 versus quarter 1. One was salaries and wages. The increase there was due to our merit increases went in effect in mid-December. And then the other large item, our medical claims expense. This is El Paso Health and their seasonal volume in terms of medical claims that they pay out. So you'll see from an operating standpoint, there was about a $9 million change between quarters 1 and quarters 2. Next slide. Now looking at our non-operating revenues and expenses, you'll see overall there's about a 2% change, but there's one line item, it's going to be called under your miscellaneous other. We actually had about a $538,000 positive variance. This was starting to reflect the COVID support, financial support that we started to receive from the federal government. In total, as Jacob alluded to earlier, UMC received about $4.5 million so far to date, and El Paso Children's has received about $1.5 million. And how we are recognizing this, although we do have the cash in the bank, we are recognizing this through the rest of our fiscal year through September 30th, or unless when the federal emergency period ends, and then that's when we will accelerate that revenue recognition. Next slide. On page 17, this is a quick recap of quarters 1 and quarters 2 between UMC and El Paso Children's. UMC will be in the middle columns, and then El Paso Children's on the right. Just a couple of things just to note. You look at average daily census, and UMC we're about 219 during quarter 1. We're up to 226 in quarter 2, right before COVID hit during the third week in March. El Paso Children's, their average daily census was about 63 in the first quarter, and almost about 65 during the second quarter. And then down towards the bottom, where we look at our funded payer mix, our net patient revenue for adjusted admission, and then also cash collections, you'll see that activity down towards the bottom part of slide 17. And with that, I'll turn it over back to Jacob to talk about El Paso Health.
Next slide, please. So El Paso Health continues to do well in terms of the number of members it has in Medicaid and from CHIP and STAR. It continues to have a good market share dominance in El Paso, though we know that the enrollment trends have continued to decrease. Now with COVID-19, because so many people have been either unemployed or may have lost insurance, we're beginning to see some of that membership starting to grow, so possibly reversing the downward trend we were seeing in terms of membership with STAR and CHIP. Go to the next slide. We had talked about how our first venture into STAR Plus, which was going to address the patients that were Medicare and that were dual eligible for Medicare and Medicaid. We were the only community health plan in the state of Texas that was awarded this. But as a result of many insurance plans that had lost this bid throughout the state, there were numerous protests and challenges to the plan designation. And as a result of COVID-19 creating really a rethink of everything that was going on, the awards were all canceled, and the current the current insurance plans that carried Star Plus were extended in terms. Of course, since this was our first venture into this, we were not a part of that extension. There will be a new RFP released in the next year to year and a half, and we intend to resubmit our application. We had submitted it. We had received high marks for the quality of the application, thanks to Frank Dominguez, who's over El Paso Health, and his team. So we're going to go ahead and wait the process, knowing that COVID-19 has created a lot of challenges throughout the state in many areas, this being one of them. And we'll patiently wait for it to go out for rebid again, and then we'll submit our application once again. This concludes our presentation. You have other slides that were attached for later review for all of you. Given and in the interest of time and the long agenda, if there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer those for you at this time.
Well, before we have any questions, Jacob, I just want to thank you for the leadership and your involvement with your team, Michael and Frank and Cindy, and it's just so nice to have you in all of these initiatives that are taking place, all these moving parts with COVID-19. Your leadership has been exemplary. We hear such great things about UMC and Children's Hospital being there for whatever is needed, and you taking the leadership also with the private sector and the respect that they have for you. That makes life a lot easier, knowing that you know what's happening not only with our hospital but the other hospitals here in El Paso. I want to thank you also for the Malcolm Baldridge. I think it's you said it right, and the recognitions that the hospital is getting are just very impressive. And very well deserved, but like you said, it's not so much the recognition, but why are they recognizing you? And especially in Malcolm Baldridge, because I do understand that very well in my background, is that you have to integrate your entire system, your entire processes, people, communication, the different categories from leadership and profit and all these things that have to come together. It's not an easy task, but getting everyone to work towards that end really brings an organization together and much more focused. So I think it's a great journey. The Malcolm Baldridge journey is amazing. I had told you that one time I had been talking to a nurse in one of the tours, and I said, you know what, my goodness, everything you said, you guys would be amazing for this program. It's called Malcolm Baldridge. And she said, well, we are on that program. And we just started. This was some time back. But it was what you said earlier, that they speak the language, they understand process, they understand how things should work, and whether it's patient care, whatever it is, they know how to, look at it methodically and process oriented, and it's sort of a learning also. Everybody's learning and addressing any of the opportunities that come about. So once again, thank you and all your team for being such a standout here in our community, so well respected. It's always, you're part of our county family, and so when we hear these great efforts in trying to combat this virus, and your team is always involved in one way or the other. So once again, thank you. Also, thank you for joining Commissioner Stout and myself, Bishop Heights, in our Friday meetings with ICE and Border Patrol. It's such a welcome compliment to what we're trying to achieve. So thank you, and please, to your entire team, our best from myself and I'm sure the commissioners. So, any questions that you have, commissioners, on the presentation?
Yeah,
Commissioner Leon?
Yes, Jacob, great presentation. Thank you. As I look at some of the stats that come out city and county-wide, I've not noticed, what is your percentage that the hospital is actually housing of COVID patients as compared to other major hospitals around town?
Well, we're currently at about a little over our or 15% that we were asked to reserve for COVID positive patients. When it comes to individual hospitals, UMC has by far the largest share of the COVID positive patients, as well as what they call persons under investigation. I want to say, and I'd be remiss if I didn't, the City of El Paso was very helpful in giving us access to their rapid tester so that those that are under investigation are able to get quickly tested to determine if they are COVID positive. If they show up as negative, we then do a follow-up test to make sure they really are negative, and that has helped us in terms of our bed management. There were times we had people that were waiting to confirm if they were positive or not, of up to 33 patients. So now it's a much more manageable number, anywhere from 4 to 6. So Office of Emergency Management, Chief D'Agostino and Chief Rodriguez were very helpful in helping us with this. But yes, we carry the majority of the COVID positive patients in this city.
I've got, no, thank you. I've just have one more concern, that when Mother's Day was celebrated a week ago, the impact of that will probably show up in about a week or so. Are you all anticipating a spike because of that holiday?
Yes, we are. When Governor Abbott opened up the retail for up to 25%, we did notice a slight surge after that, starting around May 1st. We expect that we'll see something similar with Mother's Day. And then depending on what announcements are made today at Governor Abbott's press conference, a subsequent surge as well. So that is why we're all very cautious in terms of, as the state begins to open up more, without practicing self-distancing or wearing masks and hand washing, there is a risk we're going to see an increase, as we've noticed in the past few days. So we are going to continue to be ever vigilant to manage those patients, not just UMC, but all the hospitals in the community. We've all been working well together to try to manage that and to measure our capacity. What has been helpful is that despite the increase in the number of patients that are positive, very few are on ventilators. And that was a big concern given what we had heard in New York, where they were asking for 50,000 ventilators, that we have had a low ventilator usage, which is good, given that mortality really increases once you're on a ventilator. So we will continue to monitor it, but yes, we do expect further increases with Mother's Day and as the state begins to open up retail even more.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And please say hello to Ruben Voigt, the only one wearing a mask in your party.
Well, and it's he likes to be referred to as formerly county judge Sir Ruben Voigt. So trying to get him to get rid of that title, but right now he's doing an amazing job.
We're very pleased to have him on the call as well.
And getting finding his funding wherever we can. So he's been amazing for us. We're really glad we picked him up.
Yes, he is an asset. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jacob, just if you could keep us, I did get information this morning about the governor recognizing that we were reaching capacity. I myself didn't know that we were that close to reaching capacity. So if you could keep us posted on that situation, because it seems to be the number one reason that that we hold off on some of the activities, or that we continue to be strict. There's people look at different things. One of them is your number of people in the hospital with COVID, a number of people in ICU, and of course on ventilators. But yeah, this morning I did get information that he had recognized that we were almost at capacity, and I thought we were a little not that close as the information I got this morning. So thank you for keeping us abreast of that.
And if I hear anything, I'll be glad to let you know. I was not aware the governor had made that statement, and certainly not sure where it came from. But when we met with the hospitals last week, the feeling was that, especially for us, we were nearing capacity, but we had beds obviously to be able to expand to. but the other hospitals were not near capacity yet. So I'm not sure what he was referencing, but I'll look into it and be glad to keep you apprised of any changes to that.
Okay, thank you. It's good for us. I mean, anything that he recognizes that helps us to address our situation different is always very welcome. Thank you.
Thank
you. Okay. Any questions? If not, we'll move on the agenda. Jessica?
Yes, sir. Could we please have a motion to accept the report from the hospital?
Oh, I'm sorry. So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Okay, okay, going back to the regular order, item number 8 from the regular agenda, discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for COVID-19.
Judge?
Betsy?
Yes, sir. Would you, I believe you're going to want to break in the midst of this presentation. It's 12:35 and the governor's press conference is slated to begin, I believe, at 1 o'clock. So would you like us to start with a portion of the update?
Unless, is there anything that that we could bring in and complete? Is there anything, Betsy, that you see on our agenda that we could? Because I like when we do the COVID one, I sort of like the continuity of the discussion as we move to the different commissioners and my presentation. But I don't know if there's anything on the agenda that you feel that we could address quickly, and then when we come back, we'll take the entire item together.
Yes, sir. I believe item number 17 with community services would be able to be completed within that time frame, and item number 18 as well from ITD, and that's the single items from those two departments, so they'd be able to finish. And then also items 26 and 27, I believe, would be fairly quick. Would be able to be completed within that time frame, and item number 8.
Okay, so item number 17 from Health and Social Services.
Thank you,
Approve
Betsy.
and authorize the county judge to sign amendment number 1 with the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs Colonia Self-Help Center program, increasing the awarded amount by $350,000, bringing the total to $1,050,000 in program funds. Contract number 2020-0367.
Go ahead, Irene.
Hi, good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. Thank you, Irene Valenzuela, Community Services Department. I'll be very brief with this item. These additional funds were pre-programmed by the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs pre-COVID. So this is not tied to any CARES or stimulus relief efforts, but they were working on contract amendments to give us this additional funding for our Colonia Self-Help Center program. The funds bring our total contractual award to $1,050,000. It's a 4-year contract that began in 2018, so we're in year 2 of that contract at this point. These funds are to expand the activities under our current Colonia Self-Help Center program. They include providing additional community solid waste collection events. They are to enhance our center's community technology lab, as well as to expand our home rehabilitation activities from 4 homes previously to 5 homes now, and to add 5 more households who can be eligible for our manufactured home replacement program, bringing that total to 12 families that may be assisted. While we are accepting the new funds to expand those activities right now, those plans are on pause at this moment due to the pandemic. So because of social distancing requirements, at this time, we're unable to host any community solid waste collection events, and we're also unable to conduct the required in-home inspections that are required to assess the eligibility of households in the rehabilitation and manufactured home activity. However, we we are ready to resume safely as soon as all the orders are lifted, and we're ready to come back to this program, and we will begin to deploy these activities immediately, again, as soon as it's safe to resume. But we are in regular communication with this funder regarding these challenges and how they affect us meeting our current contractual thresholds. Their understanding of this, of course, all of their contracts that they distribute to all other counties under this program are under the same challenge and predicament. But they have reminded us that any missed contractual thresholds for this contract affects future funding, not this current funded program. So while we do anticipate that we will miss some contractual expenditure thresholds due to COVID delays, they are very understanding of that, and we were instructed to submit a written explanation of any missed thresholds at the time that we'll be submitting our request for our next funding cycle, which doesn't come until 2022 rather. So they will consider waiving any sanctions that may happen because of COVID-19 delays or missed contractual thresholds. Additionally, the new rules under this program have added a provision to allow us for a 6-month extension to our current 4-year contract to complete any activities. So all these considerations that they're providing, as well as the ability to extend our contract, it gives us a lot more flexibility to complete our activities as soon as we're able to resume safely. So unless there's any other questions, this is pretty much in a nutshell of what this extended funding is for.
Commissioners?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Stay safe.
You too, Irene. You take care.
Item number 18, information technology. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the agreement between the County of El Paso and Pivot Technology Services Corporation in the amount of $127,539.42. Funding is available in CIP 20 ITD IT equipment and General Fund ITD Contract Services General. Contract number 2020-0178.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners.
Chris.
Your Chief Information Officer. The item before you is a request to refresh the equipment that provides wireless services to the Sheriff's Office headquarters facility. This equipment will provide faster and more secure communications using Wi-Fi technology. It has been budgeted, approved by the County Attorney, and we recommend approval.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Be safe.
Okay, moving to item number 26 from Budget and Finance. Approve and authorize the reallocation of capital funds.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. This is our standard quarterly capital project funding sweep. The worksheets that were attached give you the overviews of the capital projects that have either been completed or no longer necessary. This sweep has been coordinated with our latest reconciliation of our capital projects as of March, and these funds will be allocated to the unassigned object code for future allocation consideration. With that, I would ask for your favorable consideration.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 27, approve amendment number 31 to the County of El Paso's 2019 through 2020 operating budget. This budgetary amendment will increase enterprise by $150,619, increase grants by $2,022,218, thus increasing the overall budget of $509,998,346.40 to $512,171,183.40.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. The backup with this week's amendment were sent to you with last week's highlights. There are no COVID-related transfers happening with this week's budget amendment. Would ask for your favorable consideration.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much, everyone. Please stay safe out there.
Likewise.
Judge, would you
Chair
like
Wally.
to go ahead and take the items that were pulled from consent?
Yes, please.
Okay, item 4E from the consent pulled by Commissioner Leon. Pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 81.032, approve and authorize the acceptance of donations for COVID-19 related matters for the Office of the Constable Precinct 1 and the Office of the Constable Precinct 6.
Judge, Commissioners, the reason I pulled this is you have many individuals in our region that are donating to our county, the individuals and businesses. And I think it's important that we just give them a little bit of PR because they've gone over and above what they do on a daily basis. And I'd just like to recognize a few of the people that are on our list. Home Depot, Lowe's Home Improvement, Neighborhood Walmart, Walmart Supercenter, Khalil Bottling Company, Vista Market, McDonald's, Chick-fil-A, Peter Piper Pizza, Target. So it's I just see it as important to recognize these people. I don't know if either Constable Ugarte or Garcia are on the line, but they're saving the county a lot of money and helping our citizens as they do that. So I just really appreciate it. I wanted to bring their name up to the public.
And all of them should be recognized, but I'm just so inclined to recognize a little further are the local, some of the local businesses here in El Paso that are on that list that, they're not at the level of some of the other large organizations, but still they're doing what they can to help our community. I know Vista has always been very supportive as well for veterans and some of the initiatives that we have. So thank you for bringing that up.
And just one more name that I left out, Operation Hope, who's helping tremendously for all the COVID victims. So thank you.
Excellent. Well, thank you for bringing that out.
Is there a motion?
Yeah, move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
and Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, item 4F from consent pulled by Judge Samaniego. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the grant award agreement from the National Park Services Southwest Border Resource Protection Program in the amount of $50,000 to be used towards completion of the historic structures and cultural landscape reports for Oñate Crossing at Old Fort Bliss and Harts Mill. Grant match funds in the amount of $10,000 are available in SR Tourist Promotion Grant Match, contract number 2020-0382.
Betsy, I don't know if can you comment? I'm okay. To me, it was more that I think we saw this back in September of last year, and so I just thought maybe it would have been good for a little bit more of an understanding of where we're at and what's happening, and so more of an informative. But I'm okay moving forward and then getting some information from Valerie to get me up to speed, and if that's okay with the other commissioners that. Unless they wanted to hear a little bit more, but to me it was more on my behalf of trying to understand it a little bit better, because it was some time back that we covered this and just wanted to get a little bit more information of where it is at this point in time. So Betsy, you mind commenting on that?
Yes, sir. We'd be happy to provide you some additional information and brief you with an update offline, Judge. If you all want to proceed with the item today, and then we'll make sure to make arrangements to do that with you quickly, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Move to approve.
Second.
I said gang. Commissioner Bettis?
Aye.
I'm going back. Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
Well, we did very well during that short period of time, so thank you for that. And so I think we'll take a break at this time. Give us a little bit of opportunity, about 10 minutes to sort of either get a little bit of lunch or whatever. And then one of the things I was thinking is that the governor, it could be prolonged quite a bit. And so I was thinking if it's okay with the court that we would hear the actual message itself, and then when it moves into other areas or more dialogue, maybe our staff could help us so that we could come back. I know we've got a lot of items pending, and so if it's okay, just to sort of get the bulk of the message and then have our staffs take notes for us, would that be okay? Instead of I think sometimes it's up to an hour long, but most of it is just questions and answers and that kind of thing. So would that work okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so once we hear the end of his message, then we'll come back. So maybe the way we could see it is 1:30 or whichever comes first. But 1:30 would be our opportunity to see we get to capture everything, and then we decide if it takes longer. But let's shoot for 1:30. Is that okay? Thank you.
Jessica, you're muted.
Jessica.
Commissioners Court will recess until 1:30 p.m.
Thank you. Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
We are back up.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Item number 8 from the regular agenda. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for COVID-19.
Thank you, Erica. Betsy?
Yes, sir. Judge, Commissioners, the first item we have on this is the update from Judge Samniego and then Public Health and Office of Emergency Management.
Well, thank you. I guess now I know where that I had been asked about the capacity, and I still feel, and I want to thank the Commissioners Court for supporting that letter. I think that it at least it got some attention, and I think I was hoping for a little bit more, or at least some kind of direct communication and discuss, what would be the best for El Paso as far as time and so forth. So I think it'll give us an opportunity. I think there'll be more eyes on El Paso and what's taking place and on the numbers. And yes, we've got extensive, we're very glad that we've got very extensive testing, and that testing is going to show obviously more more positive cases. But what I really want to do is make sure that the governor does understand that we're in a very unique situation, and we're trying our best to help Juarez and their challenges, and Doña Ana. And I'd heard there was some concerns. Like I said, I haven't been able to get to the bottom of that. What happened in Amarillo, that's supposedly in New Mexico. There were some meatpacking companies that are having similar issues. And so a lot of moving parts for El Paso. We're very dynamic, very different, and really behind what I feel, when most of the other cities, the larger counties, started addressing their situation. So somehow, some way, I think it does represent that we are doing the right thing. The support of the delegation, the commissioners, rural mayors, and Congresswoman Escobar, I think had a little bit to do with that, whether or not it means anything. The important part, obviously, is that we do have a little bit of an opportunity. And I think from now on, I think it's very obvious that the economy is going to open and open quickly. Some of these other activities are more larger dimension of camps and so forth. And so I think the county has a tremendous responsibility to be able to say what is our role and how do we help minimize as much as we can as we open up, that we minimize any increase or reaching capacity or any overflow in our hospitals, and be very aware of that. In my conversation with the governor, I did say that the reason for the buffer, kind of the opportunity to be not as quick into going into the expanded economy, was also that he might be open to, if the numbers kept going up higher, that he would then consider expanding that, whatever time frame he was going to give us. In this case, it's 1 week. But if we saw in the next 3 days that things weren't going in our direction, that I would be able to reach out to him. Again, I don't know what his response would be to that, but that was my conversation. The other one, of course, the testing was going to be really important for us, that we would test more and that they wouldn't pull back. Their time frame, I thought, was short, comparing that we are so far behind in the testing. We're doing amazingly good. As I said earlier, about 1,000 a day is what we're at now, and so that really will help us understand our situation better. So I will ask again, some way, somehow, that it's extended a little further than it is. And I understand, haven't gotten a direct notice, but I understand from the delegation that there might be the possibility of the extension of the testing. And I don't know if he would cover that after we came back to Commissioner's Court. I think that's going to be very important. This week, 2 The teams were pulled out to be used in other jurisdiction. They were going to focus on adult care centers and adult nursing homes. So we lost two teams, and then we're going to be recuperating them back this Saturday. So all said, I think it does give us an opportunity. I feel and I want to communicate. It's so important that if you're not ready to open a business, then don't open until you're ready, or that you get the right resources. I know the Hispanic Chamber, the Greater Chamber, a lot of organizations, the industries that are related or relevant to each one of the businesses is offering, the guidelines and offering as much as possible to help businesses open, the way they should, and not hastily. And so that, I think that's where we are now. I will be working with legal. Of course, we have an exceptional legal team that will look at the order and see if there's any room for us as to follow up with our order. And based on, what I'm hearing and how do we tighten up a little bit, they did mention about the public, wearing masks in public. That's very helpful, that he's not pulling away from any of the, some of the regulations and mandates and recommendations that were out there. I'm glad he didn't address that as pulling back, because I don't think this is the right time to pull back on any of these restrictions. So we open up and we do it the right way, and we still want people to be very careful. And like I said, later today I'll work on with Joanne and her team to see what are some of the things that we can have in order to be able to be a little stricter based on what we think here in our community. Anything else? I've got the executive crisis planning team met last Friday to discuss a return to work. We've been saying that as things open, and he's asking for businesses and office to open, I think we should do the same so that we can understand some of the challenges that some of the other organizations are having. So we're working close with the criminal justice, with Judge Chu and Judge Morales, so that we are aligned with what they need to be doing. They've got certain pressures that come down from the state that they have to start doing or getting more active in the cases, and we have to be there to make sure we're aligned properly. It's been a great partnership. They always communicate what they're doing. And they invite Nicole from my team to be participate to make sure that no one gets ahead of each other. We have to do this very, very synchronized for us to be successful. Still, like I said, working closely with emergency, both the Texas and on the testing. Very glad that we have in Socorro, Faban, San Elizario, Montana Vista, Horizon, and Vinton this week we're open, and we continue to keep track of any hot spots. As the governor mentioned, that one of the what they can do is review the hot spots and address them accordingly. That's very important. That's what happened in some of our areas like Montana Vista and also in Tornillo. So we'll keep an eye on that and see what kind of an opportunity. As you heard, and I've been hearing this quite a bit, is that it is going to open. We're going to open gradually, and maybe a little faster for El Paso than we'd like, but we do have to keep up with that process, and we need to be able to make sure that we handle it properly from our end. And as we go into opening of camps and schools and summer schools, in the future, the testing is going to be extremely important. And as he said, they'll give us any support on any spike that happens and bring in the right people to address those spikes. So I know for a fact that myself and everyone that signed that letter, that we're going to keep a close eye and take up the governor on that offer to look at any spikes that take place. Met again with the mayors, has been such a favorable opportunity. Had both Susan Goodell from the or pantry or El Pasoans Fighting Hunger give a broad understanding of what they do. And the nice thing, it ended up really good for them as well, because a lot of the mayors were participated and offered some of their areas and some of the assistance. So very, very great opportunity for both them and for the mayors hearing that information. Also had Dr. Sylvia, let me see if I can, what can I remember her name? Acosta, having her present. And of course, you know, she's been nationally recognized and has been in national forums. So very proud to have someone of that caliber here in El Paso and to have her participate in the rural mayor. So very, very nice to have her there. And the information was excellent on some of the funding for some of the rural areas. And finally, and I'll let Commissioner Stout, we continue to have our meeting with the bishop, myself, Commissioner Stout. We've had, as I mentioned earlier, Jacob has joined us. Jacob Cintron is part of it with CBP and NICE. Very informative, very open discussion about what we can and what we should do, and some of the things that we can offer each other to help in this pandemic. So once again, thank you for this opportunity, and I'll leave it at that, and then we'll continue with the other commissioners reporting on their areas and their precincts.
Judge,
Betsy?
I believe we do have Chief Rodriguez on the line.
Yes, okay. Go ahead, Chief Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners Court. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity to give you all an update on the COVID response. And so I want to just start off with the initiative that we're working on this week. As you all know, the governor has made a request for all nursing homes to be tested. We have been planning since last week to put together 3 teams of 9 persons each to go out and begin testing 15 facilities that we have here locally. Those were originally to be done by May 25th, and it was extended to May 30th. So these teams, they've started today. They're going to be working through that list of 14 facilities to get not only the residents but also the staff done. So they're going to be doing the testing on site, collecting the specimens for both the residents and the on-duty facility personnel working there. And then those that are off duty are going to be sent to our drive-through to get their tests done there. So we're doing this very aggressively to make sure we meet that deadline. We'll have all these facilities and they'll give us a good gauge and address any issues with our cluster management team if we do receive positives in these facilities. I'd like to also say that some of these interventions we started before this order came down. It's been about 4 weeks now that our Education Task Force has been engaged in meeting with these agencies that provide services for the elderly, and they've done education, provided PPE, any instruction. If they have any deficiencies within their facilities, we put together an improvement plan. So they've been working really actively at the Department of Public Health and has worked very aggressively to ensure that this population is safe. So this will be a follow-up now to ensure that everyone in these facilities is tested, to include the residents and staff. So that's the focus of this week. As you all know, the testing continues to grow within El Paso County. We've had our numbers have been quite successful over the last week. We had about 4 days where we were above 1,000 tests per day, and even more. So we're excited about that. So the Texas Military Department continues to provide some personnel, several teams here locally. Like the judge mentioned, 2 teams were pulled off to help with the nursing home initiative. So they're in the outlying counties on far west Texas to assist them, but they'll be returning. So we still have sites running here, and they're also going to be providing services all the way till the end of May. So we're going to continue that operation. To date, they've done just a little more than 2,500 tests in El Paso County in less than a week. So we're very excited with all the work they're doing and the hard work that they've been providing our community. So we'll have that resource available to us till the end of May, and then we will make that request as we enter into June for additional dates. We're also happy to announce that CVS is going to be providing 3 locations. We're still working out the details and specifics as far as times, days of the week, and we will provide an update as soon as we have that information. So CVS is coming online. Walmart has been a great partner in expanding testing. For the last several weeks, they've have been doing testing every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. As of this weekend on the 16th of Saturday, they've done 516 tests in total. And they're also going to be expanding their hours from 7 to 10 a.m. And that additional hours is due to the demand. So they're working, again, also very hard to support our testing operations here locally. We are also in communication with all 9 school districts. We've been in communication over the weekend. We have some training that we have set up for tomorrow. I'm going to be setting up a phone call with my point of contacts with the schools to work through that process, and that way we can start working on the specifics for each of the school districts. So we'll provide more information as that becomes available. Also, the hospitals have been providing us their tests, like Jacob Cintron was saying, the ability to do rapid tests within the hospital facilities really is a benefit to the hospitals, because they can identify quickly if the patient that is a suspected case can quickly, once they know that whether or not he's positive or negative, they can take the appropriate measures without burning through a lot of personal protective equipment. So it's we're getting those numbers. So we have quite a bit of testing that's occurring within the hospitals themselves. And then the UMC mobile testing team, I was on the phone with that team earlier this morning, and we're working through that process on finalizing sites and the PPE requirements and the process that they have in place to be able to open up their facility for testing. So that's a general update of where we are as testing. Our final number as of the 16th, we are at 18,909 PCR tests that have occurred across the community. We're also in communication with the Department of State Health Services to get additional private lab numbers that we haven't been privy to. So we're working on that. We know that there's another subset of lab tests that exists there that it's not going towards our total tally. So we believe that there's at least several thousand there that have not been accounted for. So we're working with the state on getting those numbers. So that's all I have. I will, unless you all have any questions, I will pass it on to Dr. Ocoranza.
Chief Rodriguez, thank you, and thank you for addressing Commissioner Perez had asked about the expansion of the schools to some of the rural areas. So I did hear that you went from 6 to 9. So we thank you for following up on that. And also thank you for our daily meetings at 5 o'clock. I know you got a lot of things going, and to take time to spend with Betsy Keller and myself on on what's happening, and a lot of questions and things that we have in our mind that you and Dr. Ocaranza answer for us. So we thank you for that. and for the great partnership that moving forward. So appreciate your presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Betsy?
Give us 1 second and I'll be back.
It's Dr. Okaranta next.
Yes, give us 1 second. We're shifting over. Give us 1 second.
Yes, sir.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
We can, Dr. Okaranta.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. We'll give you a small briefing and an update on what is happening in the situation of the COVID. Up to now, yesterday we reported an increase by 71 cases, which brings us up to 1,726 positive cases of the COVID, out of which 74 are currently in the hospital, 32 on the ICU, and 13 on the vent. The numbers of people on the ventilators have remained pretty much stable, and also the same as the hospitalizations due to COVID. We know that the hospitals continue receiving patients from COVID, but also the other conditions that are not COVID related. And from the testing side, from May till now, we have an increase in the PCR testing of approximately 95%. That brings us that we're almost completed 2% of the county population. And one thing that is worth mentioning is that most of the cases, about 45%, were younger than the 30 years of age. So on the deaths, we have a total of 47. The last one we reported was a female in her 70s with underlying medical conditions. And those underlying medical conditions, the most common ones that we're seeing in El Paso is high blood pressure and diabetes. We know that definitely Hispanics have a higher proportion of diabetes and high blood pressure among the ethnicities. And hence the message that we've been sending for all those elderly and having pre-existing medical conditions that they need to be very careful. Our case fatality rate is approximately 2.68%, and the cumulative rate is 4.51 per 100,000. We're still keeping an eye and monitoring how the disease is being in our community, and one of the indicators is by keeping an eye on the case fatality rate. It is very disproportionately affecting more the males than the females in our community, with 68% of the disease being males and 32% the females. And after Mother's Day, hopefully we don't see an increase on females being affected. 93% of these that have passed away have pre-existing or underlying medical conditions. And we're seeing that 53% were greater than 70 years of age, the people that have passed away. So we have more evidence that the people that are getting mostly infected are younger, and those younger people are giving it to the older and the ones that are having to suffer the complications and ultimately passing away from the COVID-19. And that's what we see an inverse pyramid in the way that the age groups are being affected. Our cumulative hospitalization rate is about 37.5 per 100,000. And to follow up on Commissioner Perez's inquiry about how many patients have been from either Mexico, New Mexico, and Texas, we found that 25 patients have been treated or diagnosed with COVID-19 in El Paso. 25 are from the state of Chihuahua, 17 are from the state of New Mexico, and 2 are from Texas, from other cities. We have 2 deceased patients that are from the state of Chihuahua as well. And we looked also at how many medical calls EMS have received from the bridges, which also gives us an idea of how people come across the bridge. And we saw a decline of 30% between March and May 2020 from the same period in 2019. We continue monitoring our most vulnerable ones, which are going to be the nursing homes and assisted living facilities. And we're in the process of testing the residents and staff in nursing homes. We will continue, hopefully, by the end of this week, we'll complete it with, hopefully we complete with all those, with the help also of some of the testing teams that came to El Paso. We expect to see an increased number of positive cases, but hopefully the hospitalizations remain the same, and also the fatality rate will continue, not seeing a sharp increase in that. That is in a nutshell, a snapshot of what is happening with the COVID-19 here in the county and the city, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate all your help. Any questions for Dr. Carranza? Commissioner Perez?
Thank you, Judge. I want to echo, and please let me know if you can hear me okay. I have some connectivity issues today. I want to echo and thanks to what the judge said regarding reaching out to the school districts. I think that reaching out to the school districts and having them as partners is going to be a very important part of the equation. To ensure that we're reaching out to those communities. So I echo the judge's thanks for that. I guess just a couple of questions that I've received, and I wanted to pass them along to you all. One, I guess, was regarding disparities in testing in El Paso County. I mean, I'm really glad to see what TDEM has done in a significant improvement in the testing availability in rural communities. Is there any mechanism to track any potential disparities that perhaps may exist from zip code to zip code, that perhaps a certain percentage of people are being tested per capita, or perhaps once TDEM is done with their mobile sites, is that something that can be analyzed so we can get a better picture to see how many tests per capita have been ensuring that testing is ensuring an equal level across the county?
Yes, definitely. We will try to keep a number and see how the testing has been done. What we realize is that some of the zip codes, especially in the east side, were greatly affected by positive cases. And we didn't know whether it was because of greater accessibility to the testing in those zip codes, because of the drive-through testing that we had there close to the airport. And that was the reason also that strategically those mobile testing sites from TDEM were positioned in areas that we saw that there were less positive cases, and hence probably was because of less amount of testing. So we saw a huge favorable response of the mobile site that is at Armijo Pool. And we know that also some socioeconomic disparities might be an obstacle to go get tested. So by bringing those testing sites to those neighborhoods, that'll be part of the strategy to try to tap and have a more representative sample of the whole county and community.
Okay. Thank you. The second is regarding the nursing home data, and I was really encouraged to hear that the testing is, or that all residents are going to be tested, as well as those who are on duty, and those who are off duty will be sent to a testing site. I know there's been a lot of issue regarding the disclosure of the particular sites, but does there exist already a mechanism, or is it possible to have a mechanism where we can receive the total number of residents who originated from a nursing home facility in El Paso County?
Yes, definitely.
without
We can
naming the
we can
facility or
start
anyone, just
bringing.
generalized information.
Yes, definitely, sir. We can pull those cases that might be residents of nursing homes and give you a total number. We keep a close eye, and especially the ones that we start seeing that have an increased number of cases between residents and staff of particular nursing homes. And our intention about not disclosing the particular place is not to say or not say the name. Actually, our main focus is to continue assisting those places that may have any issues or problems, but also to protect the confidentiality of the residents and the staff. But we will continue having that transparency of bringing you those numbers, bringing you situational awareness in that regards.
Okay. So it is possible to segregate those positive cases that originated from nursing homes?
Yes, sir. We'll ask to start segregating and see how many cases come from or are residents of nursing homes. And now that we're testing all the nursing homes and staff, it will be also one of the categories that we can start separating.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Doctor, thank you. Thank you
Thank
for
you,
a
sir.
great partnership. Betsy?
Judge, if there's no further questions, I know you gave an update on the resumption of operations planning. I didn't know if there was any other updates from the committee or if you want me to proceed to Commissioner Leon.
Unless there is from the committee, any updates, anybody on board that might want to give us a little bit more detail on what happened or what's been happening?
Yes, we're here.
Hi, Nicole.
Hi. Good
Oh, hi,
morning.
Nicole. Go ahead, Nicole.
Good morning, judges, commissioners. This is Nicole Reese, Public Policy Analyst for the County Judge. We've made some progress on the El Paso County resumption of operations plan to ensure that we are prepared when the decision is made for our employees to return to work. Of course, the safety and health of our employees is our highest priority. The creation of this plan has really been a team effort, and I'd really like to thank Sam Trujillo, who basically, he's dived straight into this, and he's drafted the majority of the plan. And so I'd really like to thank him for being on our team. On the line, we also have Carl Dwyer, Chris Stathis, and Mark Marcus to help us answer any questions that you may have. We are now having weekly meetings with the Executive Crisis Planning Team. And so we met last Friday. We created subcommittees so that way when we release the final, the draft plan, each of these subcommittees will review the plan based on their committee. So for example, we have policy and training, compliance / legal, risk management, which includes customer and employee safety. We have a subcommittee for facilities and personal protective equipment. We also have a committee for budgeting and resource management. The draft plan is almost done. We'll have it ready by this week. And once the subcommittees revise the plan, we'll be sending it to the commissioners and the judge for you to review. And then the plan will be approved by Commissioners Court. As the judge mentioned earlier, we are working with the Council of Judges to ensure that we are aligned with them every step of the way. They will continue to work remotely as much as possible. They did coordinate a time for last Friday for the Department of Public Health to come to the courthouse and do an assessment. And so I know Dr. O, along with Judge Chu, our facilities manager, Robin Sully, and our head of security, Lieutenant Hernandez, walked with the health department throughout the courthouse and our departments. And so we should be getting that assessment this week, and we're going to ensure that it's also included in our plan. And that's really all that I have. I'm going to turn it over to Sam, who will
go over more specifics of the plan, as he has really taken on the bulk of drafting it. And so thank you to Sam again. And again, we have Chris and Carl and Mark on the line also. I think they have some updates as well on their end.
Sam, go ahead.
Thank you, Nicole. Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. First, Nicole, thank you for the compliments, but this is actually a team effort, like she had mentioned. There's a lot of people doing a lot of hard work on this project. So before I get started, if I could provide just a little bit of a background. About a little over 2 weeks ago, the County Judge's Office had informed department heads and elected officials to start thinking about how staff can safely return to work and limit the risk of exposure of COVID-19 to employees and to our citizens. So when I say safely return to work, I don't want to give the wrong impression here. The county has continued to provide services to the public during this pandemic, but many departments are providing that service remotely through the teleworking program and through the activation of the county's continuity of operations plan, or the COOP. So the County Judge's Office had reached out to the Executive Crisis Planning Team for assistance in creating this recovery plan. The recovery plan turned into the formation of the Resumption of Operations Committee, and the committee is comprised of 5 members, which were identified by Nicole. So it's Nicole Reese, who's the public policy analyst from the County Judge's Office, IT Director Chris Stathis, the Veteran Services Manager Carl Dwyer, and Mark Marquez from Deputy Chief at Juvenile Probation Department, and me, I'm the Senior Deputy with Human Resources. Since the committee was formed, we have been doing a lot of research using data from federal, from state, and from local governments, as well as data from private organizations and industry. And we've even received data from some of our own county contracted vendors. So based on what we have acquired and continue to acquire, we've been able to develop a draft resumption of operations plan, or a ROOP. We thought that name was appropriate since this is kind of piggybacking off the COOP plan. We've also created draft policies and checklists. So we have met twice already with the elected officials and department heads and to address this plan, and we have formed 5 subcommittees to review and to vet specific sections. The 5 sections that we are vetting right now is the policy and training section, regulatory compliance and legal, risk management and safety, facilities and personal protective equipment, and budgeting and purchasing. So each of our departments and our operations are very unique. So we are designing this plan with the ability for departments to be creative in managing their operations, but still focus on limiting the exposure to both employees and to the public, and still continue to provide quality services. So we are basically modeling this plan after the county's continuity of operations plan format, which has a reconstitution section when returning from the COOP, and it also allows the flexibility for each department based on their operations. So like the COOP plan, the resumption of operations plan will provide strategic information for each department and help them create an annex to the plan that is specific to their facility or facilities and specific to their operations. So the basic resumption of operations plan has a mission and a goal of providing a healthy and safe environment for employees and the public, which is free from exposure to COVID-19 when providing or receiving county services, and by minimizing social impacts through targeted strategies and best practices. So from this goal, we developed a range of strategies and objectives to prepare our workforce, and then to prepare our workspaces, and then finally to manage a social distancing environment. So a couple of strategies I'd like to highlight. So they would include things like in addressing employees who are symptomatic, childcare or family issues. They would address teleworking, alternate schedules, personal protective equipment, and of course, education and training. The strategies also include inspections prior to opening a closed facility, sanitizing our spaces, masks, sanitation machines, installation of plexiglass or other protections, and then reconfiguring workstations to minimize exposure. We're including notices and warnings to the public and to employees and electronic entry logs for tracking and tracing after a potential exposure, along with temperature and or COVID-19 testing into the plan. Also included in the plan are designated safety ambassadors at each department, policies to address enforcement, and trigger points for opening, for changing dependent on medical advances, and for changes based on increases in community exposures. So it's our intention to have the subcommittees review specific portions of the plan, and then we would like to get additional input from the department heads and elected officials, and then bring a final draft to the Commissioners Court before the end of the month. So there, like mentioned before, there's already been a lot of work that has been done by this committee. But before we open up for questions, I would like to thank each of them for their extensive work on this project. And then I would like to ask Chris Stathis or any other committee member if they would like to say a few words as far as this update is concerned.
Chris?
Thank you, Sam. Chris Stathis, Chief Information Officer. I'd like to echo Sam and Nicole's compliments. This team has just been extremely effective and just a pleasure to work with as we move forward into this challenge. I'd like to just point out one of the things that we're trying to accomplish through this is to use information technology to attempt to gather this information in a timely manner, in an orderly manner, and in a way that we can continue to be dynamic and we can create and maintain this plan as the dynamics of the situation change. So we'll be using electronic surveys to be able to find out what departments are doing, what they need, and how we can respond to them. So I'm very excited about our use of that. I would like to ask Carl or Mark to jump in if they've got anything else they'd like to add.
Thank you, Chris. Carl.
Yes, Commissioner, Carl Dwyer again. The only thing I'll add that probably hasn't already been said is again, the plan is coming along quite swiftly, and we're building the plane in flight. I would like to thank the committee and also all the department heads. Last week we developed these subcommittees that we formed to try to get after taking a look at the base plan to ensure that we have captured, and we're looking at this thing from all angles. We're still defining exactly what each committee's exact defined role is, but bottom line, it boils down to making sure that we get as many eyes on this plan to make sure we're looking at it from an internal focus to keep the staff safe, and also external focus to make sure we're thinking about the population and the clients and the customers that we serve. So over the next few weeks, so it's not so to have the base plan be developed in a vacuum. The next few weeks, we really look for these committees to help us look at dotting the I's and crossing the T's for anything that we may have overlooked, or we just may need to tighten up. But other than that, it's going pretty good. And I think in a few days here, we'll have a pretty good product to bring before you.
Thank you, Carl. Good job. Mark? Miguel, do we know Mark is on the call?
I don't think Mark is on. Don't see him on this.
Okay, well, great job. I mean, nobody does it better than the county. I mean, there's just no doubt in my mind, just the way things are taking place. Nicole, thank you for, representing us and being my liaison to this team. But just, just very concise, focused, and as I've said, if we're not the role models, who will be? And we have to do the things that we're going to ask others to do. and you're way ahead of that. And it's been a privilege to hear what you're doing, and it allows me, like I said, to be open about making sure that safety first, that we do the right things, that we have a plan, and that you don't open until you know you're ready to open. And so I'm able to communicate that to the rest of the community with a lot of confidence because of this committee. So Sam and Chris and Mark and Nicole, thank you very much for your work. Any questions from the commissioners? If not, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And Betsy, back to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Now we're ready for an update from Commissioner Leon.
Thank you, Betsy. Judge, commissioners, there's relatively no changes with the exception of JPD. They had 4 detainees test positive for COVID-19. One of those detainees was the one that has just recovered. But from what I understand, they had no symptoms. So as I understand it, and I know there's somebody standing by to speak for a more detailed report, as I understand it, that they all are in isolation. And like I said, they're not showing any symptoms. But I think Mr. Artalejo, are you on the line by any chance?
Yes, Commissioner, I'm here.
Okay, would you mind going into some of the details involving those 4 students and the rest of the testing that's taken place on the employees?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners, and members of the court. JPD is continuing with our efforts to minimize the spread of this disease, and we do have those 4 individuals in quarantine. We also have quarantined the kids that were in near proximity in the same housing units of those kids. They are all being monitored, and none of those kids are showing any symptoms, to include the kid that was positive in the past. He was fine, but we tested them all, and he came up positive again. I believe no staff members to this point that have been tested. I believe we have 21 staff members from detention that have tested, have all come back negative. And all the kids from Challenge Academy are, for the most part, I believe, negative also. We are waiting on a few results, but it just seems to be that just those 4 kids are the ones that are positive cases.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Artalejo. I appreciate the report.
Thank you, Mr. Artalejo.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Leon. Go ahead, Betsy.
Yes, sir. We have an update from Commissioner Pettis, and under Commissioner Pettis's Public Works update, I also have a request after the rest of the commissioners go for an update from Norma Rivera Palacios, who would like to make the court aware of something. Commissioner Pettis?
Thank you, Betsy. I'll also let the judge chime in on this item too, because he was instrumental in the meeting that took place Thursday of last week. As you recall, last week there was an agenda item to bring forth a consulting firm to help advise the Commissioners Court, moving forward as the virus is going to be with us over a period of time, to advise the court on a variety of things as the economy starts to open. I think as you see today, that by the fact that the governor is still moving forward, it was encouraging to see that there was a 1-week delay. But having a committee comprised of experts or having some outside entity advise would be useful. The judge suggested that we look at other alternatives rather than having a consulting firm, that we look at other perhaps local options that exist here in the community. During Thursday's call, it was with senior city officials. It was the city manager, Carrie Weston, as well as Chief DeAugustino and others from the city's senior leadership team, as well as Betsy, the judge, and myself. I think it was a very collaborative, it was a positive relationship. There was a lot of suggestions thrown around. Chief DiAgostino had suggested the idea of having a task force comprised of local entities, provide some of the same function and same advisory role that the county is seeking. And so staff worked really hard over the weekend to try to put together a recommendation for the court. One of the participants on the call was Dr. Alozi, who's the medical director at HCA, and he's also board certified in infectious diseases. One of the ideas was to bring together local entities to help foster greater collaboration, as this is going to be something that's going to be with us for several months ahead as a vaccine is developed. And so I believe there was an email that was sent regarding potential language for a resolution that's also going to be vetted by the city as well to create a partnership, but also some of the members that were recommended just include local entities from University Medical Center, Texas Tech, also to include William Beaumont, I think, which was a very positive development to have somebody represented there who can also provide input. Because as you know, the Department of Defense is not providing information, but I think having that local collaboration, I think, would be very advantageous to the county. But Judge, I don't know if you want to add anything else. Again, I think it was overall it was a good suggestion to look at more local options, and I think that what's being gathered right now is a good structure that comprises of local experts that have local expertise. And I think there was also talk, I'm not sure if it was included in the resolution, but also talk of including a representative from Juarez and also someone from Doña Ana County as well.
No, and I thank you because you had a lot to do to bring this together and have that kind of a discussion and, be able to address this collaborative effort that we need, from both parties, both the city and the county. We both have a little bit of money that we could share together. And if we work together and we look at this as a collaborative effort, and then that regional approach of getting Doña Ana and Juarez, so that really takes it to the next level of something that we've been really wanting everyone to understand, that this is a regional challenge that we have. And so very much appreciate that this has taken place. And I think Betsy will be bringing up the resolution later in her discussion, and we'll go into a little deeper on that, on what's going to take place moving forward.
But that's all from my end. Again, and thanks to the judge, and thanks to everybody who was on that call. Thank you to Betsy for all your work, and it was a lot in such a short period. But it was, as we've seen just from the update from the governor, it's something that I think will certainly help decision making over the long term. So they just want to thank everybody for their involvement, and thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Betsy?
Yes, sir. Next, we have Commissioner Stout.
Betsy, I'm sorry if I might interrupt.
You'll go after the commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
Please. Thank you. Commissioner Stout?
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
First, I just wanted to give you a quick update on the meetings with regarding immigration. So, as you all know, we've had a number of meetings with folks from CBP and NICE, and we continue to advocate that they look at inter and intra-agency transfers of detained persons, because that seems to be where the spread of the virus inside of their facilities has resulted from. We've been advocating heavily for, instead of doing these transfers for ICE and CBP, to opt to release folks that they can. And we've been talking about the need to be ready for any sudden and widespread outbreaks within those detention facilities. We've asked them to coordinate any type of release, of course, with Annunciation House, kind of tracking the resolution that we passed a number of weeks ago, and to establish or set up a drop-off site and provide notice when people are being released, as well as coordinating very heavily with local governments and public health agencies to make sure that the necessary resources are ready. We're also advocating for more testing within the facilities, both of employees, contractors, and detained folks. And of course, if there are any transfers to be that continue, that we require testing of all the folks that are arriving and being transferred somewhere else before that is done. And also advocating for regular random sample testing of facility employees. We're asking that they, of course, follow the guidelines set by CDC and other agencies, but also that they, share the guidance for their facilities and provide updates, which they have been doing. So as of the 14th, ICE had reported 36 detained prisoners at the Otero Detention Center and 10 total at the EPC here on Montana and Maddox. One ICE employee at the EPPC had been infected as well. So that's a total of 47 in the region since this has begun, which is an increase of 124%. 25% at the EPPC and 200% increase at the Otero facility. We talked about New Mexico health officials that are offering testing at the Otero facility, and we talked about possibly having some of our resources used within those facilities, the facility here in El Paso County to test folks there. So we're going to be working on that. So that's kind of what we've been talking about with them. They've given us updates on the amount of folks that they've had. They have each within the ICE facilities at the border and on the border crossings and at Border Patrol. And so we're going to continue to work with them to just make sure we have as much communication as possible. Like the judge said, Jacobson Throne has been on those calls, and we hope to have their medical director on future calls as well. And we've also had Ruben Garcia from the Annunciation House involved. In terms of the homeless community, intake is starting to increase. The Delta facility is up by about 20 people over the average from a couple of weeks ago, and they are reporting an average of 12 to 15 new intakes per day. They are also seeing more people who are ill, though not necessarily with COVID. At this point, we still have not had a positive test among shelter populations, but there were still a few tests for which they're awaiting results. They're seeing about 1 or 2 people a week, but now it's 1 or 2 per day that are looking like they're sick. The homeless population has been, of course, a pandemic flashpoint in different communities across the country. But I feel like we're really far ahead of those other communities because of the steps that we've taken. They also got a mobile laundry unit set up at the Delta facility, courtesy of the Salvation Army Regional Headquarters in Dallas, and it'll be there for a few weeks. If intake trends continue as they have, there's some concern that the Delta facility will also fill. So to get around to some of that and to look at something that caters more specifically to the under 24 population, there are discussions about opening up a third site beyond the Welcome Center and the Delta Haven. The Delta facility is breaking down its population by age and to try to figure out what the demand for what something with young adults would look like would be. Unemployment caused by the pandemic is driving some of the homelessness among youth, and through HMIS they are pulling the data to be able to better understand the primary reason for homelessness. At least some of the people would qualify for unemployment, so they're working to make sure that people seek benefits where they can. The Center for Children had some ESG funding that came in from the state for rapid rehousing, with about half of the 40 folks that they had in apartments losing employment. Those people still cannot pay rent until they reestablish employment, so it's an ongoing situation. And with the Texas Supreme Court having lifted the moratorium on debt collection, lawsuits, and evictions, I think we really need to be prepared for how that is going to play out in our courts here. I think we need to talk to JPs and see if there's something that we can work out with them moving into the future. I think that that's a very vulnerable point right there that we need to work as hard as we can to find solutions. Endeavors has received some rapid rehousing funding as well for veterans. They are providing short-term emergency housing and one-on-one case management services. Veterans with income below 50% of the local median who are at risk of being homeless and had an honorable discharge can seek that assistance. And meanwhile, the local capacity for PPE is looking better. The decontamination unit that Battelle is bringing in is helping because N95 masks can be reused up to 95 times. But we also have lots of innovators and folks working in 3D printing who are helping to fill gaps with face shields and masks. So that's about all I have for now. I mean, the other updates I would have to do with healthcare, UMC, and children's, and they gave their update. So I will throw it back to you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Betsy?
Yes, sir. Next, we have Commissioner Robinson.
Yes.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. Just wanted to add to what Commissioner Stout just presented to you in regards to the Delta Center and the Opportunity Center. The numbers are continuing to increase. They have not had any incidents so far. Everything's been working very smooth. A lot of partners in that within the scope of the operation there has been great. You know, endeavors, the Salvation Army, the Rescue Mission, as far as feeding the individuals. But one concern that still grows has to do with those who are now inside the shelter, with those who are outside the shelter that do not qualify for one reason or another to be within the shelter. There's an increasing number of individuals who are in the alleyways who are not necessarily causing major problems, but could be a problem, particularly from the standpoint of the health and safety aspect of the group that's in the shelter, that's in the alleyway, as well as those who are in the shelters. I've talked with John Martin at the Opportunity Center in that regard, and he's well aware of that. I've talked with our legal people in regard, and there's a few others I need to talk with in regard to we need to come up with a comprehensive plan. This is a short-term plan as far as the Delta Center is concerned, but a long-term, once the epidemic is over, what do we do with those individuals who are the growing number who are out there in the alleyway? And there's a lot of problems could come out of that situation in regards to they are consuming alcohol in the alleyways. They're probably doing drugs as well. That's part of the reason why a lot of them don't qualify to go inside the shelter because of compliance with rules. Because they cannot do alcohol, cannot do drugs inside the shelter, so they resort to go to the alley. So long term, we need to look at what we do with those individuals. So I'm working on that in that regard, and hopefully we'll come up with a viable plan in that regard.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Joel was checking out on Las Cruces. It's supposed to be an extremely, very viable opportunity for homelessness, the way they are addressing it in Las Cruces. So hopefully he'll have an opportunity to share some of those best practices and some of the things that Las Cruces is doing. So thank you, Commissioner.
Well, that's true, Judge. One of the concerns that we have that we all should be concerned about is the fact that, like in Las Cruces, they have tent city, but the issue with that, the negative side of that would be, well, where you put the tent city if you do that, and the other is who assumes the liability. That's the issue that we have to tackle. that we resolve if we go that route.
I agree. Thank you, Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you.
Betsy, you want to go to Norma now?
Yes, Norma's update has to do with the El Pasoans Fighting Hunger and our partnership we've been working on there to add additional distribution sites. So if I could turn it over to Norma, please.
Thank you, Norma.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Norma Rivera Palacios with the Public Works Department. We have a request from Susan Goodall, the Chief Executive Officer for El Paso's Fighting Hunger Food Bank. They're requesting the use of the Road and Bridge Fabian's Warehouse to be used as a distribution site on Saturdays. They are interested in starting May the 23rd and have not identified an ending date. We did talk to them and told them that we had some cleanups proposed for August, and that's the only thing that we see that might interfere, and they had no problems with that. Additionally, they're requesting 45 volunteers or staff members that can assist them in their distribution. And so this is the item that I needed to share with the court and get direction on.
So basically what we're asking today is, as we move forward, would the court be receptive as part of our COVID-19 response to allowing our facility on a Saturday to be used as a distribution point? We think that this is an area that is remote, and as discussed in our meetings, Judge, on Friday that you coordinate with the rural mayors, an area that would really benefit from this kind of service being available at least periodically. So if it would be the pleasure of the court, if you all would entertain us allowing us to do this as part of your response.
And Norma, you don't see any, I mean, you've looked at from the safety every angle as to see if this makes sense for us, and
yes, sir, we did.
A little bit
and
about
we shared with them a map of the location, and this is a site that we use for our cleanups, so they would pretty much use it the way we use it for our cleanups. We have gates where the cars would come in, and also areas where they can set up their products, and then gates where the public would exit. So we would use it very similar to the way we use it when we have cleanups, the community cleanups. And they're also talking about starting at 7 in the morning and ending before 12 p.m., which is something that we do when we have our cleanups. So it's real similar. We don't see any problems. We shared a map of the location on Friday, and they think it would really work for their distribution.
So if the court is receptive to this, we would then work with legal for whatever type of agreement needs to be drafted and bring it back for approval, or since there would not be any dollar amount related, it's something that you could authorize me to approve on your behalf so we could expedite the service.
Yes,
Thank
because
you.
they're
Christina,
actually
were you going to comment?
And interested in starting Saturday, this coming Saturday.
Hi, this is Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. Yes, I just wanted to chime in on that. I do think that Betsy would have the authority to enter into some type of license agreement for them to use that, but we just need to do a simple memorialization of what the site's going to be used for, just to ensure just basic protections for the county. That would be my recommendation. But of course, it's pending how the court would like to proceed in that utilization of that site by the El Pasoans Fighting Hunger.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I don't know if the court, the commissioners, having Betsy just sort of follow up on and make that decision.
Sure, I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that, Judge.
Okay. We're all okay.
Yeah, we don't need to. Yeah, we don't need to an actual motion on that. You directed staff, and we will work with Betsy to get that agreement done.
Excellent. Okay, Betsy, it's all yours.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. And thank you very much, Norma, for responding so quickly.
Bringing it up.
I think I emailed her Friday morning, and by today we have this set up. So thank you so much, Norma.
Sure. You're welcome.
Thank you, Norma.
You're welcome, Judge.
Judge, that concludes our updates underneath item number 8. If you all are ready, unless there's any other questions, we would be ready to proceed with the next item.
Betsy, did you want to go into the resolution, or is that's not the next item, right? Just so that we could, it's real close to what we've discussed, and just so we don't move too far away from it.
The next item is resolution, sir.
And the city.
Okay. All right, there will be no action for item number 8. Item number 9, discuss and take appropriate action to sign a resolution supporting the formation of the El Paso United COVID-19 Response Task Force.
Okay, go ahead, Betsy.
Yes, sir. So just to introduce this item, and then Judge, if there's any portion of it that you'd like to review, would like to cover, I'd be happy to defer. Just to introduce the item, last week on Monday, I brought forward an item proposing that the county hire a consultant to help provide some policy guidance or information as the court proceeds with expending our CARES Act funds. The judge asked that we meet with the city on the approach of a consultant. And this meeting was, it was with the city and MCA. And I want to note that MCA and Dr. Alozi are both, I believe, on the call with us today. So this meeting that we had was very fruitful, and I commend Judge Samaniego for his wisdom as it produced an even more collaborative and effective outcome with a team approach. And I think that we still have representatives from emergency management and public health on the line, but this task force would help us as we transition from emergency response to a state of prepared operations through an evidence-based plan based on science and data that prioritizes the health and well-being of all El Pasoans. It would be composed mostly of physicians and health experts from our local region, and the plan would be used to inform public policy and allocation of resources. It would address areas such as testing capacity, contact tracing, data and other triggers the court needs to be aware of, supply chain, hospital capacity, public education and outreach, and overall public health preparedness as we prepare to reopen our local economy. And then the resolution itself it identifies that the task force will rely on science-based research, verifiable data, and best practices to specifically address and formulate recommendations for expanded testing, resource capacity, surveillance and preparedness of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, and future public health in our region. The comprehensive strategy would also provide adequate specificity to inform and guide public policy related to the community's transition from emergency response to ongoing enhanced medical response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The task force would report progress, updates, and milestones to the Commissioners Court weekly or upon your request. They would also uniformly and simultaneously keep the mayor and the judge informed. The task force should at all times be comprised of a majority of medical experts, healthcare workers, and public health professionals. And the task force would be co-chaired by a medical doctor with board certification in infectious disease by the American Board of Internal Medicine, with the founding co-chair being Dr. Okajika Alozi, and then the co-chair being the City County Medical Health Authority with our partner, Dr. Hector Ocaranza. So that's a summary of what the resolution contains. As far as the membership, we're still working with Dr. Alozi, and we've received input also from the Medical Center of the Americas, and we're still working on contacting and securing membership that would be a well-rounded representation of the various hospitals and medical providers and medical societies in our region, including Juarez and New Mexico. So with that, Judge, if you, I think you also had something you wanted to discuss about considering possibly some additional information where there might be a sunset clause to the task force as well?
Yeah, I think because of the timing right now and what we need to do, I wouldn't want it to be too expensive. I mean, we're thinking of 6 months and then sort of having another 6-month option to this advisory task force. It really brings us together. It helps us to understand from the county and the city and our partnerships and their partnerships, and then sort of bring in this idea of a regional focus. So we got everybody that we need to have, and I know it's not to take action right now, but we're going to be looking at having one of the commissioners be part of the task force. I would like to recommend Commissioner Perez at this time because of his involvement and what he's been doing in some of the areas that it seems to be very close in his lane as to what we're doing. But it's a recommendation. We're going to have a discussion next week, and the commissioners will be able to decide who that person is, and so that'll be important. I've asked that whatever role the mayor has, that I would have the similar role, that it would be simultaneous, that we would get information simultaneously, that the task force would be reporting not to him or to me, but to both of us, so that we don't have that triangular kind of situation that we see sometimes, or a delay in information for us to act on it. And so we'll take it up. It'll be on the agenda, I believe, for Thursday, if I'm not mistaken, for our special meeting, just so that we could move forward and not fall behind. But it'll be up to the court to determine who they would like to see as a commissioner that would be part of the task force. I think that's about it. Just like I said, very collaborative. Got some great people involved. Emma was there as well. I had not met Dr. Alosi, had not met him, but extremely capable. And I think we're looking at a co-partnership at this time between him and Ocaranza. So a lot of details that we need to zero in on. But I think it's going to be a great task force. It's similar to the one that we had, and I was always concerned that it was a strong task force on the economy. And I think this is our way sort of to offset and balance that we have both the public health and the economy looking at it together. I also recommended maybe someone, a liaison between the business community, to be involved as what we would like to have a public health person involved in the other task force, the mayor's task force on the economy. So very, very exciting opportunity, challenging. And I said, things are going to move pretty fast. And I don't think there's a delay other than this week that we have a 1 week delay. But after that, I think things are going to move faster to the 75 than 100%. And I guess the key word of everything that I heard was coexistence. And I think that's what everybody's trying to figure out, the coexistence. How do we manage to have an economy that we don't leave anybody behind, that businesses are not left broken like they are at this time, and that no more damage is done to the economy, but how do we contain the virus at the same time? So this coexistence is going to be very, very much how we're going to live forward, because we do have to coexist with this virus and perhaps others. And we can't be closing the economy every time we get hit, because I know which one's going to be more damaging than the other. So that's where we are at this time. I think it's going to be a great task force. Betsy?
Judge, I don't know. I also,
Commissioner,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I wanted to make a couple of comments. I appreciate it.
Sure.
I appreciate the efforts in looking at creating something like this. I was definitely poised to support looking at a consultant. I know that this was something that we talked about last week, and I felt that was that it was something that we should definitely look at, and I understand definitely where folks are coming from, and I see why this type of task force is something that is important. We've been working on pushing something like this for a long time. I think at the county, especially something binationally. We have been talking about doing this for at least a couple of years, and I think that in the resolution, we may want to look at including Juarez a little more deeply. I feel like Juarez is going to be very, very important when it comes to all of these conversations that we're having. And I know that there was a suggestion of maybe having a Juarez doctor on the task force, but I think it needs to be their inclusion needs to be heavier than that. I feel like it may serve us well to include somebody from their local government or state government, possibly, as well as medical care professionals there. I mean, I think it's great that there's a suggestion that a doctor is included, but I mean, I feel like we would be really at a disadvantage if we're not including Juarez heavily and making this a completely binational endeavor. And as I've advocated in the past, for the importance of binational collaboration, binational communication, this goes in, this is definitely is in line with all that I've advocated for and that our office has worked on for the past couple of years. And I feel like we really need to include as much as we possibly can Juarez, because they're not only going to be very important when it comes to a testing strategy, as well as as the economy continues to open and more crossings are available, more crossings coming from Juarez into El Paso, people that work in El Paso that live in Juarez, and the economic impacts that we have been constantly talking about, that how important the maquila sector is, for example, for the El Paso economy, and how important Juarez's economy is to El Paso's economy, and looking at pivoting and emerging from this this crisis and this pandemic even stronger, and when it comes to possibly creating opportunities for folks to create PPE and other medical manufacturing, medical device manufacturing things that we've talked about in the past, where this is our niche. And so I feel like we really need to have Juarez included in this conversation every step of the way. And I also think that it's important that we make sure that we have an effective bilingual and culturally relevant communications and outreach campaign for when we're talking about public education and safety and protection, and I feel like we as you said, and as we wrote to the governor in our letter, this is a unique community, and it's a majority community, and so we need to make sure that things are done effectively, and I think in a bilingual manner as well, for those that are on this side of the border that mainly speak Spanish and are mainly Hispanic. And so I understand, and I feel that Commissioner Perez would do a great job, and representing the county on this board, I'm also interested, and I'd like to throw my hat in as well. I am the member of the Commissioners Court that is on the MCA's board, though we're honorary members. I'm on Emergency Health Network board as well, and I think we need not leave behind the mental health aspect of this, because there are, of course, a lot of mental health concerns as we're trying to recover from this. My office, my staff, and I have been working very closely with the MCA before the pandemic and during the pandemic as well. We've been on pretty much all of the discussions, on all of the phone calls, whether we're talking about PPE, whether we're talking about testing, whether we're talking about EP Juarez and the economy and how to restart the economy in the most efficient way. We've made healthcare a priority of ours since I've been in office, and much more so now. And so, I feel like a lot of the work that we have been doing, dovetails directly into what this task force would be doing, and would love the opportunity to continue that work, taking into account that we have such we have a great Commissioners Court, and we have every member, I'm sure, would be a great option for this representation. I feel like the institutional knowledge is something that's important. The binational aspect, I think, is something that's important that I really that my office could really work with and be beneficial for what we're looking at here.
Commissioner, thank you. I appreciate that. I was just saying that I appreciate Commissioner Stout throwing your name in the hat. I think we got so far excellent commissioners that would be very incredibly good for that. Thank you also for pressing on that binational. I don't know why we haven't gotten the traction of having this more of a binational, especially with Juarez. We've talked about it, but it just doesn't seem to get that traction. And being very, very blunt, the governor very openly in my conversation said that he was not going to wait for Juarez to get to a certain point before we were going to move the economy in Texas or El Paso, which means that it's going to be up to us as a community to really address the challenges that they have and offer as much as we can in our knowledge and our best practices. But he was very adamant that, we would have to wait years for Juarez if we went that route. And so he was not willing to look at that as a factor, but that we would learn how to coexist, not only in El Paso, but with what's happening in Juarez, and be able to keep moving forward without that being a factor. And so that was one of my big factors, was that we had to see what was going on there to see how much we were going to have to deal with it in El Paso. And that didn't seem to be much of an issue for him. And so that means we really, as a community, we're going to have to take care of ourselves and make sure we do the right things that are good for us. So I look forward to, making that decision and moving ahead. I think it's going to be a great task force. The collaboration is there, and so now we just need the right people. And we're very fortunate, as you said, that we have the caliber of commissioners, that could vie for this position. Betsy?
Yes, sir. I also wanted to acknowledge that during our phone call last week, there was a lot of contribution and leadership from the county, as Commissioner Pettis mentioned, and you mentioned, from the city. It was really helpful. the partnerships with Chief D'Agostino, the willingness to work together through this. Also, the city manager appointed Nicole Farini. She's also on the call as our point of contact through working with the task force and helping to provide any support that we can between the city and the county to the task force. And today we're asking you all to vote on the resolution. And then Thursday's item we've already added would be to ratify or to select the member of the court who would be the appointee.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to make a motion to accept the resolution.
So second. Betsy, is Dr. Losi or anybody on the call?
Approve the resolution.
I'm sorry, several people were talking at the same time. I could not hear you, Commissioner.
Is Dr. Losi on the call?
Yes, sir. I believe he is. Dr. Losi, are you on the line?
Judge, I don't know if it's up to the judge. I don't know if you wanted to.
No, that's fine. I'm glad you brought that. I just completely, when I got ahead of myself. Yeah, I would love to hear from Dr. Losi, and I believe Emma Schwartz is online as well, and two excellent individuals that can talk a little bit about this task force and the decision to go that route. Dr. Losi, would you mind going first?
So if Emma's on, I will always defer to Emma, but if she's not, I can speak.
Good move, Dr. Losi. Emma, are you on the line?
Judge, just a second. She might give me 1 second. I know she is listening. Hold on just one moment. Okay, Dr. Losi, if you will go on, I will make sure Emma gets in.
Go ahead, Dr. Losi.
Yeah, definitely. First of all, thank you everybody for the time. I'm honored and privileged. Since I moved here 10 years ago, I think this has been my home and will continue to be my home. This is not what I think any of us planned to be doing with our May and June and potentially the rest of 2020. But I think the leadership that your group has brought, the leadership and that collaboration between the city is what our community needs. Like I've said before, this is not something that's going to magically go away today or tomorrow, and that we need to be as scientific, public health, and understanding that also goes along with the community focus. We can't be locked in for 12 to 18 months, but it also doesn't mean that we need to be reckless. Again, honored to co-chair with my friend Dr. Petro Carranza, and we will best to give this group and the city recommendations based on data, science as much as possible, understanding, like as somebody said earlier, we're flying this plane as we're building it, and we have to acknowledge that nobody knows the true one answer. We're going to make mistakes, and I think as long as we acknowledge that and have the humility to tell our community that that's what we're trying to do is in their best interest, I think we'll be doing the right thing. So thank you once again.
Thank you, Dr. Lucy. Emma.
Hi. Yes,
is
hi,
Emma on
thank
the
you.
line?
I was fine. I was able to join.
Okay, go ahead, Emma.
Great. No, I'm excited also for this task force and to be able to work with the various public health and medical professionals who have, are living this every day. And I think we have a lot of great talent and ideas to contribute to this. And so I think this, assembling of minds to be able to work together to create a collaborative community response is a fantastic idea. And I love the idea also of liaising that task force with the economic groups, because most certainly a public health pandemic it's an economic pain, it's a health pain, and we have to find the right balance between all of these complex issues in order to have a response that is healthy for our entire community and all the different needs. So thank you very much for working to create this, and I look forward to the hard work ahead of us.
Emma, thank you very much for all you do and just all your work and things you've brought to the table. Just amazing, the partnership we have with you and MCA. It's just been a great to see the progress. And Dr. Losi, I was hoping that you would say it has to be foundational yet inspirational. Okay, so I love that what you said, and it makes a lot of sense. And I was hoping you'd say it again, because then I wouldn't have to steal it from you. I could borrow it from you. So, but no, really, but what he said is it's so foundational, but then what we're having to accomplish is really inspirational, and so that really put things in perspective for all of us. And inspirational means collaboration. It means creativity. It means going out there and getting out, outside that box. And a lot of things have to happen for it to be inspirational. And that inspirational really identifies El Paso. I mean, I think El Paso is more inspirational than anything. That's what doesn't stop us from being the community that we are. So I want to thank you for those two words of wisdom from you, Dr. Lucy.
My pleasure, sir.
Judge,
Commissioner Robinson, go ahead.
Yeah. The resolution that was read, I support that as written, with the concept as far as the names of the individuals that will be on the committee. You don't plan on doing that today, do you?
Yes, sir. Next Thursday, we're going through.
Okay. Well, I support the resolution as written.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. So we had a motion and a second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
And Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge and Commissioners. We really appreciate your leadership on this item and your support to move forward. Thank you.
Betsy, thank you for your liaison work of getting all these moving parts together so fast and having that conversation. And I know Nicole Ferroni is going to be great contact for us, and so we thank you for that. Go ahead,
Thank you,
Betsy.
sir.
Item number 10, discuss and take appropriate action regarding COVID-19 impacts to the current employment leave categories and authorize changes as necessary.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. I do have a presentation for this item, so I'm hoping that IT will bring that up.
Yes, we're bringing it up right now.
Thank you, Alexis. So, Judge, Commissioners, Melissa Carrillo with Human Resources. This afternoon, I'd like to share with you some brief updates regarding employment leave and seek some direction as necessary. Historically, as you recall, on March 16th, we did ask the court to take multiple actions, including the two that you see here on screen. And on March 16th, this court authorized sick leave balances to run into negative as necessary during this period, with the intent of recouping such leave when those leaves were reaccrued. The second action taken was to authorize administrative leave to be used in an unlimited capacity when employees were unable to telework again during this period, and both of these actions taken were done on March 16th. Next slide, please. Since these actions, we've done a few things. One, your departments have been working really well on their COOP plans. They've determined strategies that help their employees either telework or conduct work in a different way. However, we do still have some employees on administrative leave. As you can see from these two charts, they indicate the current usage from the past two pay periods. And what's missing from these charts is the most recent pay period. However, we're analyzing that data now. I do imagine that it will trend lower than what you see here on screen. But if you look at the administrative leave usage, you'll see that initially there was 86 employees on a strict ADC capacity. And then you'll see that as of the pay period ending May 2nd, there was less, almost half, 48 employees on a strict ADC usage. When you run that out in total hours and cost, you can see that on average, the employees are using about $1,679 per pay period in strict ADC leave. The second chart indicates the negative sick leave usage by your employees. And although the number of employees has not changed, that largely reflects the balances that are, once they're accrued and negative, they stay there until we can recoup them. And as I mentioned last week, your employees earn 80 hours in a year. So it takes quite a while to earn that leave back, which was some of the concern on this particular item. Next slide, please. At this time, based on the analysis and based on the impacts that we're watching, we want to make sure that we're not putting our employees in a position where they struggle to use sick leave in the future. We also want to make sure that our departments have all the options they need to have their employees in a productive capacity. So I want to remind the court of our current policies and some options that we have. Your current administrative leave policy allows elected officials and department heads to use up to 40 hours of administrative leave at their own discretion in a given year. Anything further than that requires Commissioners Court approval. You'll see some options in the event we have departments struggle or continue to struggle with placing those employees in any kind of productive or telework capacity. You have some options for them to either return them to work in the safest manner possible. They can conduct work for other county departments as necessary, and they can use the leave without pay policy if necessary. The one thing I want to say here is I have been spending quite a bit of time with those departments who have employees in the ADC capacity, strict ADC capacity. And I'm really grateful that one, they've been working really hard to figure out creative solutions for their employees. But two, we have other departments who've reached out and expressed opportunities for these employees on ADC, stating if some departments are struggling to find work for them, we have some work that they might be able to do in a telework capacity. So I really do want to commend our Sheriff's Office, our County Administration Department, our Planning Development team, our Probate Court, and our Community Services Department. They've reached out with some opportunities, and I've shared these with those departments. And to my understanding, they have been contacted and they've been placing their employees to help the county in other capacities. And that's really great news, and I'm excited. While I cannot say with certainty that 100% of these 48 employees are in a telework capacity at this time, I can say it's close to that. So I'm real excited to say that the majority of these employees are either back to work, working for another department, or there is a plan with the department to get them in that productivity capacity very soon. So thank you to all the departments for that great work and that collaboration together. I really appreciate it. Next slide, please. So with regard to negative sick leave, this is your current policy. Your sick leave is accumulated from the date of employment, and each employee earns up to 10 days per year with a max of 90 days, which is 720 hours. Again, options for these employees who may struggle with needing sick leave, who may not have sufficient sick leave, we want to remind our employees and our departments, we have policies, FMLA policies, we have sick leave pool pay policies that can help them during their time of need in the event they struggle with leave. We want to remind employees as well that they have the discretion to utilize other leave so that they don't run into a negative sick leave. And while we are not asking the court to retrocode them at this time, I know that came up last week, what we'd like to do is just keep working with our employees and giving them options so that they can make the best decision dependent upon their situation. And again, similarly with ADC, if we have employees struggle with sick leave or any other leave, a leave without pay policy may apply in this situation as well. Next slide, please. With those updates, and again, with knowing that we are working hard and doing our best to make sure that employees are working or have the ability to work or have options regarding sick leave or any accrual leave, We are making the recommendation that effective May 31st, which is the beginning of the next pay period, that the court consider ceasing the actions that were taken on March 16th with regard to administrative leave with pay, with no task code, and with negative sick leave accumulation. And so you can see the recommendations up on the slide here. We are asking that the court consider ceasing the use of both of these effective May 31st. Are there any questions?
Melissa, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, Judge.
Okay. I just want to. I think Commissioner Perez had a question.
I think the trouble is, Judge. I think somebody's not muted. I don't know if it's Commissioner Robinson's phone call or somebody, but I think that's where the noise is coming from. So I think staff is having a hard time hearing us when we try to ask questions.
Okay. Miguel, can you check on that?
Yeah, I believe it's from one of the phone calls.
Okay,
there, so.
It's cleared up. Yeah, well, the question I wanted to ask is if you always let us know how many, or who are, not who, but I guess how many are anybody that's left in a very vulnerable situation. You know, they're not able to telecommute. They're in zero. You know, they've used up all their balances. And do you have that number of employees that would find themselves in that critical situation? Because what I don't want is sort of that we're doing a furlough kind of thing, but we're really not calling it that, or that, I just want to make sure everybody recognizes that that we are going to eventually have employees that's difficult to place because of their situation, unless when we came back. So will you be able to provide that, Melissa, in your presentation as you move forward?
Yes, Judge, absolutely. We are watching that because we know the intent of this court is always to protect its employees, and they're continuously looking out for the best interests of our employees. We are doing our best so that no employee has to go into this situation. However, we want to make sure the court and departments understand all options that are available to them. At the beginning of this presentation, effective the last pay period ending May 2nd, we had 48 employees on a strict administrative leave capacity. I will definitely watch as we finish analyzing the most current pay period, and I can brief the court via a highlight or keep them posted of how that looks. My goal is to report back to this court and let you know we're at zero. Everybody is either back to work in the safest way possible, they're providing telework for another department, or we're doing something to really help them. But I know the direction of this court is to protect its employees and give them all options possible without going into any kind of leave without pay or furlough status. But in the event we do have to go there, I definitely wanted the court to be briefed of those options.
Yeah, and then also if you could let us know, given the type of plan that they're in, as whether or not they're going to be eligible for unemployment, because I think certainly the way you do things and from our behalf might impact them on unemployment. I don't know if that's changed now with all the flexibility, but that we don't have anybody out there that might not end up getting unemployment simply because of the way our plan is formulated.
And that's a great point, and Commissioner Bettis had brought that up a week ago as well. So Miguel or Alexis, if you'll go to the next slide, I have a very brief information on this. I do want to let the court know Patsy Lopez from the County Attorney's Office has done extensive research and is working with me and briefing me on not only the regular unemployment, which you see on the screen today, that normally authorizes up to 26 weeks for eligible employees. You see the eligibility criteria there on the screen as well. And of course, this is normal unemployment, but because of the situation at hand, Patsy has really done a great job looking at the CARES provisions and watching to see what other emergency pandemic unemployment situations might be out there. And so we didn't want to go into an extensive unemployment presentation, but we're watching those, and we will work with those employees effective in the event we have to cross this bridge.
Excellent, I appreciate that. And like you said, the whole Commissioners Court, driven by Commissioner Leon, had asked also, let's try to figure everything out before we even think of letting any of our employees go. And so I want to I'm glad that you did state that that's what we're looking for, that our employees have done an incredible job. It's a difficult situation, so, let's look for those opportunities.
Judge?
Commissioner Leon?
Yes, thank you, Melissa. It was a great presentation. I know you all put a lot of work into this. One of my questions is, and was last week, of those remaining employees, have they used up all their vacation time, their sick leave? As has been mentioned before, we'll bend over backwards for whatever we have to do to keep all our employees. But somewhere along the line, we've got to draw a line. Now, of those remaining employees, have they done this?
So Commissioner, we do track that, and as mentioned last week, of the 48 that were remaining on May 2nd, we do have about 65% of those employees that still have sufficient vacation and or comp time available to use. So with that, we don't want to ask the court to take actual action on forcing them to use it. However, allowing HR to work with the employees and department heads to remind employees that if they wish, we can use their other leave so that they don't run into the negative. And we'd like to give that option to the employee so that they can make that decision. If they run into negative sick leave, it's going to take them quite some time to recoup on it. We want to make sure they understand you have vacation, you have comp time. We encourage you to use that, but we want to leave that decision with the employee at this time.
The weakness I see in that, if I'm one of those employees and I've got ADC or my own comp time, I'm going to use ADC. So we've got a lot of discussion ahead of us, but like I say, I think we're going to have to draw a line someplace.
And forgive me, Commissioner, the numbers I gave you were with regard to those employees going into negative sick leave, not those on strict ADC. So I misunderstood your question. I gave you stats based on who has sufficient vacation and comp based on who's running into negative sick leave. On the strict ADC, that number's completely different. And yes, they do have vacation and comp time as well. Not all of them, but many of them do have those balances available to them. Yes, sir.
So instead of the 48, it's how many?
It's still 48. Those are what they have authorized, or departments have authorized, because they could not find telework for them to do. They are on administrative leave, not using their personal leave.
Okay, so if I understand the court correctly, we'll be making some decisions this Thursday.
I have action for the court today in the event you'd like to take action today. Otherwise, if you'd like to defer to Thursday, I don't have an item regarding this matter for Thursday. But if the court wishes, we can bring it back up on Thursday.
What is it that we know now that we'll know, or what is it that we don't know that by Thursday we'll know?
It will be the same. There will be, other than probably letting you know that number 48 has changed with the most recent pay period. That's probably the only thing that will change, is watching those numbers as they continue to change pay period to pay period. But I will tell you that in speaking with your department heads who have these employees in this kind of capacity, when you look at the big departments who struggle with telework due to the nature of what they do and serve the public, I've spoken with them. I have their support. They have a plan. Some of your departments have already started bringing those employees back to work as earlier as today. I would love to go out on a limb and say there's nobody left on ADC as of today, but I don't want to say that unless I have the stats to back me up. But I worked with departments over the weekend. I worked with departments all through last week, and I'm real excited that they have a plan to have 100% of their employees from that 48 list back to work as of today. That's my goal. That's the intentions of your department, and you have the support of your departments. They understand the predicament you're in. They understand our financial constraints, and they're working to keep their employees productive, whether for their own departments or for the other, as long as we're serving the county together.
Okay, Melissa, thank you. Judge, I have a suggestion. If we can, we don't know if that number is down to 0 or not, but maybe between now and Thursday, we'll have that number and we can make a decision.
That would be great. Would you be able to put that on the agenda for Thursday? Christina,
Christina?
are we still?
Yeah, it
Could
could
we
be
postpone till Thursday?
No, you cannot postpone it. You can recess it to Thursday because it was not originally included. You can try posting today, but if we post it, we can only post it after 3:30. So the item could not be heard until after 3:30. It looks like kind of a long agenda for Thursday. I'm not sure if it's gonna be that long, but that's the option.
What do you
Would
think,
you like
Commissioner
us to
Leon?
post, Judge, for Thursday?
I think by that time we'll know if it's 0 employees, so the question will be moot. If not, then we're gonna have to take some action.
Yeah. Well, if you can post for 3:30, like you said, it might push that agenda a little further out, but that's fine. I think this is really important. Like you said, it's not important. If it's 0, then we're okay. But if it's not, then there means there's, people out there waiting to hear an answer.
Yeah.
So yeah, if
Okay.
you could do that for us.
Judge, Caesar is already working on it, so it'll probably be a little bit after 3:30 by the time we get it posted, but he's already on it and we'll get it added to Thursday.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, so no
Thank you,
action for
Melissa.
item
A
number
lot
10.
of work, but thank you for taking care of our employees in that manner and keeping us informed. Thank you. Go ahead, Jessica. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Thank you, Judge. Item number 12, purchasing. Approve the purchase and installation of 14 all-band MP mobile APX 8500 radios for the County of El Paso using Texas DIR contract DIR TSO 4101, awarded to RTC Inc., Motorola Solutions Inc. of Chicago, Illinois, in the amount of $80,690.40. Purchasing approved on April 29, 2020. Funding is available in SGHS Communication 20 cap outlays.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Judge, Deborah Correjo-Troll, County Purchasing Agent. I'm here today to present a request to purchase the all-band mobile radios through the DIR State of Texas contract.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
You're muted, Commissioner Leon. Commissioner Leon, you are muted. You might have stepped out.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I keep muting that thing and my answer is aye.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 13, approve the purchase and installation of a new metal building at Ascarate Park using Region 19 JOC RFP 187293, awarded to Mirador Enterprises of El Paso, Texas, in the amount of $98,000. Purchasing approved on May 12, 2020. Funding is available in CP Golf Course Building Renovation.
Deborah Correjo-Troll, County Purchasing Agent. For this purchase, we're requesting to award to a local vendor through the Region 19 contract. This is for the metal building that will house the pump, and it will cover the pump house. And believe it or not, it was probably cheaper to replace the building than it was to just replace the roof that was needed.
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 14, approve the purchase of two ADA compliant Ford E450 cutaway gravel buses with compressed natural gas for the County of El Paso using interlocal agreement with OMES Office of Management and Enterprises Services, awarded to Creative Bus Sales in the amount of $248,910. Purchasing approved on May 14, 2020. Funding is available in SG 5339, Discrete 19 cap outlays.
Deborah Carrejo, County Purchasing Agent. For this purchase, we're requesting to interlocal with the state of Oklahoma to purchase this type of bus. Normally, we would go to the state of Texas for this, but they guided us to the state of Oklahoma as they did not have anything in place to help us with this purchase, especially the timing considering the grant funding. If you approve this, all the documents are in place for the cooperative, the interlocal procurement, and we do need to get the PO cut before the end of this month.
Deborah, had you worked with Oklahoma before in something of this nature?
I've not worked with the state of Oklahoma, but state contracting tends to not change too much. Oklahoma has similar laws to the state of Texas. I know this because I was the director of purchasing for a school system in Oklahoma. Legal has reviewed the documents. Legal has reviewed the contract and found that the state of Oklahoma's terms and conditions are in line with those. And I believe you have some of the backup on the ADA buses, but we do go through our legal department, especially when there's interlocals involved with other agencies who may or may not meet our minimum requirements. And in this case, it was deemed compliant.
Oh, thank you, Deborah. I move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah.
Item number 15, Auditor. Pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code Section 114.023, 114.024, 114.025, and 114.026, please accept the attached presentation and the interim financial report for the month ended April 30th, 2020. The interim financial report is located on the intranet at http://www.epcounty.com/auditor/publications/monthly reports.htm.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Edward Dion, County Auditor. I'll be presenting the unaudited interim financial report for the month of April 2020. Next page, please. Page 2. Okay, thank you. This is an executive financial summary of all funds as of April, showing year-to-date and the percentage of the budget. We're 58.55% through fiscal year 2020. All funds revenues totaled $46.2 million. Year-to-date, $356 million, or 84%. Expenses are $33 million for April, $242.8, or 43% for the year. General fund revenues were $10.1 million. Year-to-date, $244, and that's 82% of the revenues budgeted. The expenses are $22.7, $170.5 for the year, or 48% of the fiscal year. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the condensed financial report. It's required to be published on a monthly basis when the report is presented to the Commissioner's Court. And it just goes, it shows budgeted funds, fund balances, the revised budget, year-to-date, life-to-date expenditures, encumbrances to date, and then the available budget for both budgeted funds and for the multi-year funds, which include capital projects, grants, and agency funds. Next page, please. We'll be going over revenues, so that'll be on page 5. This is a summary of revenues by fund. Total revenues for the month to date was 46.2 million or 356.1 million. Pointing out the general fund was 10.1 million or 244.9 million for the year. Revenues collected, like I said, is broken down by fund type. We focus on the general fund here forward because that's our main operating fund. Next slide, please. This is revenues by source year to date for fiscal month 7, which is April. Shows the revenues of fiscal year 2020 versus fiscal year 2019. Shows you the changes. Shows you that in 2020 we had 244.9 million versus 218.9 million in 19, a difference of 26 million. I know the court has some concerns, and we'll be talking about that in just a second. Excuse me. The concerns are, you know, revenues that have changed over the last few months with COVID affecting the county, and so I'll point out a couple things for you as I can. Let's see, I lost some connection on my system here real quick. Okay. All right, so the focus I'm going to give on this page is basically sales tax for April was down about $46,000 or 1.23%. March sales tax was received on the 8th of May. You received the letter, and that was just for a fraction of March. Okay, the actual payment that we got in May was down by $499,000 or 11.38%. The concern here is the payment we're going to receive in June, which is going to be for the full month of March, will give us a real indication of the decline and the impact of COVID. Mixed beverage, also, we're expecting a decline. We don't know what the full amount will be, but we did receive a payment during the month of April for the first quarter of 2020, and that was only a decline of 38,006.6. But it's anticipated that the reduction will continue throughout the rest of the year, and it depends on opening up and the economic recovery. But the total impact for the year would probably be about 1.3 million. Going back to sales tax, assuming we have reduced sales tax through the rest of the year, we're projecting the full impact for the year will be about 8.5 million. Under charges for services, the main increase was about $2 million, and the bulk of that was a timing difference on federal prisoners. And like I said, mixed beverage, we had an increase of about 22, but that was compared to the same time last year, but the decline is expected to continue through the end of the year. Fines and forfeitures was down by 542,000. We also expect that to be down as activity is down and the offices are closed to the public. Other financing sources, we showed a decline of 321,000, mainly because of a decline in grant transfers. Interest was down. We've talked about that before, a decrease of 428,000 due to a decrease in interest rates on the investment of funds, and that's mainly because of the Federal Reserve cutting rates. And next slide, please. Number 7. This is revenues also by source. The slide shows an overview of the revenues collected compared to the estimated budget for the year. As I said, we're 58.33% of the year expired. So far, the general fund has collected 81.74% of the budgeted revenues, and this excludes the 81.2 million that was designated to balance the budget using reserves for 2020. In the area of sales tax for motor vehicles, last year you don't see any numbers there this year because last year we got the payment come in May. The bingo tax effective January of this year, it's 25% of bingo awards and it's now being collected by the tax assessor collector. Vehicle inventory taxes usually come in February of every year. So the amount we've received is the amount we're going to receive for the whole year. And the state mixed beverage, those come in on quarterly basis with the payments usually following the month after the quarter ended. So we'll still be getting another payment in July and another one in October. Next slide, please. On slide 8, this is just a depiction of the sources of revenue in a pie. And it basically shows that taxes comprises 89% due to the collection period of ad valorem beginning around December and it goes all the way through February. So we collect it fairly early in the fiscal year. We get it all at once. And within the taxes, property taxes makes up 77%. Sales tax makes up 11%. And then the next largest sector is charge services, which represented about 7.9%. Next slide, please. This is a 3-year budget actual revenue comparison on slide 9. And here, current general fund revenue collections remain positive through so fiscal month 07, as shown in the table. And it focuses, like I say, is on comparison of 3 years. Ad valorem and sales tax. We have property taxes showing 99.28%. Overall revenues are 81.74, as I said earlier, and then sales and use tax is showing 55.5% because we're usually 1 month behind. So even though we're in fiscal month 7, we've only collected 6 months worth. And plus we're going to see some declines through the remainder of the year, totaling possibly $8 million. Next slide, please. This is just a graphic depiction of the revenues by the category of revenues, charges for services, fines, forfeitures, and intergovernmental. 58% of charges were charges for service revenue, collected mainly by the Sheriff's Department. So of all charges for services, 58% was from the Sheriff, 12% was County Clerk. Of fines and forfeitures, 51% was from JPs and 33% was from Council of Judges. Under intergovernmental revenues, 37% was collected through general government and 31% was collected by the county attorney, 18% by the Sheriff's Department for salary reimbursements. Next slide, which is 12 for expenditures. This shows you a summary of expenditures by fund type for all funds, basically. The general fund shows 22.7 million for the month of April, 170.5 for fiscal year to date through April. As of, like I said, as of through April, general fund was 22.7 and the year to date was 170. Next slide, please, number 13. Another depiction of expenditures by type, salaries, fringe, operating, capital, and transfers. As you can see, personnel and fringe benefits totals about 124 million, makes up about 73.14% of the total expenses. It was an increase of about 6.1 million compared to 2019 due to salary adjustments and some other department COLA steps and regrades. Operating expenses were 30 million or 17.96% of the total expenses, an increase of about $1 million compared to 2019. Next slide, please. This is the percentage of general fund expenses year to date. And it shows basically the budget this year, fiscal year 2020 versus 19, showing that we have remaining budget of 51.87 compared to 52.33. So we're spending slightly less than the prior year. Expenditures are 48.13%. I'm sorry, I did that backwards. We have 51.87% of our budget remaining, so we're spending slightly above last year. We're at 48.13% versus 47.67%. Next slide, please. This is expenditures of the general fund by function. We'll show you revised budget, the period actuals, year to date. General fund expenses are, like I say, broken down by function. The general fund, general government excludes 29.3 million, which is the reserve for emergencies. So we take that out because for the analysis. General government, 50 million or 47.6% of the budget expended. Administration of justice, 40 million or 51.05 of the expended budget. Public safety, 72 million or 53.07 of the expended budget. And other functions were totaled 9.4 thousand and 25.3 of the expended budget. And then next slide, please. This is item 16. This is also expenditures by department. Under general government, the largest department is general government. Under administration of justice, it's the district attorney. Public safety, it's the sheriff, and other functions combined, which are significantly less than the rest. Next slide, please. This is the percentage of the general fund year to date. Unexpended 51.87%, as I said earlier, and expended 48.13%. Breaking that down, other functions 5.49%, public safety 42.19%, administration of justice 23.29%, and general government 29.03%. Next slide, please. Fund balance. Okay, this slide is the typical slide that I do every month for the fiscal update. It has been factored in for the COVID impacts. They'll be updated on a monthly basis. The most significant impacts that we're currently aware of are sales tax, mixed beverage tax, possibly property taxes, but at this point, we've been getting updates from the city tax assessor's office, and we don't see any significant declines to be concerned about as far as payments coming in, and basically most of the tax monies have been paid. And then the operating accounts, the various departments that are not open to the public, we are seeing the revenues coming in slightly higher than what we had projected, and we anticipate that will continue, but based on when the county opens up, these numbers will be adjusted on a monthly basis as those numbers start changing. So with that, next slide, if anybody has any questions.
Edward, this
Yes.
is any expense cuts to budgets that departments are in the middle of making, because this was as of last month, correct?
That's correct. So you'll see some additional declines in the expense trends, which will improve on this projection. And then there are some expenses that have been recorded, which will be transferred to the new CARES Act funding that was previously spent.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Judge, you are muted, Judge.
No, I had asked if any comments or questions. Commissioner Perez?
Just on the ad valorem taxes, I mean, this is just for this fiscal year. I mean, we don't really have yet an idea of how the of COVID-19 may affect the ad valorem taxes yet for the next fiscal year, right? That's something that CAD may have to look into for any potential trends or or during the ARB process, but that would affect next fiscal year's revenues, right?
I know preliminarily we don't expect the values to grow on existing properties as much as the past, because the values are going to be frozen, I think, for a year. I do know that we are expecting new values to continue to be added, but I think your question is more pointed as what is COVID going to do to our property taxes and what the impact is. Taxes in counties relating to sales tax is that sales tax is a reduction in taxation. So therefore, the months that we actually see reductions in our sales tax and that are included in our calculation for the tax rate, which should be any collections, I would say, through the end of June, any of those losses will be factored into the calculation for truth in taxation and may automatically adjust our tax rate so that we still bring in the same revenue that we did in fiscal year 20. So at this point, I'm not anticipating any significant change in property taxes, but that's something we're going to continue to monitor. And that's something that's really ultimately up to the decision of the Commissioner's Court when it comes to voting on that tax rate. So the only thing that I'm factoring into my projection right now is a possible 1.5% growth in new values that are added to the rolls, which is a reduction of about 1% from what I used to put in my projection. Did that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Okay, that looks like that's it. Ed, thank you. Commissioner Stout.
I'll just say to move to accept the report.
Okay. Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson? Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 16, economic development. Discuss and take appropriate action to authorize the Economic Development Department to pursue economic recovery grants in response to COVID-19. Funding is available in SG COVID-19 operating expense.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Andrea Hutchins here with the Economic Development Department. I believe that Annette Gutierrez is also on the line from the Rio Grande Council of Governments. Annette, are you there?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Okay, so Annette had just a few words that she wanted to also provide kind of as a follow-up on more of like a local level to the presentation that you received earlier this morning before I begin. So Annette, take it away.
All right, well, thank you so much. I appreciate it, Andrea. Good afternoon, Judge Samaniego, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this agenda item briefly. I think it's fair to say that El Paso County government has been going through a transformation for several years now. For example, in 2015, when the court approved to hire its first chief administrator, and then later on in 2016, when you all approved for the Economic Development Department to be created. I think these examples, along with the execution of your strategic plan, are all working towards that goal of improving the quality of life for El Paso County residents. And that can't be done from one day to the next. There's planning that's involved in order to make that happen. And just for your information, the Rio Grande Council of Governments does administer the West Texas Economic Development District. We are funded by the Economic Development Administration. This is the funding agency that's federal, and you heard from them earlier in the presentation section where Mr. Pesce discussed the economic development funding that's going to be made available, or that is available as of now through the CARES Act. And one of our primary tasks is to develop a regional economic development plan known as the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. The CEDS, as we call it, is required for us to cover our entire region. So that's the counties of Brewster, Culberson, El Paso, Hudspeth, Jeff Davis, Presidio. And then since we also have Las Cruces and Doñana as member governments of our organization, we also include their data as well. And so this is just it's a really important document for us to be able to produce. We need the buy-in from all of our communities, all of our stakeholders in order to make a plan that you all can use to where it's identifying the top economic priorities that are within the region. Now, we are aware that El Paso County Economic Development Department will be requesting to apply for funding that will allow for a comprehensive strategic plan to be conducted for 20 years. We at the Council of Governments would benefit tremendously if that plan were to be executed and implemented. The type of data that we can take from that document to parlay that into our regional document would be invaluable, not only to the organization, to our entire region. I think that El Paso County has every year been seen more and more by the communities as their leader, as an organization who can provide them with technical assistance, who can collaborate with them, who can partner with them. This is evident that we see day in, day out with Commissioners Court meeting, just as today when Horizon City presented their TERS, or also last week when Mr. Landeros presented the Transportation Authority Initiative. So this is, I think, a great opportunity. The time is right for you all to be looking at these types of initiatives, as well as the other grant opportunities that will be going before you today, because this is really going to provide the strategic framework for our community in terms of what kind of economic recovery is going to be presented. So I just wanted to inform you that the Council of Governments is ready to assist and to participate and to support in whatever way we can in order to see these projects come to fruition. And we will definitely be the liaison between the county and EDA if the court approves for these agenda items to go forward. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and I'll turn it back to Andrea.
Thank you.
Thank you, Annette. Appreciate it. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, according to the World Bank, and Annette just basically covered this, but the choices that governments make to restart their economic engine, including long-term, social, socioeconomic, economic, so on and so forth, basically the stimulus investments that we make today could make or break, our future, if you will. So when we look at previous long-term plans that have been created in El Paso County, things that had UMC come to fruition and the baseball stadium downtown, those things all took planning. And so just kind of keeping that frame of mind in place as we go through these different projects. Next slide, please. So again, planning is a crucial function of economic recovery. And I think, we hear from the court on a regular basis, especially from you, Judge, kind of looking for that place where the county can be. And I really see, that you all voice on a regular basis that you would like to be leaders in helping our community to plan and prepare for recovery. Next slide. According to restoreyoureconomy.org, the #1 thing that we can do post-disaster is to create economic development plans. Next slide. So today we're going to discuss a couple of areas where we have been looking for grant opportunities to do some long-term comprehensive plans. Each one of these plans that we will discuss have different aspects of our community's economic footprint in mind, and it's going to basically start off with a countywide comprehensive plan to kind of encompass all of these things. From there, we're looking at technology and technology infrastructure, agriculture and sustainability, and then aerospace and defense. And hopefully you'll see how all of these items would fit into one another. Next slide, please. So for a strategic comprehensive plan, there are a number of federal entities like FEMA, IEDC, SBA, who all indicate that strategic comprehensive planning, basically meaning an overview, of the region or of the county, if you will, is really the best place to start off on long-term recovery efforts. The plan that we would be asking the Economic Development Administration for funding for would be for a 20-year plan that would include and ensure economic stability for future crises. So when we talk about what all a comprehensive plan entails, I'll get into that in just a little bit, but just keep in mind that this would be a long-term recovery strategy. Next slide. So using existing plans as the base, the comprehensive plan would focus on, again, long-term sustainability and stability of El Paso County. It would include things like major economic development projects and infrastructure, land use, transportation, public and private facilities, community facilities, housing and neighborhood, and environmental stewardship. The interesting thing about this slide that I would like to point out is at the very top, we talk about that it would be using existing plans as the base. We heard from our friends over at Horizon City this morning that they had done quite a bit of work in putting together a strategic comprehensive plan for their city. And we know that the city of El Paso has done an excellent job at doing long-term strategic plans. The MPO, the RMA, number of different organizations here in the county have done their own version of a strategic plan. Unfortunately, there is not one single document that connects all of those dots and tells you as a court where to put your infrastructure dollars first. There is not a one single plan that addresses all of the other plans to make sure that they are communicating with one another, to make sure that roads, are not necessarily going over someplace where somebody else has planned a park, or housing developments, and so on and so forth. So the basis of this comprehensive plan would really be taking existing plans, lumping them together, looking for holes, looking for opportunities, looking for those areas where maybe the plans are not necessarily talking to one another, and then making some recommendations. We would be looking at creating a steering committee that would run the overall strategic plan from the portion where we put together the plan itself, and then to the portion where we start making economic development recommendations for long-term economic development projects. Next slide. So the basic approach would be that, if we should choose to move forward with asking the Economic Development Administration for this grant, we would create a steering committee made up of all of the municipalities located within the county, and then all of the major stakeholders like the RMA and the MPO. From there, if granted the award, we would release RFPs, compile all of the existing plans, and again, where I mentioned before, really look for those opportunities to fill in gaps. Creating a long-term economic development vision is something that the steering committee would be helping to bring to you all, and then have you all provide overall feedback and recommendations. So this is not going to be a short-term process by any means, but I will say that, again, because many of the municipalities and the planning organizations located within the county have put some of the framework together, the process will definitely move forward a little bit faster. Next slide. So a countywide comprehensive plan of this size and scope would cost approximately $1.3 to $1.4 million. We're looking at that based on the fact that a lot of counties throughout the country have very large strategic comprehensive plans. Fortunately for us, there is no grant match required. This is something that we would seek funding, as mentioned earlier, through the Economic Development Administration and through their current CARES Act funding source. Next slide. Next, I'd like to move on to where we were talking about technology and technology infrastructure. So I've heard a few people talk about connectivity on this call throughout the day, and I think for any of us working from home, that we understand that with all of the people using internet resources right now, that county broadband could certainly be improved in some aspects. There are indications that up to 31% of El Paso County residents do not have fixed internet. And I want to bring your attention to the word fixed internet. Fixed internet means that there is no underground broadband capability. It is some sort of a cell tower service or Wi-Fi type internet service. So currently thousands of homes in rural areas of El Paso are having issues where their children are trying to work remotely, and they're trying to work remotely. I've heard stories from people who are having to have their children do schoolwork in their car outside of the school so that they have better reception. And so I know that collectively, we have a pretty good understanding, I think, here on a regular basis, that broadband is something that could and possibly should be addressed. Next slide. So if we were to seek out a grant for county broadband feasibility, basically, and when I say feasibility, we really need to look at and identify where the gaps are for El Paso broadband services, but also we need to look at collection of data and mapping of demographic data, economic indicators. We need to do a market study. All sorts of things need to be done before we would be able to bring a plan of action to the court for how to fix, for lack of a better word, county broadband. So the approach that we would be taking would be to apply for a grant along with subgrantees at the Loya Center and the Hunt Institute for Global Competitiveness. They would be basically our partners in going after this grant as kind of like a subgrantee. And they would be doing the work that you see outlined, from doing the review of current networks to cost-benefit analysis at the very, very end. And then, they would kind of be considered the go-to experts, but if necessary, would be seeking the assistance from outside counsel or subject matter experts where appropriate, using the grant funding. Next slide. So the Economic Development Department is proposing that we conduct the following 2 items. One would be a broadband feasibility study that would look at exactly what the broad picture of broadband looks like here in El Paso County. There's currently a 20% match required for this item. We're estimating it at about $50,000. And then for the follow-on, we would be looking at what a business plan would look like if the county should choose to move forward with doing some sort of either county-owned broadband or going out for contract for another company. Basically, the feasibility study work needs to be done before we can identify exactly what the follow-on procedures and plans of action would be to address anything that the feasibility study identified. But it has been recommended to us that we go after the grant as one bulk lump sum to make sure that we are able to receive funding that is going to be very competitive, like you heard earlier this morning. So we would kind of be lumping these 2 items together for a total of $95,000 to address countywide broadband issues. Next slide. Next, and I know I've spoken to a few of you about opportunities for agriculture here in El Paso County, and I know that all of you are aware of the fact that there is food insecurity right now in El Paso County. There are 222 farms located within El Paso County boundaries, and isolated areas like El Paso, we have to be able to provide resources and infrastructure necessary to support a local food system during times of crisis, which I think we've seen over and over again. Next slide. So this is a very interesting slide to me. I was able to find the maps put together through the FDA for food distribution networks. And if you see on this map, you can tell that there is a very large hole located in about the area of New Mexico and West Texas. Next slide, please. We do have the opportunity to fill that gap with some of the 222 farms that we have located in El Paso County and around us in Donahue County. A number of discussions today have brought up, taking a look at things from a regional approach. And we all know that if there's one thing we have in West Texas, it is land. So I think looking at the creation of a agribusiness park around the Tornillo Port of Entry could help us fill that gap. Next slide. So again, I had mentioned the number of farms that we have. The reason why we are looking at going after a grant to do a feasibility study and business plan for an agricultural business park is that many of those 222 farms do not actually have capabilities of production, distribution, processing, storage, or even inspection capabilities. And so many of our local farmers, the ones who are able to produce agricultural products that could be used on a local level, they must ship their items out to either 3 to 4 hours away in some instances, depending on the product that they're producing, to be either processed or distributed. Next slide. So the approach that we would be looking for pursuing a grant to consider a Tornilla-centered agricultural business park would be to apply for this grant, go out for RFP, conduct a study to really look at what the demand is here in El Paso County and what the plan could be for growing that particular industry, and then even the potential for building an industrial park or agricultural park at the Tornillo Port of Entry. From there, we would be working with local and regional growers as well as local agencies and potential users to identify demand. Creation of a park plan, including the design and business plan, is extremely crucial as we look at long-term uses of our bridges. I understand that, the Tornillo Port of Entry is not something that is heavily utilized and there's not a great deal of traffic there. But I do feel confident that one day there will be traffic there. And in between that time, having the Tornillo Agricultural Business Park would fill in the gaps that we currently have for our local agricultural users, and then even people potentially outside of the county using those facilities for processing and distribution. And then from there, we would look at applying for follow-on construction grants for the appropriate amount. So we've talked a few times about long-term planning, and it is our understanding, and I'm sure you all hear rumors as well, that there will be additional rounds of funding, possibly even 2 more, and having shovel-ready projects like this would definitely be more likely to be funded. Next slide. So the cost of doing something like this would look at approximately $100,000. That would be broken up into 2 pieces. It would be the feasibility study to be conducted at the beginning through the Economic Development Administration, and then we would be looking at a business park design should the feasibility study identify that yes, there is enough demand, and what exactly that demand looks like. Next slide. And lastly, we are looking at a regional aerospace and defense capability. Through working with local leaders from the ARMS, MCA, the Chamber, and a number of other areas, it's become evident that we have a very strong narrative about the aerospace capabilities in the region. We talk often about the individuals who are leaving the military and how the talent is that we have either located here already through some of the small businesses, the defense contractors, graduates, or those leaving the military. But we don't really have any real indication as to the number of individuals leaving the installation who fit into the aerospace and defense category. And technically the same thing goes with some of our small businesses here. I hear on a regular basis that there's a subcontractor operating off of another contract, outside of an installation in Alabama or something to that effect. And so it's very, very important that we, kind of look at really trying to get a clear picture of what we are selling when we look at building entrepreneurship and small business programs. When we look at, trying to recruit new businesses here for industry cluster development. And then, when we look at creating some sort of supply chain resilience, and I think resilience right now is a key word as we look at economic development recovery. And then further identifying and enhancing our workforce locally. Again, having a clear picture of who is here and what they need will help us put together better plans. Next slide. So the approach for this grant, again, we would be looking at applying for grant funding. For this particular item, we would be looking at conducting a supply chain study that would be done on a regional basis. We would be looking at going out as far as Holloman Air Force Base and San Angelo to really get a comprehensive look at what this region brings, and if we're going to sell things, what we can do at a regional level. We would create a working group who would be made up of local and regional defense contractors, military installation leaders, education institutions, so on and so forth. And then from there, we would release an RFP and then work with consultants to conduct a study and then hopefully present a final plan with recommendations about the next steps that the court could take to help continue to build out those toolkits that we've talked about on a regular basis to either improve the workforce here locally or attract those companies that we talk about on a regular basis. Next slide. So this particular study would be conducted through the Office of Economic Adjustment, which is a DoD office. Many of you may be familiar with them and maybe had some relationships with them during the 2008 BRAC. Part of what they do is help areas outside of military installations to do exactly what it is that we're talking about doing. So the approximate cost of this study would come somewhere between $230,000 to $275,000. There currently would not be a county funding portion necessary for this item. Next slide. So going over things in total, we kind of took this from a different approach. We didn't go through implementation of undergrants because I wanted to get the court's approval before we put too much staff time into these particular items. But as you can see, all 4 grants in total would cost about $1 million, but are going to only run a grant match of around $195,000 should the court determine that they would like for us to consider pursuing these things. So if the court were favorable of us pursuing these items, we would bring each of them back individually at a later date for court's final approval before submitting to the EDA. We would, as Annette mentioned earlier, because they are undergoing a SEDS right now, we would certainly prioritize the overall countywide comprehensive plan. But staff has been working on getting the framework of these things put together, so we could move relatively quickly and get these things back before the court in relatively short order should you be favorable. And I should also just finish with, before I open for questions, these items have been budgeted in the CARES Act funding that the county received a few weeks ago. This was something that, again, you know, that we knew economic recovery was going to be coming and that we've been planning for a while. So we did ask to have these items included in our budget for economic recovery. Next slide. And I will now open up to questions.
Yes, Judge.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes, a few comments. On the agriculture portion of it, I'm not sold on that yet. Not to say that I will not be sold on, but right now I'm not sold on it, and I'll tell you why. One is I would like to hear. We had a lot of farms here in the past. They've gone away. So the agriculture portion, so it's not where it was many years ago. I would like to hear someone tell me, have they looked at why the agriculture portion went away from El Paso? So we say we're going to reinvent the wheel, but what was the reason why it failed years ago that we don't have it now? Now, you look at it from a standpoint, and also you look from a standpoint of from an economic development standpoint, to go along with that is to why have not the large corporations set up shop in this area for the agriculture is concerned? For example, Walmart. One reason why we were not able to get an HEB here for years, and I was involved in that many years ago, because of warehousing. Now, but then on the other hand, we have warehousing on Railroad Drive. Why did those facilities close down? So some of the buildings are still, for the most part, the buildings are still there. So why are they not used to the extent as far as having warehousing in that standpoint? We had Safeway here, we had Fur's supermarket here, we had others. They went away. They were all housed on Railroad Drive, and those warehouses over there, well, they're still standing, but not being properly utilized. So, one, I would like to see get information as to why the agriculture portion that we had here failed before we go and spend a lot of money and say we're going to build it. And also, why have not the large corporations take advantage of it if there's a market for it and there's ability to make a profit?
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson.
So I would like to get some feedback on that.
Sure.
Judge, if I may.
Commissioner Leon? Yeah, Commissioner Leon?
These plans sound good. The only item, and you're, Andrea, you're advising the court that these matching funds can be taken out of the CARES Act money that we received.
Yes, sir. All of them would be. Mm-hmm.
And Commissioner, when I did set up the CARES Act and present a CARES Act budget for your consideration, I did set aside funding for the economic recovery portion, and I set aside some funds for these types of grant matches for these types of projects.
Now, Andrea, if we were to give you the green light, does that mean that within a few months if we change our course, we can stop the process?
Absolutely, sir. Until the funds are awarded to us, we have the ability to either turn them down or yes, I mean, say, you know, if we've not already been awarded, stop the process. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
But once again, we don't see fit to inquire or investigate my question as to why the agriculture portion went away. Why would the warehousing portion of it, why they went away, as opposed to say we're going to build those structures, bring those ventures to El Paso. I'm not against economic development, but I just like there's a reason why those things went away. So we don't just go and say we're going to build these things, but then not know why they failed in the past.
Absolutely, sir. And I apologize. I thought that you were implying that I should come back at a later date with that information. But to my knowledge, the reason why a number of those activities have closed down is because of a lack of processing capabilities here. Because of the cotton industry and the pecan industry locally, there have not always been a lot of growers who are producing the type of items that you would need to process. And that has kind of changed over the last 10 years since urban farming has become more popular. We have got a number of entities in southern New Mexico who are producing agricultural items that are fit for consumption, like tomatillos, and even there's a new form of quinoa that's not really new, but it is only grown indigenous to this area. And so I think as urban trends for locally sourced food have kind of switched around a little bit, I think that it will show that part of the reason that those warehouses closed was because of a lack of demand. And then because of the lack of demand, the processing capabilities went away. But I should say that is part of the reason why we would be seeking out grant funding, would be to conduct a feasibility study to identify the potential for demand and to identify whether or not this is something to even consider pursuing. When we look at the map that I showed that had basically a giant hole in our region for food distribution, I feel like it's something that the court may want to consider is how we are going to be able to feed our populations here locally when we hear about food processing plants shutting down at a national level, and we are so far out and geographically isolated. And so the funding for the feasibility study would really be to identify what the demand is in the region and not just El Paso County. So looking at farms in New Mexico and looking at other farms that would potentially be east of El Paso County as well, whether or not there is a demand. And if the feasibility study comes back and says, no, there's not, we would not proceed from there.
Commissioner, we can get additional information from some of our local partners. If there's something specific on the agricultural history, that would be helpful to you.
Yes, definitely. One other point I want to make is that for a long time, many years, we had a small food bank. It took that contingent of local people here in El Paso a lot of time and a lot of effort to bring what we have today. We might also want to talk to the people at the El Paso Fighting Hunger, in regards to the challenges that they went through to bring this warehouse that we have now, as far as the food bank.
Absolutely, yes, sir. I have actually spoken to Susan on a number of occasions regarding not only this initiative, but other potential processing capabilities. I know that they've been looking at doing meat processing. So certainly that's something that I can have her weigh in on and provide additional information. From this point, what I was hoping to get from the court was a direction to consider pursuing these grants and to bring them back to you individually. So if there is a kind of a consensus at pursuing them overall, I could provide more in-depth presentations on each one of them as I bring them back.
Well, overall, I don't have a problem. I say I'm just not 100% sold on the agriculture portion of it.
Completely understood, sir. Yes.
Judge, this is Commissioner Stout.
Yeah, Commissioner Stout.
I just wanted to make a couple of comments. I think that you know, this is really important work that's being done. You know, our economic development department is looking for some solutions that I think are not going to cost the county a lot of money and that are going to bring pretty significant return on investment. I think that we you know, need to really take into, you know, really need to work towards more of these types of projects and these types of investments. You know, especially when it comes to you know, the food access and food insecurity. You know, it's really, I think it's really difficult for us to expect that the food bank you know, into the future bear the brunt of you know, what's going on, and we need to create some sustainable long-term solutions to provide further access and further eradicate food insecurity. And I think by, you know, by doing that, you know, we're going to see better healthcare outcomes as well, economic boon, you know, economic growth when it comes to our agricultural sector, and you know, being able to take care of ourselves. And so I think you know, we are at a disadvantage right now, but we could be at a very strong advantage. There are so many different things that we can do, like increase you know, SNAP use, like expand our healthy food financing initiatives, like do some of these things that Andrew is talking about agriculturally. And I think in the long run, that's what we're talking about here, is really trying to create a strategy that's going to take us into the future 20 years. And so I applaud the efforts of the Economic Development Department, and you know, I think these are great solutions to some of the problems we have. Obviously, there's a lot of work to be done, and I'm sure that y'all are up to the task. So I don't know if we have to move to have to make a motion, but if we do, I think it says that we are to discuss and take appropriate action. So I don't know if that means we have to make a motion, or if we just give direction to our Economic Development Department to pursue these grants. But I would like to make that motion if that's what we have to do. If not, then you have my full support for going forward and pursuing the grants.
Just need your attention, and we'll bring back the individual grants for the court to vote on.
Great, thank you.
If I may, I was just going to make a comment. You know, I guess when we look at the CARES Act funding that is available, you know, and you look at the job loss. I mean, it's well over 50,000 jobs that have been lost from our economy now. And I know that there's a time limit regarding the use of these funds. You know, I mean, you know, have we made a clear determination that the use of this funding in this way, you know, is the best approach for economic recovery? I mean, it's, you know, something like this is in my precinct. It goes similar to the things I had with Commissioner Stout's proposal, which again, it was a very worthwhile proposal and addressed a significant need. But it's just, again, the funding sources that we have are very limited, and the amount that we've allocated for economic assistance is even more limited because we're still dealing with the health crisis itself. And you know, I just think we just have to be very careful about where it is that we're going to invest the dollars regarding economic development. broadband infrastructure in an environment like this, I mean, I could definitely see, the need for it, but if this is going to be, a feasibility study and, how long is that going to take, before it is, we're able to do this. Granted, we're probably going to be in this environment for 12 to 18 months, but chances are kids are going to go back to school. But yes, we do need to close that digital divide. But I guess that's what have we really done a thorough analysis of the job losses and of a lot of these jobs aren't going to come back to our community? Is this the most prudent expenditure of funds when it comes to economic recovery? A question that I have is just, have we taken a look at that? I know retail's been hit particularly hard. I don't know if it's going to take job retraining programs, or I mean, what is it that's going to yield the biggest return overall when we look at these funds and using them strategically?
So to answer the question, I do sit on near weekly phone calls, either with some sort of association, workforce development, the city, and a number of other local entities, everything from the apartment association to, the realtors. And overall, I realize that there are pots of money that are coming down the pike for various, and I don't want to call them special interest groups, but for various special interests. And so what we were working to identify were problems and programs that we knew would be impactful for the entire county. And so when we look at broadband and our ability to attract major corporations, access to broadband is going to be a huge issue, especially in the future as we look at continuing to expand on the east side. So when we look at, kind of where I think the county can get the biggest bang for our buck, if we are able to get some of the $200 billion that is out there for broadband capabilities and be able to improve what we have here locally, I think that the return on the investment at a local level is really what I was going for through all of these grants. And again, some of them take no matching requirements at all. So really trying to ensure that the county is set up for long-term success and that we address programs from the county level that other people are not looking at. So, when we've got the Retail Association, working with the SBA, and we have other federal programs through workforce development, Workforce has a number of opportunities that we've been chatting with them about. And we do have some things that we've been looking at for small business innovation programs. But quite frankly, when you look at the overall bang for your buck and return on investment, again, these are programs that nobody else is addressing in the county. And because they impact the entire county, it could positively impact us, through the Economic Development Department if we were able to address some of these problems from a county-wide perspective. So that was the approach that we were taking.
Yeah. I mean, I think on infrastructure, like when it comes to broadband, I think, the county needs to be as prepared as possible for possible future stimulus bills that may come down that address infrastructure, having those shovel-ready projects. So certainly, the broadband infrastructure, I see the need, but I am concerned, about, the unemployment rate and folks. There's going to be some folks who are going to be allowed to go back to work and their jobs are going to be there for them. There's going to be a lot of folks who aren't going to have that opportunity. And, it's a really difficult decision, just making sure that we're investing these limited funds that have been granted to us by the federal government to, those sectors that have been hardest hit and the areas that folks have, experienced the greatest job loss.
Absolutely.
Are there, Commissioner, on that note, would you like to see us bring back additional opportunities or options specifically related to those areas where we're seeing the greatest declines, such as like the hospitality industry, retail, those areas? Additional programs?
I mean, I think that's, it certainly helps. It certainly helps in making decisions when looking at programs like this, right? When you're looking at the totality of what's out there, it's difficult to say, well, because look, I mean, I forget how much it is that we set aside for development. Overall, I mean, the 27.4 is very small to address both the health crisis and the economic one, but yeah, it would help to, I think, give us a better picture of what's our area of focus. You know, how does it align with our strategic plan? Because I mean, but then also, like I said, things have fundamentally changed since we came up with our strategic plan. But you know, where are we going to have the most folks that are going to be unemployed? Is it going to be hospitality? You know, probably. You know, what places aren't going to open up again? You know, it's going to be retail, clothing retail, things like that. I mean, you know, are folks going to need job training? I don't know. It's just that's what makes it hard whenever these types of proposals come forward. Because again, like the proposal that Commissioner Stout brought forward, very worthwhile project. It's addressing a very important healthcare need in our community. But again, it's just this funding is very limited, and we have to really assess and be very careful, I guess, in how we spend this, recognizing that there is a limitation on time as well. And also you wanted to deploy this funding fast enough to make a tangible difference in the economy. But you know, if there is something, I can't imagine that there isn't already work out there that's taking a look at this. But yeah, that's
well. At this point, we do have still some funding remaining in the economic recovery section of the budget. If the court is interested in any of these programs today that are presented, we could move forward and then bring back additional programs, either working with the local universities or community college, looking at other methods of programs for skills training, retraining programs for those industries that are hard hit, or those employees and those industries that were hard hit.
Yeah, like I said, infrastructure is always a good bet. You know, I mean, because we're going to need it now and well into the future, whether in good times or in bad times. You know, for me, that's a little easier to assess. It's these other specialized requests for funds like that are harder. It's just, if it doesn't obligate us to anything, I mean, to move forward and it gives us more time to reassess, and if the grant, and it gives you an opportunity to go forward, that I don't have a problem with that, while also exploring other options. Like I said, infrastructure is easy. I don't have a problem with the broadband, because we do need to close the digital divide. But that's where I'm coming from.
Additionally, and I really appreciate that comment on the broadband, because additionally, more and more access to information, and even if someone is not going to school via broadband, you need broadband to be able to successfully complete school anymore. And so this item today does not obligate the county. It's not even approving us completely for the grant applications. We just did not want to have legal and all the other partners go through the work before, if there was no interest from the court to move them forward. So today, what we'd like is your approval for us to continue to work on them and bring them forward. And we will continue to look at other programs that address areas that have been really hard hit, and we'll continue to work with workforce development on that, workforce borderplex, workforce solutions, and our other community partners to see what we can do to address those areas.
And the commissioner brought up an excellent point, and that is that we have to look at transitioning employees from one industry to another, and what's that going to look like, because a lot of the ones that were hit might not recover. And so you might not have the same amount of people there in that particular industry because they don't recover properly. And so then you've got, have to sort of get employees to retrain and get them into other areas. And so that, if you could look at that component of sort of repurposing our employees, because I think there's going to be a lot of that. There's so many small businesses that had a lot of employees that might not come back in the food industry and some other areas. The competition is going to be tough. You know, some of the bigger franchises will survive and not the smaller ones. And so a lot of those skills might not be transferable into some other areas. So anyway, if you could just keep in mind that our role in getting employees to go from one industry to another, and what would that take?
Absolutely. I
Judge,
should
Judge, you make a very good point. You know, because we a few years ago we went through the same transition with the garment industry. You know, it was big here in El Paso, then the downtown of the market. So now you got all the clothing manufacturers is across the border or out of the country altogether. So we had to look at that, you know, and from the standpoint that the Commissioner President made about the broadband, we've been focusing and working on broadband for a number of years. So I agree that that's part of infrastructure. That is very vital to our region. So yes, we should focus on that. But by the same token, the other ones that we talked about, the agriculture, et cetera, what I'd like to see, whatever you bring back, Ms. Bessie, is that I would like to see a blueprint.
Yes, absolutely. So I will definitely get that presentation put together. And I do just want to make sure that I address, I have been working with Workforce Solutions Borderplex on a number of grants that they have received from the federal government to do exactly what you all have already suggested, which is upskilling and reskilling workforce. They have a significant number of grants that have already been awarded to them, and additional funding that is coming down the pike from the federal government to address exactly what you had identified. And then I do also just want to point out that, you know, the broadband issues and all of these things that we brought up, these are things that I know that, you know, again, other agencies in the county are not already receiving federal funds to conduct these works. And so if you're interested, I could certainly bring back Layla from Workforce Solutions or somebody from her team and give a presentation on what all it is that they are doing. And then from an agricultural standpoint, you know, certainly I know that, you know, there are some questions about that, it sounds like. At this point, you know, we are requesting from the court just the option to move forward with these items. We can even look for additional potential grant matches from outside resources to move these forward. But it sounds like overall, everybody's kind of on board, but you just want a little bit more information when we bring back the individual items. If that's what I'm hearing.
So, okay, so I heard a motion to approve, to move forward with bringing these back. I don't know if there was a second to that, or if you would like to pick certain ones to move forward. And for us to bring back information on other ones first, or is it okay to move forward and bring back the information?
My thoughts are, let's move on all of them and let's see how it shakes out.
Yeah, I agree. Then that would be my motion if that's what we're doing.
You'll second that, Commissioner Leon? Is that a second or? Yeah.
Second.
Okay.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. We'll work to bring back some additional information as well. Thank you, Andrea.
Okay, thank you both.
Item number 19, Public Works. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Texas Department of Transportation State Infrastructure Bank loan application for the Pelicano Widening and Reconstruction Project in the amount of $4,600,000. Further, authorize the county judge to sign the accompanying resolution formally requesting SIB Loan Assistance, contract number 2020-0391.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Netos with the Planning and Development Department. The item before the court this afternoon is requesting for the authorization for us to submit a loan application to the Texas Department of Transportation's State Infrastructure Bank program for the local funding requirements for the ongoing Pelicano Drive widening project. The SIB, which is a state infrastructure bank, offers below market interest rates for loans, and based on information provided by the SID, the county is going to request a 20-year loan with an interest rate of 1.15%. So significantly below market, yields a significant amount of savings. There's no closing costs or origination costs or any other type of fees that might be associated with a typical debt issuance. So it's a very innovative and advantageous finance tool that the county can take advantage of here. The SIP program allows borrowers to access these capital funds, and the financial scenario and application that we are requesting to submit was prepared in conjunction with the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy and the county's financial advisor. And if the application is approved by the State Infrastructure Bank, the loan agreement would be presented for approval by the court at a later date. As the court recalls, the widening of Pelicano is a $23 million ongoing construction project that will widen the road from the existing 2-lane facility to a modern 6-lane arterial spanning 3 miles from Loop 375 to Darrington Drive. The new roadway will provide significantly greater access and mobility for residents and businesses in the area as well. The project is completely concrete, which will increase the lifespan of the facility and also reduce long-term maintenance costs. There are a number of federal funding categories already associated to this project at the El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization, and this loan would be the county's local contribution to that project. Lastly, the county is only one of a few local governments that have actually utilized the SIB in recent years. Most recently in 2017, the county took out a $4.92 million SIB loan for partnership with TxDOT on ramp improvements along Interstate 10 in between the Hawkins and Viscount area. And so this finance tool allows us to meet our obligations in as fiscally prudent manner as possible. This is always the intention, to move forward to meet our local contribution, but now more than ever with the uncertainty of the financial outlook for the county, taking advantage of below market interest rates or any other innovative finance tools is critical for our financial health as an organization. That concludes my presentation. Ask for the court's favorable consideration on this item, and I'm happy to answer any questions the court may have.
Thank you, Jose. Commissioners, questions?
Just,
Commissioner Pettis?
Just very quickly, to touch on what Jose said, I think El Paso County is one of the very few, especially of the large urban counties, taking advantage of this. Wally actually traveled to Austin to go talk with TxDOT directly because they weren't even convinced that we would qualify for this. I won't get into all the details, but he did a great job in explaining, and El Paso County qualifies for these types of things. But a 1% interest rate for the quality of infrastructure that we're building, I think is phenomenal, and it's the type of critical infrastructure projects that again I think the county needs to pursue. But the SID program is a great program, and I'm glad that we're taking advantage of it wherever we can.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Pettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson? Commissioner Robinson?
Aye, I'm sorry, I had on mute.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Motion carries.
Cheers.
Item number 20, approve and accept the revision of Americas Estates Unit 2 to be named Americas Estates Unit 2 Replat A pursuant to requirements of the Texas Local Government Code Section 232.041. Further authorize the filing and recording of the subdivision plat.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Landeros again with the Planning and Development Department. The item before the court this afternoon is a revision to the previously approved plat of America's Estates Unit 2, and this is the first revision, to the original plat. Next slide, please. The subject property is located in the Greater Horizon area near the Mission Ridge Boulevard and Paseo del Este Boulevard intersection, as the site map displays on this slide. Next slide. The subdivision will be served by the Paseo del Este Municipal Utility District, or MUD, for both water or for all services, including water, sewer, and storm sewer. The reason for this revision is to reconfigure the lots and increase lot yields from the existing plat. Next slide. Here you can see the original plat. This was approved by the Commissioners Court 8 years ago on June 4th, 2012. And on the next slide, you can see that the revised plat encompasses only the eastern portion of the original plat, which contains 69 lots. The revised plat now includes 75 residential lots. So you can see that there's an addition of new lots. What they did was just take some of the larger lots and reconfigure them to a little bit smaller lots. And this is immediately abutting the ongoing construction of Mission Ridge Boulevard, which is a county project that should be complete sometime this summer. Next slide. This concludes our presentation. With that, the Planning and Development Department recommends approval and acceptance of the revision of America's Estates Unit 2 to be named America's Estates Unit 2 Replat A, pursuant to all the applicable statutes. I'm happy to answer any questions that the court may have.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you, Jose.
Item number 21, approve and authorize the Public Works, Parks and Recreation Department's conceptual plan for the County of El Paso Healing Garden Memorial in honor of the victims of the mass shooting on August 3rd, 2019. Further authorize the acceptance of donated materials and labor to build the memorial from JAR Construction with the exception of the water feature pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 81.032. Supplemental funding is available in CP Improvements 01 Miscellaneous.
Judge, this is Miguel.
Jessica, as per Veronica, she would like us to take a moment of silence with respect to August 3rd. We'll do that right now. Okay, thank you, Jessica.
Judges, this is Miguel.
Thank you, Judge.
This is Miguel. We do have 3 people signed up for public comment on this item.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. If you could please bring up the presentation. Again, I just want to say thank you for allowing us to take this moment of silence, especially with our last victim that we lost about a month ago, almost a month ago. Guillermo Memo Garcia was one of our coaches and a parent of our sports park community. So thank you for that. And moving forward, I want to go ahead and thank everybody that's worked on this project. From the judge's office, Nicole and Celeste, the administration, Betsy, Norma, and the Public Works Department, Lydia Arias, and now Adrian Alvarado, as well as the Parks and Recreation Department staff that have also given their recommendations. So again, we want to go to August 3rd, when August 3rd of 2019, when a mass shooting occurred in El Paso, and taking the lives of 23 of our loved ones in our community and affecting many more. And with that, on August 26th, the Commissioners Court approved the building of a memorial along with collection of funds. We also had the El Paso Community Foundation contract approved to collect the donations for the memorial. And then we worked to create a logo for the fundraising and for this project. And again, I want to thank everyone who had input in that, including our marketing coordinator, Desiree Gonzalez. The idea was from Celeste was to use the lotus flower. So we worked on it. Since the lotus flower has a unique life cycle, its roots are based in mud, which identifies our tragedy. It miraculously blooms every morning without residue on petals. And that identifies our strength restored. The lotus symbolizes many things, including serenity, purity, beauty, grace, fertility, and knowledge. We created it with 23 loops to signify the victims who lost their lives in the shooting. We added a shining yellow star to signify our resilience and hope, especially for the families who lost their loved ones and everyone who was impacted physically and mentally on that day. We are El Paso strong. And if you can go to the next slide. Today, we would like to request approval of the conceptual plan. This site plan is right at the entrance of the park, the very first island to your left as you enter the toll booth. And that site was selected to ensure the accessibility to people that may not be able to pay the $2 entrance fee on a weekend, and they could walk in. So that was the closest site for accessibility. The site will include ADA accessible parking and sidewalks. The wall is 135 feet in length, and it is 10 feet high. The wall has a curvature to signify when you're in that space, again, to feel what the judge has been saying, the whole community was affected. And so again, this is shaped in a curve to identify a hug when you're there. It will have two kind of arms that will have water coming out of them to identify not only tears, but also hands, helping hands. And also we're so thankful that it's at Escarate Park, because just being out there in nature and in open space creates a lot of healing for the community, and it's very therapeutic. So again, the water is that additional feature for that. On that site, we also have existing utilities, and we have some existing irrigation infrastructure. So therefore, the cost wouldn't be much more for the water feature. We are working on, and if you'll go to the next slide, so we can show the wall a little bit more. So there you see the curvature of the wall a little closer. And if you will go to the next slide, please. And here's still another rendition of how the water, another option of how the water would be coming out. And we'll go to the next slide. We're very thankful to JAR Construction, as they have agreed to donate all the labor and materials to build the memorial, with the exception of the water feature. And so we would also like to request approval of $16,000 to add the water feature and plans if donations are insufficient. So only we're not able to raise the funding. And right now we have a little over $1,000 that have been raised. We will push forward with this approval to continue to raise the funds from the community, and also to work with the victims' families who we have now been able to get in contact with, and who are also on the line to speak on this. We have Tito Anchondo to speak on the line, who lost his brother, and Meg Juarez, who lost her father in this mass shooting. And we also have Jose Piñon, who's a representative from JAR Construction, to speak on this item. If you will go to the next slide. And we can go ahead and allow the speakers, and then we can take any questions the court may have.
Would you like public comment, Judge?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm going to place the first call with Mr. Anchondo.
Mr. Anchondo. Tito?
Mr. Anchondo?
Hello.
How you doing, Mr.
Yes, I'm
Anchondo?
here.
This is the Commissioner's Court. You can state your name and address the court, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Anchondo.
Hello, guys. My name is Tito Anchondo. I hope that you all are doing well during this crisis and that you and your families are in good health. As you may or may not know, I lost my brother, Andre Anchondo, and his wife, Jordan Anchondo, on August 3rd. I am reaching out today in support of Ms. Veronica Myers and the Healing Garden in Escarate Park. This garden is a unique and wonderful idea. Since the beginning of this ordeal, I had an idea that there should be a peaceful and calming location for the families, victims, and people of El Paso to be able to reflect on their loved ones and the events that transpired on August 3rd. Something extraordinary happened to me months ago. My brother came to me in a dream, and strangely enough, he said that I needed to build a memorial at Escarate Park. My brother loved Escarate, and we even had one of his birthdays there when he was 6 or 7 years old. I know that it sounds a little crazy, but it was bizarre and surreal seeing that the city of El Paso and Ms. Myers were doing this. Through my documentary, Triumph Unidos en Fuerza, I have been able to unite some of the families of the victims that lost loved ones that day. I spoke to them, and we all love and are in support of this healing garden and want some of our ideas to be implemented. I would love to offer myself as an ambassador who can organize a committee of the families to aid in the creation of this garden. I believe that having the families' input really matters, as they are very excited about this memorial, and we would also like to help you raise funding for it. Being part of this amazing memorial is important to me, as it immortalizes not only my brother, but all that lost someone or something that day. I want to thank Judge Samaniego and the court for listening to me today, and thank you everybody so much for the moment of silence. I really respect you guys for everything that you're doing, and thank you so much.
Mr. Anchondo, first of all, our deepest condolences. It's still painful and difficult, but we want to thank you for the courage that you've demonstrated, offering to be part of this healing. That was conceptually, the idea was that not only the victims, but that the whole community would surround themselves around the victims in a place that we could come together, that it wasn't identified for the victims or the community, but for both, and that we would have this healing opportunity. And I know, and we've talked about how we've been disrupted on the pandemic and how we've been a little distracted, and we apologize. I apologize with all my heart as we're trying to deal with other things. So we thank you for bringing that up again, for being there for us, and nobody knows the pain as you do, and the victims and the families to drive this to fruition. And then we feel very, very proud that it would be in our county property. Escarate represents this place for everybody. It's not a park that's for one place or another. It's a park where everybody has had some opportunity to be there, including myself, a very young age, and my dad walking all the way from Jefferson High School and going to Escarate was so memorable, and such a great place. Has roots that are unbelievable in Escarate. So we thank you for your passion, your commitment, and your spiritual desire
like to
make it happen. So we thank you.
No, the thanks is to you guys. I appreciate you guys doing this for everybody here in El Paso. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. There should be a place for everybody to go and reflect. And I just thought it was so weird that it was at Escada de Parque. That the story about the dream was real, and I really want to thank you guys so much.
Yeah, not that we need a little push, but that's going to help tremendously. Okay, so that's a beautiful story,
Okay.
and something that will keep us focused on making it happen. So thank you, Mr. Anchondo. Miguel, who is next, please?
Next, we have Meg Juarez.
Thank you.
Who is it?
Meg Juarez.
Meg Juarez. Okay.
Go ahead,
Thank
Meg. You can address the court.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can, Ms. Juarez.
Okay. Good afternoon, Judge Samaniego and Commissioners. I'm grateful for this opportunity. My name is Meg Juarez, and I'm calling you today from rainy Portland, Oregon. I want to first thank you, Judge Samaniego, for spearheading the idea of the healing garden at Escarate Park. My parents, Marta and Luis Juarez, were among the many victims on that dreadful day in which white supremacy manifested as a racist terrorist attack. My mother survived and continues to heal physically and emotionally. My father did not survive. He was the oldest victim, 90 years young. He was quite vibrant and healthy. He was an avid recycler and lover and respecter of nature. So when I heard about the proposal for a garden, not only did I support it financially by donating to the El Paso Community Foundation, but I am speaking today to support it in any other way that I can, not only for my family, but for the entire El Paso community. Nature is healing, and this community needs to heal from this enormous trauma. Like many other communities of color that continue to be negatively impacted by racism. When I told my mother of this project, it gave her some joy during this difficult time. All I ask is that as this project is planned, that it be a mindful and equitable process that allows space for many perspectives and not only a few. I'm hopeful we can do better than the Walmart Memorial. Thank you, and thank you, JAR Construction.
Mrs. Juarez, thank you so much for your kind words and your love for our community. And once again, our deepest condolences from myself and the commissioners and all our staff and everybody here from the county. But we thank you for taking the time and pushing this forward. And you're absolutely right about, let's make it a part of everybody's feedback and that everybody feels good about it. And you said the most important word, and that's thoughtful. Something that would be, we started with something smaller, and then we decided, this is what we could do. It's amazing how that place, that little island, how it's lifted up, how it lends itself to so many things, the accessibility. I don't know, it just seemed like such an appropriate place. It's visual, so someone can come in and go to play golf, but they're going to pass right in front of it, and we're hoping that they do take the time and go there and find that healing place that we're trying to create. I think it's going to be very spiritual, the situation, the way it's formulating and why we're doing it, and just this passion. Everyone is trying so hard to do something for the victims and for the families, and so this is, not everybody could do that. Sometimes there's barriers, economic or distance or whatever it is, but to be able to stop and be part of the healing process, and hopefully that we could somehow figure how to do this in a beautiful way, and for the August 3rd and our first anniversary means a lot, I think, to a lot of people and to our commissioners, especially each one of them, and their contribution in supporting this. So I thank you, Mrs. Juarez, and we hope that we do this in the best possible way, that you feel that that it honors these our beautiful victims. So thank you once again. Our deepest condolences. Miguel.
Thank you.
Placing the next call with Mr. Jose Piñon.
And who is it? I didn't hear him. I'm
Jose
sorry.
Piñon.
Oh, Jose.
From JAR
yeah,
Construction.
okay.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Pignon. This is the county. You can address the Commissioner's Court. If you could state your name, please.
Jose Piñon.
Go ahead, sir.
Go ahead, Jose.
Go ahead,
Good
Jose.
afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. I'd like to, first of all, thank the county and the individuals that spoke today about our process in helping out with this healing garden. We'd like to let everyone know that our thoughts and prayers are with all the families and their loved ones as we're still going through the healing process. And JAR would just like to thank the county for the opportunity that we've been given to help provide a small remedy and a small, just to show our appreciation for the county and pull everybody together so that way we don't forget what we went through, and that way everyone has a place to go back and kind of just remember what happened, remember where you were, and just to give back to everyone that's given to us. We really just want to thank everybody for the opportunity.
And thank you, Jose. I think I was in my second word when I called Mr. Joy Rosales to see if he wanted, if he could help out, because he has so many, not only the material, but the work and so forth. And like I said, I don't think I was in my second word when he said absolutely, because he knew, and his family goes way back in this community. I think he understands, like most of us, if you're a big part of this community, what it means to give back. And so we thank you for pitching in and being part of this great opportunity for everybody. And I think you're going to see that when people get together and they sense some of the healing, I think you'll even feel a lot better. And so thank you to the Rosales family and to everyone that works there at JR that's going to be participating. Thank you, Jose.
We appreciate that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jose.
Thank
and
you.
remember, you're lining up your son's band to sing on when we do the ribbon cutting. His son was part of a song that was made in El Paso for the victims of this shooting.
Correct,
Oh,
correct.
that's
We're
nice.
getting their marching band together so that way they can go out there and remember and give thanks and show that we are El Paso strong.
That's great. Thank you.
And he was assigned to work on this project. So again, it's coming together.
Yeah,
And
he's
we're
a
very
good
thankful
man.
for that.
Veronica, I want to thank you also, the driving force. Just the way you take ideas and suggestions, and I don't know, you just sort of blend them in, Lydia and the rest of your team. Very, very fortunate to have. I feel very confident that that the money that's left, I have no doubt, because we got distracted and I was able to reach out to JR, but I really didn't reach out to a lot of other organizations that I know are going to be very interested. So I have no doubt that it might be something that we don't have to go to Commissioner's Court. If you want to go ahead and do that, as like you said, if there's any shortfall from that money, but I feel really confident that I just haven't made the calls that I was supposed to make, given a little bit of distraction. No excuse, but I think there's a lot of people that I did reach out. I just never finished the conversation. And I feel very positive that the donation will be available after I do have discussions with them. And I'm sure the commissioners have other individuals that would be very interested in helping out.
And if I could just make a suggestion, this is Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. In terms of the donations, I would very much recommend that it probably be facilitated through the department or even purchasing. I understand that this is a donation, but I think that helps just ensure that there is just like a buffer or a mechanism in place there so that there are not any issues with any current vendors or pending vendors or any bids that we just need to be mindful of for individuals that want to donate. That's my recommendation.
A good recommendation, Christina. Excellent recommendation.
Thank you,
So
Christina. And
Christina, what do
we
we
will
need
be
right now
working also with our
from the
legal
court?
department on a contract.
Thank you.
And
Christina,
we've
where
also,
do
we want to
need
hear
help
from the
for-
families, and we will also have opportunities to do something with the back of the wall, with the plants, with amenities such as benches and shade structures. So we definitely will work with the families that, thanks to the El Paso Community Foundation, they have reached out to us through them, and we will be working on that. And also keeping in mind to ensure that we do the best we can, no pressure during our construction, to finish this project by August 3rd.
Judge, I do believe we still need a motion.
I just one last comment and that I wanted to make, and that is one, that it is a community, and two, one of the things that we talked about is that at first we had a little bit of resistance because it was seen as, is it big enough? Is it? But this is not. One day I know there'll be the type of memorial that a lot of people come together and hopefully someone like Walmart or make something bigger if they need to. And I didn't want it to be like a competition of anything else. To me, this was the county, El Paso County, and the commissioners and myself wanting to do something at the level that we could do something. But not based on, should it be 10 times bigger, or should it be, because we did have a little resistance at the beginning as if whether or not we were doing something big enough. And as I told the mayor and others, you guys can do whatever you need to do. We'll support you. We'll do something else if you want to. But this is something that we thought, and I knew the passion from the commissioners and how they felt about it and everybody wanting to help, as something we wanted to do, but not in competition with anybody else or bigger or smaller or anything like that. I think it's going to be beautiful. I think it's going to be great, but it wasn't an act of, this is the memorial, but a memorial from the county for the families, and also include our friends from Juarez and the families that are over there that's struggling, that didn't, haven't had a lot of exposure to how we feel about them. And I think this will add to them to be able to for them to feel part of this whole memorial. So I just wanted to make that comment, and that's how we started out. So I want to thank you for the opportunity for expressing that.
Thank you.
So I'd like to make a motion that we approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Commissioner Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, and thank you very much
Thank
for the
the
opportunity to
families.
work on this project.
We don't want to leave the families just like that. So once again, our deepest condolences, and we thank you so much for taking the time, and we thank you for being part of this incredible initiative to show our love and caring for such a tragic event, that we're going to figure ways how to minimize that pain a little bit for our community and for all the families. So thank you very much for being on the call.
Thank you.
Item number 22, grant applications. Approve the submission of county grant applications as listed and described. If awarded, all grant award agreements will be brought back to the Commissioners Court for final acceptance and approval. Approve and authorize the Community Services Department to submit a grant fund application to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, United Way of El Paso, for Emergency Food and Shelter Program Phase CARES funding to provide rental and mortgage assistance in the amount of $185,152.61 from February 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2020. This special funding is made available through the Federal CARES Act due to the COVID-19 pandemic. No county match is required. Contract number 2020-0401.
Irene, you're muted if you're going to speak. Okay, you're up.
I apologize for that. Thank you. Good afternoon, County Judge Commissioners. Irene Valenzuela, Community Services Department. So this grant request came in with a very short turnaround for the county to respond, and in an effort to take advantage of these funds quickly to respond to some of the rental assistance needs in our community during this pandemic, we in coordination with the Grants Department and the County Attorney's Office, put together this grant application quickly to meet the deadline. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to put it before Commissioners Court to seek approval of this grant. And so this item is merely to ask you to ratify this grant application. It was already submitted on the 15th of this month.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Item number 23. Approve and authorize the Planning and Development Department to apply to the Texas Department of Transportation FY 2020 Intercity Bus 5311 CARES Act funding grant in the amount of $526,436 from January 1st, 2020 through March 31st, 2021. No county match is required. Further, authorize the county judge to sign the certificate of obligation. Contract number 2020-0402.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. José Netos with the Planning and Development Department. This grant will provide 100% funding, meaning no county match required, to continue the county's intercity bus route, or the Gold Route, which currently provides public transportation services to El Paso County residents that commute to and from El Paso County and Las Cruces, New Mexico. Specifically, the service links the town of Anthony to El Paso and to Las Cruces, and is the result of an innovative partnership between the county, the Texas Department of Transportation, and the New Mexico Department of Transportation. This is similar to the grant item our department presented last week for ongoing zero match operating assistance for our commuter bus transit service. And this funding is made available through the Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security, or CARES Act. This is due on next Monday, on May 25th. With that, we ask for the court's favorable consideration, and I'm happy to take any questions the court may have.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you, José.
Item number 24. Approve and authorize the Public Works Department to submit a grant application to the Texas Department of Transportation for fiscal year 2020 County Transportation Infrastructure Fund Grant Program. Further, authorize the county judge to sign all required documents for submission of the grant. Contract number 2020-0400.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Norma Rivera Palacios with the Public Works Department. We're requesting authorization to apply for this grant to supplement our current road maintenance budget. There is a 10% match, but that match will come from our current budget. Are there any questions that I can answer for the court?
Commissioners?
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge Commissioners. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Norma. Be safe out there.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
Item number 25, approve and authorize the El Paso County Sheriff's Office to submit a grant application to the Department of Justice, Office of Justice, Bureau of Justice Assistance for the Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Funding in the amount of $67,919 with no cash match required. Contract number 2020-0403.
Good evening, Judge and Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. As stated, this is a formula grant directly from the federal government, the Bureau of Justice Assistance. There is no match with this grant. This will cover allowable PPE equipment for law enforcement, and we have met and exceeded this amount of grant funding, and we will continue to in the future. We would ask for your favorable consideration.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening. Everyone be safe.
You too, Wally. Thank you.
This now brings us to item 28, executive session. Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 28A, B, C, B, D, and E. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.072, and 551.087. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos. Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department?
Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Jessica, we are
Sign
back.
language interpreters, I feel so bad. My goodness.
We're back on.
Okay. Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular session. Item number 29, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the acquisition of real property located in HD Camp Survey.
No action.
No action for item number 29. Item number 31, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the reopening of Texas County Attorney's File Number 007820AA. We ask for a motion to delete this item along with the accompanying executive session item 28D.
I make that motion.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
I wasn't voting for you, Judge. I just have to tell you something after you're done.
Motion carries. Go ahead.
Just wanted to tell you all, earlier you asked about an item where we were dealing with Oklahoma. We have bought from them before 2 years ago.
Oh, okay. Good to
Okay,
know.
and this completes all the items on today's agenda, Judge.
Okay, meeting adjourned.
This
Thank you.
concludes today's meeting
Thank you all.
Good
at
and rest.
6:44 p.m.
Thank
We'll see
you.
you in a couple days. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Jessica, Caesar, Miguel, Alexis.
Bye, guys. Thanks.
Thank you.